We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
wanna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide, still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide, still I rise.
darkness, I see your eyes and realize that when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning. I never thought I'd be your type. On my mind, the kind of love I can't describe. You got me running, oh no, away from our history, oh no, and through the darkness, oh no, oh I can see you in me. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Faith, remember how we were back then. I get fake emotions I can't comprehend. You got me running, oh no, away from our history, oh no, and through the darkness, oh no, oh I can see you in me, oh no. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. You and me, history. I'm running from the rest of my life. Through the darkness, I see your eyes and realize that when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night, drive all night.
Welcome to the EMEA Challengers playoffs. I hope you guys at home are all sitting comfortably because you're not going to want to miss a single second of Valorant action today. It's qualification day, which means 2 teams will be securing their spots for Berlin Masters by the end of today. I am your host, Yinsu, and I am joined on the desk by RyanCentral and Kaquka for this absolutely massive occasion.
Yeah, first day of many big games. It doesn't matter whether you've watched every single game of EMEA. It doesn't matter if this is the first one, because this is the most important and we've got plenty more to go. Some great games. I'm excited to see Gambit and Ascend start us off, and one of them will be going to Berlin.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter where you're from in the entire world. Everybody is going to be watching. We know the teams, we know the players, we know the comms. We just want to see some action.
It's a big, big day. We've got the big guns, we've got RyanCentral, Kaquka, but we've also decided to bring in one of the biggest brains of EU Valorant. Please give a warm welcome to Fnatic's in-game leader, Boaster. Hi, Boaster. Welcome to the show.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. Although it's very unfortunate and very sad. I might cry that we're not playing, but that's what happens when you're noob. So yeah, I'm here to dish out some analysis anyway.
Well, it's our gain, it's our gain. It's always great to have you here, and don't worry, we'll look after you. Promise it's going to be a fun day. Speaking of fun, Kaquka, yesterday was a great day if you are an EU Valorant fan, wasn't it?
Yeah, thankfully we didn't have to say goodbye to any more European teams. It was a tough one, though. We started with FF against Guild, and I have to say that first map was really close, but the second one on Ascend, Guild really proved that they got it covered and completely fine, settled, and practiced against Turkey and CIS. Pretty clean, I have to say. Lovely to watch. FF only managed to get 4 plants on that second map. No rounds were able to be found. And on the second occasion, we had Vodafone Giants taking the game against Navi 2-1. That was some big games that we had yesterday. On that breeze, it was really hard for them to, secure that A side, something that they really struggled with. But I have to say, even with that, on Ascend, we expected a close map, but I think everything came down to that split. And I have to say, Davey P, brilliant. Something concerning about Giants losing all the 6 pistols, so they're already down 2 rounds at the beginning of every half. But still, they managed to get it through. And also funny, the first time that they got around, it was always on an eco, and it was someone getting a 4K. So cool for them.
Yeah, great if you love EU Valorant, but also, not the end of the road necessarily for Na'Vi as well. I know, Boaster, your former teammate Dinks plays for Na'Vi now, but were you surprised that, Fireflux and Na'Vi were the 2 teams that went out this early on as well?
With the Na'Vi Giants game, I wasn't too sure. It was kind of like a coin flip almost. But I did believe that Giants were the stronger team. As for the Guild versus Fireflux, yeah, I had full faith in Guild. I mean, Guild are a solid team. They're coming from the EU, so and they knocked us out, that's for sure. So they have to be somewhat good, right? I got to back myself a little bit. But yeah, I think Guild, solid team. I think they're due at least one more game and then another game. I think they'll win their next game, and then whoever they play next could be the close one and could be the one that knocks them out. As for Na'Vi and Giants, I think, like I said, if Guild are winning that game, then I guess Giants are losing it. So that's my predictions on that front.
Oh, dishing out the predictions already. I love it. And really quickly before we move on, like I said, your former teammate Dinks made it all the way past here, to the EMEA Challengers playoffs. How nice was it for you to see him finally find some success?
Really nice. I mean, I remember when Dinks and I parted ways, I told him, yo, bro, I think honestly, you need to join a CIS team because I think you'll be more comfortable there. Your communication will be better. And if your comms are better, then kind of everything else kind of flows into place. And lo and behold, here he is on Na'Vi in the EMEA playoffs and almost taking a map off Ascend. And the Breeze game should have been closer anyway. So I think they're very proud. They should be proud of themselves. And Cloud's performance. Cloud is a pretty decent player. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he's not bad. He can shoot. He's pretty good at this game. Unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye to 2 teams yesterday, but we have 4 teams today who are ready and gunning and wanting to make it to Masters in Berlin. Here is the schedule for you guys. Ascend taking on Gambit first, followed by Supermassive versus G2. Now, Ryan, talk me through just how important this is going to be for these 4 teams.
I think it's different for both games, actually, because Ascend Gambit, it's who's been the most consistent throughout the year. Nobody expected Ascend to win Masters 1, to beat teams like Team Heretics, right? Now there's a bit more pressure on their shoulders to qualify. Gambit, it's similar. Neither team made it to Reykjavik, so there's a lot going. And for Supermassive Blaze versus G2, they made massive changes. SMB was formed in stage 3, so it's the new revival of these teams to an extent. And so 2 very different series with 2 teams qualifying for Berlin today.
I'm so upset you didn't go for super massive changes, but you know, we'll take that one. We'll take that one. And you know, for you, Boaster, you guys made it to Iceland. You were there competing against some of the international teams. How do you think our 4 teams today kind of match up to the international teams that have already qualified for Berlin Masters? You know, your Sentinels and your Vision Strikers.
I think there's a big difference between Iceland and Berlin. I mean, it's a whole different selection of gravy. You know what I mean? You've got 100 Thieves, you've got Envy and Sentinels, and all of them with their full roster. We had version 1 with a kind of substitute as well. So in theory, we only played against Sentinels at full force. So now they've got to play those 3 teams. I think NA's looking kind of scary. We finally get to play against Vision Strikers. Why am I not there? Bloody hell. Just so sad. And then yeah, I think the European teams that we have are solid teams. I mean, none of them are confirmed yet, but the two that we're going to be watching today, you'll definitely see. Well, obviously you'll see 2 of them going through, and and yeah, they'll be throwing fists against NA. That's for sure.
Well, that's what we like to see. That's what we want. We want a little bit of revenge, you know, at Berlin after what Sentinels pulled off at Reykjavik. But Ryan, Kaquka even, because Ryan just explained, you know, how important today is. But Kaquka, it goes beyond that. It's not just about Berlin now, because there's champions at the end of the year.
Yeah, and you gotta make it to that last chance qualifier at least. Now, if you missed that one math lesson in high school, you're gonna be regretting it today and probably throughout the rest of the week, because there's a lot of math going on here. So for the teams that played yesterday, we only see Guild here that will be taking over FunPlus Phoenix. We don't see Giants yet because they still need more points to get over that. We can't see Ascend and Gambit, you know, in a secure spot. We do not see Supermassive Blaze nor G2. One of those teams are going to come into this top. So for FunPlus Phoenix, it's obviously about waiting and to see what it could happen to them. But yeah, a tough one.
It is going to be a tough one. And also, a G2, you know, they won't just be able to secure a spot at Masters if they win today. They'll also guarantee themselves a place in the last chance to qualifiers. I had the pleasure of speaking to G2's Avova earlier, a bit more about their matchup today. I'm now joined by G2's Avova. Welcome back, Avova. Now, we have a huge day ahead of us today. You guys have already taken down one Turkish team. How are you feeling for this one?
I'm feeling great. I'm ready to win against my former teammate, Powder. So we take both Turkish teams down and there's no left.
Yeah, there wouldn't be any left now if you do today. But let's talk about your former teammate, of course, Pora, and also Tani too, the coach. What are you expecting from them? Because you guys are very familiar with each other.
I saw that they play the same style as we used to in Heretics, so it's gonna be like we're gonna know what to do against it.
Well, would you be able to share a little bit about how to beat this team? Because everybody is, you know, really hyped about how good this team is.
They pretty much play the same way as we did in the Heretics. They pretty much take the mains, slow down a bit, and then probably Power, you'll find a pick somewhere for the timings. It's really good with the looking around, taking the timings, and then you group up again and take the side.
Like I said, everybody's very hyped about Supermassive. They've been dubbed as the Turkish super team. But do you feel like you guys are kind of like the European super team right now?
I wouldn't say we're the super team, but definitely one of the best teams.
What is it so good about you guys? Because your playstyle is a little bit different to the rest of the European teams.
I know, man. It's like everyone on this team is just insane. You got everything different. Like I'm the GOM guy, Nuki's calm. Maxwell, he got a bit more experience. Ultimate has a really good IGL, and Kellogg's is like the new guy. He's really good on duelist.
Sounds like you just described a super team there with you guys. Now, just about you a little bit, because you've always been up there as one of the best players we have in Europe, but it feels like your clutching abilities, you kind of stepped it up to the next level. How are you able to stay so calm and be so big-brained in those clutching situations?
I don't know. I feel like since coming from CS, I've always been like a natural thing. I feel like not like something I think about all the time. Just comes to me.
And lastly, you guys missed out on Iceland. You weren't able to be there. So how much would it mean for you to be able to qualify for Berlin today?
A lot. Like watching Iceland from home, it was a sad feeling, honestly. Like I really want to go to Berlin.
And we cannot wait to see what you can do today. Thank you so much, Avova, for joining me, and best of luck in your game later.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, Avova there, comparing this supermassive Blaze roster to the former Heretics team. Boaster, do you feel like this is the Heretics 2.0?
So I'd say no. I think Supermassive Blaze, in terms of their players and what they've got, the caliber that they have, I think they're better than the previous, the Heretics that was. I think the Heretics that was where they kind of relied on this kind of passive play style, let the enemies come into you, make the mistakes, and they kind of punish you off that, and they kind of make good decisions around that. This Supermassive Blaze team is a full superstar team. I mean, you had Russ, who was the jet player for BBL, who back in the day was like, oh man, I don't really want to have to play against him. He's going to give me a headache, man. But he's actually stepped down from the jet role, and Izzy's come out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere if you know the scene, but in terms of Izzy's caliber, that guy's scary, man. I don't want to. I'm glad. Actually, you know what? I'm happy. I'm kind of chilling, here on the desk because I don't really want to be playing against that guy. And then you got all the other players as well. It's not like one weak link in the team. They all, in terms of statistically, are able to pop off, and that's what you need in a team. Now, in terms of what their decision making might be, it might be a bit more loose, a bit more adaptive, and we'll see what happens with that. It's gonna be fun.
It's funny that you mentioned Easy, because I was talking to Lucas Rojo about how they felt about the match and all that. They said that they were pretty scared of Ascen, but secondly of Supermassive Blaze. Now they are coming really well prepared, but still they're extremely scared of Easy having a good game. Obviously, we're gonna have Tani and Powder now as an IGL, obviously just changing that a little bit. But I think it's gonna be a great matchup after all.
Yeah, it is going to be great. Those former teammates going up against each other as well is going to be a great storyline. But Supermassive Blaze versus G2 will be in action a little bit later. But first, the Kings of Europe Ascend will be taking on the Giants of CIS, Gambit and Ryan. This is not just a match with high stakes, but this could potentially be one of the most competitive series we have ever seen.
I think these are the best two teams in the EMEA, personally. I even predicted Gambit to win this tournament. A lot of people would say Ascend, but I know people like myself, Tombizz, who's going to be casted later, are very high on this team and have always been, because the potential of Gambit has always been a thing. It's the Scrimbucks versus officials that's a little bit concerning. For Ascend, they came out of nowhere in Masters 1. They've come in, they actually sort of fell at the last hurdle when it comes to Stage 2. They were playing up against Vitality and lost. And the only reason why we didn't see Gambit at an international event is because of this guy behind us, right? It was Fnatic that beat them. So consistency is there for Gambit, but we need to see the next level for them.
We do indeed, but once upon a time they were known as CNED and Friends, but Ascend, they have managed to establish themselves as one of the scariest teams in the world. Here's their story so far.
Hi, my name is Santeri, born called Sassi. I play for the team Ascent, and I play the smoker and the in-game leader role in our team. I feel like our team's playstyle is it's very strongly attached to being very, very adaptive, and I feel like we can adapt in how we want to play the game, or we can adapt into how the enemy plays the game. Our team's biggest success so far is the Masters 1 that we won on March.
They've done it. They've actually gone and done it. Ascend managed to take down Heretics after going all the way. The distance in front of them. A true upset in the making. This is what...
We have 5 clutch factors in our team. Like, we have 5 really strong players that like excel in the roles they are. Still quite a fresh team. Like, we haven't been, like, there hasn't been a year still that we have played together. Everyone here in our team works hard and is up for the grabs to win the Berlin.
Now, this is the team, right? This is the team that everybody wants to beat. You've even got players in Sentinel saying that they want to play this team so badly. But Kaquka, back when we saw the roster swaps in Europe, when it happened after stage 2, this team, they only made one change, but it does feel like it was so much more than that.
Yeah, and they feel different in a sense, no, in a sense, I would say. And sorry.
Oh man, the puns already.
I had to do it. It's something that we do in Spain all the time. But they feel different because it's now Bonko, the one that we were actually just watching, who's taking that role of IGL in. And the team just feels different in a sense that I really like that he used the word adaptative, because they used to play very like center of what Coldamenta that we're gonna actually see on G2 had planned for the team. So completely different. You can highlight now almost every single player. I think that they have the level to for themselves. And we know that they haven't played against Gambit on an official until now, but they obviously have prepared and have screamed against them. So only they know what's gonna happen.
Well, they haven't lost since April. This team is just on a ridiculous win streak. And Boaster, I'm sure you've played against them in scrims. I'm sure you know what they do. What is it that makes this team so good?
What makes Ascend so good? Okay, so with Ascend, they not only do they have 5 individuals that can now, with the kind of like swapping of Coldamenta Physique, I think that swap has only benefited them more. I think you have to give credit to what MBS is doing, because every iteration of Ascend, they seem to be at the top level of Valorant. So there's some credit due there. And then if you go on to the actual in-game stuff now, the players individually, they're so adaptive. Like when I was watching them just to see kind of what was going on in their bind, because, you know, Fnatic at one point were a bit lost on bind. I was also watching them and seeing kind of like what they were doing. And it came to the conclusion that I don't think we'll be able to do what they're doing, because what they're doing is 5 individuals able to kind of adapt and to react to what's going on. And and that's kind of like what they're good at. They have this kind of confidence behind them. You know, they're on a win streak. And win streaks are dangerous because you don't want that streak to end. So I think they're going to keep riding it out. But it's going to be interesting because that recent game against Na'Vi looked a bit squeaky bum time. The Breeze game was by the score, didn't look like a close game, but it was definitely closer than like the scoreline. And then when it came to the Icebox game, they went into overtime against Na'Vi. Now, if you're going to be playing against Gambit and you're going overtime against Na'Vi, Gambit are like Na'Vi 2.0. in terms of what they're doing. So that's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to that. And yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Ascend, they have a tough task on their hands today. They will be taking on Gambit, who were so close to making it to Iceland back in stage 2, but they are a different beast this time around.
Всем привет, мой никнейм Редгар, и я капитан команды Gambit Esports. Мы являемся 3-кратными чемпионами СНГ и единственная команда, которая представляла СНГ на мировой сцене.
Unbelievable.
Ну, я считаю то, что наш плейстайл, он разносторонний, мы подстраиваемся и пытаемся максимально навязать нашу игру и разрушить оппонентов. Главным фактором победы в нашей команде, я думаю, это общение и командная работа. Мне нравится играть против команды, которая показывает умный плейстайл, которая обыгрывает не за счет стрельбы, потому что за счет стрельбы может обыграть каждый, а за счет какой-то тактики или за счет майндгеймзов. Я считаю, что все, кто прошел EMEA, являются достойными оппонентами, но нам бы хотелось сыграть официальную игру против Ascend'ов.
You know, much like Gambit, much like Ascend even, everybody know what Gambit can do. They know who this team is. But Ryan, don't you feel like it's a little bit weird that, you know, we haven't really seen that much of them, but their reputation is so highly well received?
Yeah, I feel they're the new FPX when it comes to Hopium and Copium levels, that this is the team to almost get behind and the one to highlight if you want to be cool and indie with your like picks of a tournament, because every time you speak to a pro in the EMEA region, they go, Gambit is insane in scrims, but in some of the tournaments we've not seen that realised. It's been a little bit wonky to begin with at least, and again, they were one game away from qualifying for Reykjavik. They lost to Fnatic, who got second place in the whole international tournament. So if you're Gambit looking at that, you go, all right, we were beaten by a really good team in form that ended up doing really well on the international stage, but now it's wide open for them to qualify. There's 4 slots, and any of the teams are beatable for them, and I think Gambit could actually win this whole event because of it.
Well, Boaster, you know, you're one of the people outside of, very few people outside of CIS that's actually played against Gambit. How tough were they really? How scary is this team?
I think the Gambit team is scary. I do think it is really, it's like when you're putting against Ascend versus Gambit, it's like two opposites in terms of how they go about the structure of the game. Like you've got Ascend, like I just mentioned, with the adaptive playstyle. With their defaults, actually, they're kind of going for information, seeing if they can find a pick with CNED's AWP, and then kind of like making an adaptive call based on how much map control they have. Then you've got Gambit. Now, Gambit might seem like they're doing a default, and probably they do have a default, but in terms of a lot of their kind of structure and their strategies, it's based around, this might look like a default, but when actually we've already got it planned. We're going B split, mate. We're going to be split, yeah. And you can see this kind of on Breeze in terms of the two structures of the team. You've got Ascend with a Viper and prioritizing the Jet on CNED. Whereas in Gambit, for instance, they have a Viper, but they prioritize the Omen on Redgar, and that means they don't have a Jet AWPer to kind of go nuts with on the A bomb site. But however, what that does mean is on Gambit's executes, they do have extra kind of possibilities to do with the Omen smokes. You know, they're not strictly on task with just the Viper wall. You know, like where the Viper wall goes, we have to go. No, they have the Omen smokes, and that's kind of what's different between them two. The Gambit love the executes. They love the utility usage. I mean, some of the strats that we've taken and then adapted from Gambit, are from Gambit, you know? So it's going to be an exciting game. And I think Gambit could be Ascend's kryptonite based on how they performed against Na'Vi. So keep your eyes peeled. It's going to be squeaky bum time. And yeah, I'm ready.
Wow, yeah, I'm nearly ready as well. Gambit, they have a lot of win conditions for today, but their in-game leader, Redgar, named one particular player as their biggest weapon. I'm now joined by Gambit's in-game leader, Redgar. Hi, Redgar, welcome to the show. Now, you guys have been in this position before, just one best of 3 away from qualifying for Masters. But how different do you think Ascend will be today in comparison to Fnatic back in Stage 2?
Hi, Yinsu. Hi, everyone. I think it will be better right now because we got that experience from Fnatic in the past, and right now we are ready to fight versus Ascend. Really wanted to beat them in official game, not in scrims, not brags, only official games.
Well, everybody is saying that you are one of the best teams here. You're one of the favorites and you're one of the scariest. How much better do you think you guys are compared to the last time we saw you here?
I think we upgraded our strategies, our aim, our communication, but I don't think that we are best. I think that we're far away from that position. We're just trying to show our best, and I hope that you like it.
I'm sure we will. Now, you know, when we look at Ascend, everybody points to CNED as one of the biggest win conditions because if CNED has a good day, they have a very good chance of winning. But for you guys, what would you say is, I guess, your CNED? What is your win condition? What is something that you feel like if happens today, then you 100% take the win?
For sure, I just want to say that we have one more CNED in our team. It's Shadows. You know, if he has a good day, nobody can stop him. But I think we will show a really good game. CNED versus Shadows, I think, yes.
Yeah, that's going to be a feast on our hands. And lastly, we saw Na'Vi get knocked out yesterday. You and Forz are the only 2 CIS teams left. How much would it mean to you, you know, to be able to not just make it to Masters for you guys, but to make it to Masters for CIS?
I think at this EMEA, CIS region showed really good potential in future. I think we will be much better and can show really good games versus top team of you, I think.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Redgar, for your time. Always great to speak to you, and best of luck in your game later.
Thank you, see ya.
Well, of course, you know, Ascend, they have CNED, the standout player. Boaster, are you surprised that Redgar named Shados as their CNED? Because it makes sense for it to be Defo on one way or another.
Yeah, I think especially when you think about Jet versus Jet, you're thinking CNED versus Defo. Whose side are we going to be avoiding this game? We want to kind of avoid these Jet hoppers because them sitting there with their dash and their hands in their pants having a great time. So I think that was the kind of how we were going into it. However, he said Shados. Now Shados, I know, is a absolutely formidable player. He's pretty much their sage main, which is understandable, but like he's probably the definition of battle sage, I'd say, in terms of what he can do. His aim is like on par with any AWPer. You know, if you swing in an AWPer, you don't know who's dying. Like, is it gonna be CNED? Probably not in this case, but it's gonna be fun to see. I mean, and not to mention the actual agent that he's playing, he's a sage main, so it's going to be interesting to see like how a sage can affect Ascend's kind of rhythm of the match. You know, there's going to be a lot of metas developing in the game. The first meta probably being around how we're going to play around CNED's AWP, and then it'll be like, oh, they've managed to deal with that. How are we going to deal with the way they're using their utility to shut down CNED? And then it's going to kind of evolve from there. So it's going to be fun. And I think who's going to be popping off, who knows? You know, you got Nats now, all the players on Gambit are kind of playing to their roles now. Because ever since Iceland, when they are one game off, one series off, they've kind of switched up now. And it seems like they're more on their comfort picks. You see like Chronicle and the Reyna and Icebox. Ascend got to deal with that. But also now you got Nats on the Viper on Icebox, which is slightly new. He's normally a Cypher dude. It's going to be difficult kind of dealing with him because he plays Viper like a Cypher too. And that's a really unique playstyle, and it's going to take some time getting used to. And they've only got 13 rounds to kind of get it done, you know. But other than that, I think it's going to be exciting. Like I say, you know, whenever I say it, I just say it's going to be exciting. And we're going to see who wins.
I think.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But we got to move on to maps next. You mentioned Icebox there a little bit. Now, Ryan, Icebox, is it likely for it to come up for today, especially on the side of Gambit?
I'd say so. I think it's a good map to rely on towards the end. It's good fundamentals that you can keep there. I think it is scary though, because CNED is going to want to attack up as much as possible. I think Gambit against Guild yesterday looked a bit patchy on their defense when they didn't have an operator. They don't have a defo on the rafters holding angles. Guild were just rushing onto the A site, getting in close and taking angels, which typically you'd say Gambit would be good at, but they seemed a bit flustered in those moments. As soon as they get defo on the op posted up in a position that he can keep an eye on it for that information, that's where they look incredible, to be fair. It's just, I said the same thing when they played Fnatic in stage 2. It's like, if Defo could get the operator consistently, then great, he can hold it down. The problem is, it's a very expensive weapon, and Ascend are going to want to break the bank of Gambit as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the picks and bans now and see which maps we're going to. You know, Kaquka, no matter what happens, Ascend, you know, it tends to favor them a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we have to start by saying that Gambi has that permaban is going to be Haven. We're not going to be seeing them. I mean, they're going to avoid it as much as they can. So we're not going to be seeing it today. That first map, I think, selected by Asen is probably going to go for them. I really like the selection, and I think everything is going to come down to that Icebox.
Oh, yeah. Well, are we going to get to the Icebox? That is the question, Boaster. Do you see it going to 3 maps, knowing that we're getting Bind, Ascend, and Icebox today?
The true competitor in me loves to see a 2-1, you know, all 3 maps, you know, so I can go on the VOD reviews after and be like, what have they been doing then? But I think it could be a 2-1. First map was Bind, and there's quite a difference in comps in terms of Ascend and Gambit. Gambit not opting to run for the Viper, whereas Ascend do that. And Ascend's kind of playstyle with the Sage Wall as well, and seeing it on the Sage instead of like a Jet or a Raze is a very interesting. But he manages to pull out the AWPs and get the kills through that too. So I can see Ascend winning that. As for Ascend, I think Gambit, they're playing their comp that they've been doing that comp since beta. They've had the Sage, they've had the Sova, they've had the Omen and the Jet, like and the Cypher. Nats on Cypher. Oh my goodness, paired with Redgar with the Omen and the Cypher setups. it's going to be a bit mad on the A bomb site. So I think Gambit will take that. As for Icebox, I believe in Gambit.
Oh, well, we're heading into Agent Select now for Bind, the first map. And as Boaster said, there's a little bit of stylistic difference when it comes to the agents here. But Boaster, we're having 2 Vipers. I know you weren't necessarily expecting this and you thought maybe one of the teams would shy away from the Viper.
Nani? I was not expecting this. What the hell's going on here? Okay, so Nats is going on to the Viper. Now, back in the day when we played them in qualifiers for Iceland, I think this was the comp they used. I think they had this comp, so it seems like they've opted to go back for the Viper. It makes sense because I think a Viper versus Viper matchup makes it more fair for the teams in terms of Cypher into Viper is like, I think Viper does trump it, so they're back on that. It's gonna, yeah. I'm looking at it.
Ryan, I'm really excited about these agent selections, particularly on the side of Gambit.
Yeah, I think Ascender made a bit of a mistake here because it was a map when you look at it, the Gambit experimented a lot in the downtime, played in third-party tournaments between VCT, played a bit of KO, they lost to Team Finest, they lost to a team called Guide and Galva, which I'd never heard of before. So maybe Ascend see that and go, they're looking to adapt and to change stuff up, which they obviously did, but maybe they weren't expecting Gambit to have such a solid squad. And they were pointing out Shados as being a potential star player. Their CNED, he's on the duelist, he's on the Razor, not the Sage.
Yeah, and Kaquka, what about the side of Ascend though? Because we can't underestimate Ascend.
I mean, we know that their bind is crazy. They have mad results on it. And I think that the comp is just a safe pick. What I really want to say is that Gambi knew that by banning Haven, they were probably, I mean, Ascend was probably going to pick bind. So I think this has to be a counter strat. They know what they're doing here. Obviously, they practiced. We haven't seen anything, but they've lifted. So
the brain game. And speaking of the brain game, Boaster, it's been a pleasure to have you here with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I hope the games go well. Yeah.
Thank you so much to Boaster. Now, we've had to say goodbye to one of the biggest brains in EU Valorant, but do not worry, guys, at home, because we have 2 casters with us today who have a combined IQ of 150 between them. It's Mitch and Tom.
That's very kind of Sue. You know, I wasn't ready to be flooded with compliments right away. I got to say, Sue's looking incredible today. I love the outfit. We saw her go for the Shocks tweet out there, and it certainly worked. She pulled it off. I'll give her that. But Tom, you know what? We've got plenty of treats today. Obviously, compositions are going to be a great thing to talk about, but we've heard a lot from Boaster on that. So let's segue a little bit into Chronicle, because it's his birthday today, man. That's, you know, Ryan's jealous. He has to share it, but we tell him all the time, you know, you got a birthday every day, man. Just let Chronicle have his moment. 19. That's going to be a big thing, a big present for him if he manages to win here today.
Yeah, for sure. No, it would be huge if they managed to take that one home, especially versus a team like Ascend, who within Europe have basically become the kings. And this has been their real playground. Going into Bind, I think this was the map where they 13-2 G2, which, considering G2 have been like the build-up, they've been fantastic on this map. So I'm excited to see what Gambit had to offer.
Yes, I am very excited to see what Gambit has to offer. Also very excited to see it over on the other side, because we got to say, it's not like Ascend or some slackers. They're coming in here representing EU and hopefully giving us everything that they've got, doing us proud. Here we go, Tom. We're rolling in to the first game of the day, the upper finals. Semi-finals, that is. We're going on to the finals. The winner of this, it's just 2 maps. It's all they need, and we're starting on Bind. Honestly, both of these teams on Bind, that feels like it's my birthday.
Yeah, and both of them have picked up a Viper as well, which is something we don't normally see. An aggressive start, though. Gambit looking to try and take some of that control away, get a little bit up in the faces of their opponents. And it looks like a lot of these pictures are very, very backwards. That is not Bone Cold. He's not wearing the Gambit colors, but he is going to find himself an opening pick.
Launching smoke.
Yeah. Would be an interesting outfit choice today for young old Bone Cold. Shados looking pretty good as well. Looks like the man himself. Shock darts coming through. Big damage onto Starzo right away. He's got to run and make sure he survives, as the second shock dart was quickly up behind it. Bone Cold, part of the player coming through the TP. The snake bite's going to push him back, though. takes a stance up on top, pop down some smokes for his teammates, and now he's a duelist looking to take some fights, but Nats takes him down right away, turning around to watch the flank. Such good play by Nats, but his teammates are still stuck in spawn. They can't get out and they need some help. The man himself comes jumping out of hookah window, and it's the distraction they need. Shados mowing them down, and the first round will in fact go to Gambit.
Really solid control taken as well. Like, to manage to hold on to Hookah individually, this is something I think we always think of Link whenever we're talking about that spot, but Nats just being able to keep that control and bring that round back from the depths, because it started pretty well for Ascend. I will say as well, like, I know that both you and I, fanboys of this team, well, maybe for different reasons, you always get slapped by them in scrims, and I just enjoy watching them play. Nats is probably my favorite player to watch of any team. I think the guy has so many ratty little setups when we see him on the Cypher. But I know you're a big fan of Defo as well, even though he's maybe switched up his role slightly from what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, big fan, mortal enemy. You know, you choose which word to use. But yeah, Defo is definitely a guy I got to keep my eye on. And just thinking about, I mean, yeah, he switched up his role in the sense that he's not playing the Jet, but at the same time, he's still a duelist, right? If anything, I think he's scarier when he's on this guy. You know what is scary? Just getting torn apart like this. It's an eco, just classics to play with. And well, Tom, it's not exactly going too well, but that's what we expect.
Yeah, this is a round where realistically we can't expect anything from Ascend, and considering we're going to be getting the buy coming in the next round, it should be for them to do a little bit more damage. The fact that that's flawless though is very, very good for Gambit, but they have come in with a full squad of Spectres, so something we see them actually do quite regularly. In fact, well, we've just let Boaster leave. He's going to get on with the rest of his day, but one of the things I remember them doing specifically was going for the pushes through all the way through bathrooms and then having them the teleporter to split in when they have these Spectres in hand. Something that it's very difficult to play against, especially in a case for Gambit where they actually have nothing to lose. They are only risking what is going to be the weaker SMGs, and they will have a full buy into the next.
You look at this setup for Ascend, and they're looking for some very early aggression right down through middle. It's Gambit that are trying to open something up. They're really trying to find some ground, but nothing was to be found. Even though the blind went through from Redgar, it connected. There's just too many players there who weren't blinded up on different angles, ready to swing out and help their teammates. Good start from Ascend, and a good follow-up, taking down the re-aggression from Redgar, dodging the flashes. And although Defo gets one, that is little consolation. For the bonus round that it is on Gambit, they really want to be walking out of this with 3 kills if they're feeling happy, just to make it costly for Ascend and make sure that with reinvestment in the next round, that they wouldn't have the ability to play a nice, comfortable one. But instead, this is a big money-making round for Ascend. I mean, they just lose Starzo, and even then, he's got his ulti online.
Yeah, I think they were expecting a push in this round. Like, it's not one of those cases where Ascend looked like they were caught off by any of the aggression coming out from Gambit. This is where we really get the bread and butter of this map, though. How the teams are actually going to play versus each other. The ultimates that could potentially be used into this round. As you mentioned, it's only going to really be Starzo that has anything to put into play. And for now, at least, again, it's looking like there's going to be some early control battled for by the defensive side. In fact, they're pushing both sides of the map. They want both orbs, and you know what? I think they're going to get them.
Was that prepared? I mean, it feels like on some level they're used to that from Starzo, that position, or at least over on the Ascend side. Losing a player that early on, getting traded out, then after they needed someone to step it up, and it looks like Killaz is the man to do it. The A side is now theirs. Ascend overrunning it and getting their plant down. And we mentioned that there was an ulti online for Starzo. CNED painfully close to a res as well as he falls, and no one else on Ascend is going to be able to get it done. Not here and now. But if Nats finds a kill, Viper's pick can be online, and that could be a saving grace on this retake if they can just find that little bit of space.
It comes down to this battle, really, and it's going to be won by Redgar. Now they just have to try and clear out the remaining couple of lamps, and you know what? Nats is going to get both. They almost tried to play that within a crossfire, but it just doesn't work out for Ascend. Gambit make that look, I'll be honest, a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Like, once they find the kill on the flank, I was thinking, okay, the round is theirs to lose, but to get rid of both players in lamps with one player basically pushing through, that was a bit of a shock.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if he finds a kill on the way in, the ulti can be popped and that gets them over to the spike, but I didn't really expect it to be, well, just kill everyone and it does the same, right? And then you still have your Viper's Pit. It seems to work.
Yeah, I am liking the way so far, though. That this is how Gambit, again, we haven't seen them in a long time, realistically, other than within the CIS matches. And versus Fnatic, their defensive side was incredibly strong. They did struggle versus Fnatic on the retakes, though, when it came to their attacking side. Like, they were losing a lot of those rounds in the match that ended up being their elimination. So we'll see if it's still going to be the case, but they love to take map control, and they've done it again. Viper's Pit already down on A, a couple of players challenging to try and deny any orb control, and basically just make it so that those ultimates are going to take a lot longer to come online. One of them, though, already popped. In fact, for both teams... What?
I mean, he couldn't see the Seekers coming in, right? So it's a much cleaner shot on his side than it is on ours, because we can see them from every range. But that was a disgusting shot. Connected now gives them a chance to fight into this. The ulti still up on A. The wall aggressively down on B won't really stop them, considering the control that Ascend currently have. They've got weapons to play around, as well as ultimates with the res, with the orbital strike in play. This could be incredibly dangerous. Zeke not able to find it at the start. The blast back not quite coming in, but here we go. Right up to the back of the site. He dives into the orbital strike, taking so much damage, but it's unexpected. Gambit get completely blindsided by that, and at this point, I mean, this is a save, right? Viper's Pit is down on the A side. You might as well save inside it.
And that's just like, I have bathrooms.
If they come back.
they're not getting through bathrooms, guys. Don't worry. He literally hasn't moved. We've seen this a few times already in the tournament. I'm hopeful that he's actually just not moving. It did seem like when we went to his camp, it was absolutely fine. But no, I don't think we'll. Hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, we won't be having any of those problems today. But yeah, I think this is, again, another showcase of why Brimstone's ultimate on this map is just so ridiculously strong. Like, the backside of B is just basically completely covered, or it's going to be forcing a player out into a corner, which, again, we know from Ascend, they're going to be watching that corner every single time. And if they're going to go towards the A site, again, you can basically just clear out either the showers or lamps. It's such a strong ult, and that's why, well, we see Brimstone on Bind as a fairly popular pick.
I will say, not exactly the usual play to dive right into it, though. That was...
That is true.
A little bit of a ludicrous interpretation. But I do find it interesting as well, the walls that were put down. I mean, this is much more of a common wall out of Viper, right? It's covering your mid angle as well as inside of hookah and B mid. But what was interesting in the previous round was that they put it very, very aggressively. And it meant that as soon as Ascend had pushed past it, which in the early round, they can get past that wall before you're even close by, they're as comfortable as can be. And in fact, the flash that came out of Defo didn't even manage to land anyone because the wall was blocking it. It was a little weird. Obviously, because they had the ulti down on A, they wanted to have more B support, but they went an interesting route about it. Now, having spotted that, Judge, I think there's a good chance they just don't go towards this part of the map as Starzo creeps up on it, which is scaring me a little bit.
I think it's almost just to try and hold players in with the rotation. As we've seen so many times, I'm almost sick of it. Like, I've had enough. I've had enough of the Judge. I've seen it in matchmaking games as well. Zeke, though, he's just taking control. Even if he doesn't get a kill here, he's going to make things very awkward. He got a little bit lost. Finally finds his way out of the poison orb, but they've got the control. The only thing they don't know is Nats. He's hiding, a snake in the grass. They're going to have his teammates break the wall for him so he can keep this control. It seems like Bone Cold was trying to check for it, but now Shados, he's got a showstopper of his own.
No way, man. The blind comes in exactly as the showstopper goes up in the air to take the kill. This is disgusting. Gambit are just running all over them. And there's no space for Ascend. Where can they go? Starzo's watching the back. He tries to make it to sight, and he can only get a glimpse of that A site plan spot before a bullet connects to his head. A gorgeous round by Gambit. And you know, it was a retake, really, Tom, but the spike hadn't gone down. That's the best part.
Yeah, I think this is where you really showcase the best of Gambit in just the interplay between the different players. Like, everybody knew exactly what they needed to be doing. Like, denying the player from pushing out of bathrooms, breaking the wall so that Nats doesn't give away his position. It was just all perfectly played so that everybody had the ideal spot to actually take the fights they needed. And Ascend ended up just walking straight into a trap. Yeah, it was a beautiful round. Zeke, He's going to go for something a little bit spicy. Now, we've seen this quite a few times now, the blast pack straight into a judge in the face. I don't know how well it's going to work this time because it seems like they're going to play a little bit further back from Hookah. Maybe he can get Redgar. I'd be surprised if he gets anything more.
Tom, you know my opinions about Judge on attack.
Oh, for
I
God's
absolutely love it. You know, especially on the Raze, get those blast pack plays in the backside, and I almost wish that the push didn't come in just so we'd see it. But with Redguard down, that's a weapon to be retrieved, and obviously now the Judge shouldn't really be in play, but Zeke is just, he's going at it. He is really just sending it with that Judge. Eventually, he decides, I'll take the upgrade. A little spray on the way back as they make their way towards A. Nats, the solo defender, has a wall down, but he's about to be blocked out by the attacker's Viper wall. They intersect and don't really give a lot of room for Nats to do anything. He's got a silenced weapon, so spraying through that would be possible. Up goes the Sage wall to ensure the plant is safe. And now this is a pretty textbook round from Ascend. Should be tough for Gambit to find anything.
Yeah, they even have the TP locked down, so that they can't even... They'll know if anybody rotates in through that angle, so it basically funnels the remaining players straight through their own spawn, and they've got everything locked. The only problem was Nats, but realistically, how much are they going to be able to do with this amount of time?
Not a whole lot, you would imagine. At this point for Ascend, you know, you just want to drop these rifles, but they're starting to make some serious space. Nats taking down Kill as Spike, going to be stuck at least halfway. Zeke making his way through the wall, gets caught, but it won't be defused just yet. The time now running very, very low. They've got to get on it. It's already done. The Molly lands right on Defo just in time, but Tom for a 5v3 time on their side, everything to work with for Ascend. They end up with one player left alive on 10 HP. That is not a comfortable win.
No, that shouldn't have even been close. They had them completely locked out of all positions. I'm surprised Gambit managed to get that much work done. And okay, sure, they're the ones that come out still a little bit worse financially, but they've also made things a little bit awkward. The only thing that scares me now, sure, it's not a Jet, but you still have CNED back on the operator, and I think he's proven now that Sage is very much within his wheelhouse. Also gives him the ability to get a few more reses online with how many kills he's going to be getting, so I would be a little bit more scared at this point if you're on the Gambit side. Redgar, though, well, it's not a Judge this time, but he's still going to be just playing close into Hookah, so the weaponry disadvantage probably won't play much of a part in this round.
You wouldn't imagine so. Really what I'll look at, though, is CNED. You know, he's playing this aggressive attack side up. A lot of the times you won't even see teams take that out, and it's not working. It's not this time. The birthday boy of Chronicle just domes him, taking him out of the fight immediately. A very valuable skull to take, not just because of the fact that it's CNED and it's an op, which is justificational enough, but he had the res as well, Tom, and that limits their options now massively.
Yeah, they've still got the Viper's Pit. Also, a lot of the ASAT executions we've seen have only, well, basically relied on that wall because they haven't been able to clear out Nats. Well, I've said it before, I say it again, he's a bit of a rat. He's very difficult to clear out. Like, getting rid of him is going to be very difficult. I love the guy, fantastic player, but he just seems to be unkillable.
Killez, he got pushed in the smoke as he goes to trade his teammate. Chronicle's already right up on him. Great response. You see that ult go down. You want to get in it, get ahead of that Viper on the other team, and a pretty good round for Gambit yet again. 5-3. They really are feeling like the stronger side right now, Tom. Whether it comes down to those opening picks that they found, but also their retake ability and the fact that they're making rounds that should be clear-cut for Ascend. Very heavily contested.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and it does feel a lot at the moment that Ascend are very reliant on that wall, because the second it's not there, they just get abused. Like, this round looked very, very easy for Gambit, and Ascend, they're going to be taking themselves a pause. Normally an incredibly strong team when it comes to this attacking side. They've blasted a lot of opponents out of this map completely in recent times. In fact, well, again, I'll go back to, just drop a few names in here. Versus G2, they got 11 rounds on attack. Well, I can tell you for sure they're not going to be doing that this time. Versus FPX, they got 8 rounds on attack. Again, not even a possibility. So we've seen incredibly strong attackers. Don't get me wrong, they've still managed to close out most maps on the defense anyway, and in some cases, for example, versus Rix, in flawless fashion. But it's still a bit of a worry that Gambit are already giving them an incredible run for their money, and in a way that, as said, I feel like the second CNED goes down, they don't have that wall for the executions. Other than, I think, the round where they had the orbital strike, it's not looked great.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't, and it's rare to see Ascend challenged in these early fights the way that they are, to see CNED pressured like that. And sure, if you take the pistol round out of it, this is basically 3-3, right? Even rounds back and forth traded, so it might seem odd to say that Gambit are sort of doing better, feeling like the stronger team, but you can see it in just how tight the rounds that Ascend won have been. As we said, the leads, the clear-cut victories that they should have had completely stolen out from under them. Now, this early attack towards B, they know that there is that Sky close on long, and they're going to deal with it right away. Zeke just diving right in, but gets taken down. Not finding the space, they'll continue forward. The flash faked out by Starzo as he drops in with the classic. Own Cold's already taken Redguard Seekers to secure the site, and they know now, hey, that's Sky's still pretty close. Hunter's Fury to try and delay this a little bit longer. Not able to find much. That's a great tag, and he took Defo down. I was just looking at the red guys. Oh God, that's so terrible. 2-man advantage for Ascend. This is an eco. This is a light buy. Ascend are saving money for the next round. That's been a full kill. What's going on right now? Gambit, that might be the lifeline they need to try and get back into this. They're still against weak weapons. There's a judge in the hands of Bone Cold, but that might be a much more scary thing than a Vandal or a Phantom as they look to push out of this smoke, and there it is. The judge tearing apart Shados. The trade's in instantly, and that is about as clean as can be from Ascend, considering the round that was in it, Tom. This never should have happened.
That's the worst round of Valorant I've ever watched. I can't top that. He just good. Like, I'm pretty sure Defo just backs into it, but that was so heartbreaking. And then you just got it ended by a judge as well.
Man, I glanced at the picture-in-picture. I saw the res, and I'm thinking, okay, so Hunter's Fury is going to be redirected towards the res. It's going to get a tag onto 2 or 3 players, and then you just start screaming. I'm like, Tom, he hasn't even done it yet. I'm like, oh, Defo's dead somehow. Oh, that is awkward for sure. Redguard's not afraid to tell them that he's playing this with a judge, is he? He is sending out the smoke signals, but he still lost control. Great raise utility to just push him back, and now a little bit harder to use that judge. Maybe even had to pull a rotate in.
Yeah, well, they could do that anyway, though. That's the thing. They've locked down, again, Showers with the ultimate from Nat, so they can afford to play a little bit of a gamble. They've also got Chronicle available, who still has his owl drone, who can go looking for information. And Redgar, I almost wonder if this is bait. Like, he has thrown in all the sound of him shooting that shotgun off towards Hookah, and then he's just sat in this ratty little angle, waiting patiently for the push to come in. Oh no, he's caught CNED. He looked like he was about to back away. The spike is actually right in front of him, but Bone Cold lands the headshot. So integral, but they're trying to isolate the spike, and that's exactly what they've done.
They're taking them all down. Look at this, one by one they go in, and Shados is making easy work of them. They hadn't even spotted Defo tucked away in the corner. This is a competitive half, that's for damn sure, in a somewhat unpredictable manner. But hey, when we talk about Bind, Gambit, Ascend, this is pretty much the game that I had hoped we'd get.
It's been exciting. I'll say that. I'm a little bit worried for our voices by the end of today with the match that we've got coming up next as well. With like, I know that there was an interview with Avova where he's like, oh, I wouldn't call us the super team. It's like, you've bought some of the best players in the whole of Europe, you being one of them. Like, you are definitely considered a super team. So it's a Turkish super team versus the EU super team coming up next. But for now, at least,
Poison's off.
this match is definitely delivering. Gambit in the lead on their defensive side, and again, just battling for control everywhere on the map. They're not giving any space over to Ascend. No respect given. It has to be earned. And again, you can tell they want to try and get something out of this orb, but Nats is just happy to peek into the angle.
Toxin screen down.
No charges.
They've pushed him back. They're flashing the corner, they're moving up. A lot of space claimed. Got a little ulti orb there for Starzo. Gonna be just one away now from popping those Seekers out, and it's really Zeke I'm looking at. Starting to creep up towards the B site. There's a lot of players grouped up on B, and he has an ultimate to play with. Let alone his general utility. That's going to be the showstopper pop. He's looking to blast back into the site. He can't get over there, though. The nade thrown up in front, the Seekers in. That slowed him completely. They managed to drop Nats elsewhere. That B fake has worked. Look, there's only one player trapped inside of Lamps, and Redguard doesn't really have a choice here but to take this fight. He's good for one. The trade quickly in, and the plan secured. Ascend. Whoa, nice and shock dart. 4 versus 3. Good post plant utility to play with. This should be their round.
Oh, that flash was gorgeous from Starzo. Both players trying to rotate in as blind as humanly possible, and he's going to close out with an ace. Fantastic round from him. And what? Exactly what Ascend needed. They'll get things back to 6-5, and I'd be interested to see what the finances are like. The last round from Gambit was pretty decent, so I don't think... Oh, I was going to say I don't think they should be in too much trouble, but actually, it's not great. They're going to have a few pieces missing here.
Yeah, it's definitely shaky. And whereas Ascend in the last round, obviously you had Zeke playing with a Sheriff, the dude had a showstopper. That makes a big difference versus Nats in the moment. You know, he's going to have to play behind his utility, much more passive stance. However, his teammate Shados does have that showstopper to play with. That could definitely be a difference maker as we come into the final round. You're almost guaranteed that that's going to get popped off. And Redgar has this ult, but, you know, no one cares. They've crept through, man. Look at this with the wall. They're all the way in towards the spawn. Bone Cold has a fight on his hands. The Sheriff even gets a second kill. Okay, considering the fact that he had the worst weapon on the team and there's a showstopper still online on the A side, that's actually started out pretty well. The problem is Seeker's now going to be picked up by Starzo, right? There we go. He got the orb just now. Pops it out. That's going to be free information.
Well, yeah, they lost a Bulldog and a pistol. So all in all, out of all the weaponry they could have lost, that's the best of a bad situation for Gambit. The fact is, though, they are going to lose control of this A side. Looks like a retake. What is that from Shados? How do you even have the gall to go for a peek like that? Just straight into the open. And they still have a player here. Defo is ready and waiting. He's got flashes to throw them down, the heals to bring his teammates back right up to 100. And wow, already Showstopper could be about to make things a little bit more awkward. They're going to peek into it. He was ready for that, Mitch.
Oh, he absolutely was. Starzo's got it all to do now. 1v3 and already picked it down to a 1 versus 1 on the backside. This is a man that aced the previous round, now looking to do so much more for Ascend. Up on top of the tube, not spotting. He'll drop on this and now knows the player's in spawn, trying to bait him out into open combat, but time is so low. He has to plant, he has to stick it or go for the fight. All 4 kills for Starzo. That is 6-6 at the halftime. A celebration we see in his player cam, and damn well deserved. What an incredible turnaround in these last couple of rounds from him alone to put it on even numbers coming into half number 2.
What a god. He had no right winning that round. The 3 versus 1 for starters is bad enough, but then to be halfway through that planting animation and then just flick off and do that to a player like Defo as well. Like, I doubt he's had anyone do that to him in his entire career. Like, ridiculous stuff. That's 9 kills in 2 rounds as well from Starzo. That is absurd. 6-6, even on the half, and you know what? Wouldn't have it any other way.
That was possibly the last outcome I saw from that situation. Like, once he played time, I thought that's it, it's done, you know? This guy's gonna peek and planting. Wow. Oh, the Tiger didn't get too much here. The wall completely countering it out. This is a very expensive start to the round, but one that definitely favors Ascend, having picked up that ultimate orb. No surprise that it was Zeke. Grab that. The nade, so perfect, man.
Out of charges.
As soon as they hear the drone go out, it's just bang right on his feet. And again, Tom, you know, that cancels out a 400 credit. Piece of utility. That is absolutely massive. Plus damage.
Yeah, again, we see these slow defaults coming out from Gambit. They know that at least somebody's here. They're not. See, he's not actually going to check this close corner. This could be a big problem. He's actually just gone straight through, trying to bait him out. But Killers doesn't fall for it. He's going to be able to get rid of his CIS brother-in-arms and while now into the 5 versus 4 again. So much to delay. Starzo, though, incredibly low.
Well, they're pushing them down. They're trying to go for the classic jump peaks with the right clicks coming in, and it's working for CNET. Oh my! Nats alone. 1 versus 3. He has that poison orb to help him on a fight in through hookah, but they have plenty of time. They're just going to run this down as the toxins slowly deplete. Eventually, the walls and orbs fall. Here they come. Spotted him on the backside. He's into the smoke, but CNET is waiting, and the right clicks do him an absolute service in this round, putting the pistol into Ascend's favor. And it's quite a comeback, really. They were 6-4 down. Ace from Starzo, 4K from Starzo in a 1v3 clutch, and now the pistol. This is starting to look pretty good for Ascend.
But yeah, this is exactly what Ascend do. Like we talk about them being this star-studded roster. The highlights normally come through as like, oh yeah, the Zeke, the fantastic player, CNED, best in Europe. Starzo's right there with them. It's not breaking a sweat in a lot of these rounds, and Gambit, actually after just losing the pistol, are actually going to take themselves attack. Now, as said, previously, their defensive side has looked incredibly good on this map. I think they've proven that their ability to take map control, delay their opponents, and make for a lot of awkward fights is something they're excellent at. But the fact that Ascend managed to clutch out a couple of those rounds has now put them in a spot where they have to do the work on the attack side. And although they are one of those squads that loves a slow default, and Ascend, I don't think they're going to be shying away from a fight anytime soon. I do think that this could be the tougher of the halves for Gambit, so they're going to take a moment to talk it through.
Possibly even contemplating that force buy, right? To just answer right back up, and up against Ascend, that would be a ballsy play, to say the least. Especially considering the half sort of lies in the balance, you know, things are evened up at this point, and you don't want to allow Ascend to run away with a 9-6 lead in the early stages. So I think buying up just a couple of pistols is the way to go. Sprinkle in some sheriffs into this week buy and see what they can get done. I know one thing. I'm still very afraid of Gambit when they've got sheriffs in their hand. They're just as good as rifles for most of these players.
Yeah, well, go into any esport, any video game you've ever played, and you're going to get domed by CIS players. They're born with these pistols in hands. It's only after a few years of playing that they're allowed to upgrade to the rifles. That's just the rules of living out. That's one of the reasons I moved to Ukraine, hoping it would increase my aim. It didn't. I still suck, but maybe less than before. Who knows?
My ultimate is not ready.
I'm not sure about the last part, but I can confirm every other part. Definitely, from my experience. Still, nothing will beat the day that you shadow stepped into a boombot. I'll remember that forever back in the beta. I think
the day where Boaster absolutely outplayed you and put it on Twitter.
One enemy remaining.
Well, we didn't need to go there, Tom. We didn't need to go there, and to be honest, I'm disappointed in you for bringing it to that low blow.
There's lower blows. There's lower. Don't worry. There's plenty of stories in the MitchMan section of my autobiography, but
great.
Don't worry. Coming
I hope
soon.
It never gets published.
2031, I think, is the year.
Partnering with Team T, are you? Okay, awesome. Well, at 8-6, we're seeing that bonus round come through for Ascend. Lots of weak weapons, and of course, the strongest weapon in the game in the form of the Judge, but takes naded heavily. 15 HP. Heals are going to have to come through for him to have any sort of a chance in a duel up close. Oh, snake bites really eating away at Redguard there. He's going to regen up a little bit of his health, but costly enough. I have to say for Ascend, like, they're playing really, really patient. I think they're hyper aware of the kind of defaults that Gambit want to play, that very slow play. You said yourself, Tom, that this isn't a team on Ascend side that will shy away from taking fights, but they're definitely holding their aggression back in these early rounds.
Out of charges.
Even still, though, they've managed to garner quite a lot of map control. Zeke, this is almost disrespectful. He's just pushing behind them with the Judge, and they know exactly where they're going at this point. It might as well be scripted, written down exactly for all the world to see, because CNED's now in the perfect spot. This is the bonus round. This shouldn't even be close. This is one we expect Gambit to win, and it's falling apart. Running out of time. Switch over to that Judge, and now it's left all onto Redguard to try and find 2 kills in 10 seconds because he is not getting a plant.
He's not getting the kills either, Tom. I mean, in fairness to Redguard, the man got lit to 30 HP without seeing anybody, so that's, you know, less than ideal. for when he takes a fight against a judge. At 9-6 is the exact scoreline that we warned against, right? This is why Gambit didn't take that force by coming into the second round. But the problem now, Tom, is that Ascend have got 9-6 and Gambit have got no money. So this is probably double digits for Gambit, or for Ascend. Not in the 2s, Tom. Not this time. But
No,
we'll
not
see
yet.
if we get there.
What, are you getting flashbacks already?
Let's give us a 48, or give us a 50 round game this time. I'll be happy.
Okay, well that's been willed into existence. Luckily you're the captain of the Jinx, so that probably means that Gambit won't get another round, and CIS fans can thank you for that, but... Pistols in this one once again. These slow rounds so far have not been working out for Gambit, and as said, like, a lot of teams have been able to bite them when it comes to this sort of setup. Playing down that time, a lot of utility available for Ascend as well to slow them down. We know how long a Brimstone smoke can last, but for now, he's not really needing them. Just picking them apart one by one, and this spread out across the map is really not paying off at all for Gambit.
It makes sense with the Sheriffs to try and take those fights individually. Spread out, catch any pushes, and hopefully find a rifle to group up and take some sights. And there's always going to be that the duality of pistol rounds. You can either play them individually like this and try to get picks, or use numbers to your advantage and rush in. Kind of comp that they're up against here in Ascend, they have a lot of stopping power, so it's not necessarily going to be successful if you just go charging in. But, well, the latter isn't showing too much reward, as you said, Tom. Starzo's even going to just creep away from that reveal. Bone Cold on the peak for 4. Give him the ace. Yeah, give him the ace. It's only against an eco, why not? The only thing is that he did already have his ult, Tom. So, a couple of points that could have been distributed. But you know what? Dude's got an ace. We'll give it to him.
That's something you always do in your games though, as well, though, right? You're like, oh, guys, I've got my ult, so I'm not going to go for the ace. That's something you're known for, in fact, and definitely not... I think the phrase you normally use is "This is my moment." I think that's what you normally say.
Right before I get shot in the head. Yep, that tends
exactly.
tends to be the call. Like, I got this. Runs through smoke, dies. I don't got this, guys. I think they're gonna win. But 10-6, right? Here's the buy for Gambit. This is a serious round. If Gambit lose this one, they're in a lot of trouble. Look at this ulti. That is an unusual one. We usually see it used towards A-mid, maybe Bath. They're going to use it in hookah. So deep. Look where it goes. It goes all the way around towards their spawns. You can even use that to push up. That's big brain. And that's not what I've seen before.
Deformed Pac-Man. Like, it's gone a little bit wrong, but yeah, he's chewing up half of the map. I'm not sure I've seen a bigger ult than that. It's not going to matter too much though, because even though they've got half of it locked down, the other half is being taken away from them. Nats with the triple. Already the flank coming through, but at this stage they should be expecting Starzo to be there.
And Nats has his own little Viper's Pit now after that play. Killas just loses his over towards the B side. He's fully made that rotate into A. Nice shot by Starzo, but he's going to be all alone and an ace clutch needed. Hey, he's done it already. He's found an ace before, but this time he will be denied. The weapons in the hands of Gambit certainly work out well to put 10-7 on the board. They're not letting Ascend run away with it. And that was such a key round. I mean, if they do not win that, Ascend are looking at map point right away. And, well, coming back from that's going to be pretty tough. But now Gambit have bought themselves a lifeline.
Yeah, especially like a team like Ascend. They seem to be a team that I can't really think of many cases where they're just letting things slip away from them. Like they've normally once in the lead, it's very difficult to claim it back. Again, though, this is going to be an upgrade to the previous buys we've seen as now the operator comes into play. On the attacking side, pushing him with an op, with a Sage, not too easy, but you post this man up with an angle, and well, it's a very different ballpark altogether. Nats, again, looks like he's trying to push and probe mid-A, and Shados doing the same into hookah. But Bonecott, he's been on today. I think that's his 20th kill of the map already.
Oh, not too shabby.
I've got your trail.
The ace that we saw before, the orbital strike online, but hey, Gambit, they're a man down already. Those ultis might not be necessary. Unless they want to fight through the Viper's Pit, of course, because it's now being erected by Nats, and they're going to look to take some fights together. Orbital strike pushes them out of position. Spike is down on the floor. Still haven't managed to deal with that Viper, but it looks like they're about to catch Redgar out in the open, and Starzo turns to take Nats. How did he do that, Tom?
there are many things that he's done today where I'm not going to be able to tell you how he did it, Mitch. And I think we'll just put that one in the folder, in the bracket for later. Maybe Hypop can tweet that one out as well, gain some few impressions. Because, like, he has been unbelievable today. And just, wow, shutting them out. Maybe yoinking a kill or two of his teammate there, but, wow. just ruining anything they can and straight through the Viper's pit as well. Fantastic work again. He's having a day, and well, as I said, like, he's not always the focal point of this squad. Bone Cold, he's been another today, and I thought he was about to have a little bit more of a battle. In fact, this has left things quite awkward for Redgar, as the rest of the team haven't been able to push, and he's already on elbow.
Unfortunate for Chronicle, he wanted to get that tag in and try to follow up. No, they don't. They don't know he's going up behind them. I have absolutely no idea.
Okay.
They would have thought they would have read that one, but Chronicle now alone had the ult, but, well, it's not going to connect, is it? 12-7. A devastating loss for Gambit. At this stage, you know, they had Chronicle start by putting the drone up through long. It almost caught the tag on the CNED, which would have allowed for, well, normally versus CNED, the Hunter's Fury wouldn't be too effective, but on a Sage, that could have been huge. But it misses. It's not able to connect, and now we end up in this spot where, well, CNED's able to just run wild and take a little triple kill.
Yeah, this is always the fear with Ascend. Everybody's turning up today. There hasn't been a player who hasn't had a moment, and for Gambit, they just haven't really been able to cope. Their attack has not looked particularly good. They let things slip when it came to their defense, and oh, Zeke, oh, see you later. You might have a showstopper of your own. Bishados is going to blast through. Starzo, though, oh, I thought for a moment he might be able to get a couple, but I think Nat's got that kill while blind.
But look who's right behind them. There's two players, in fact, flanking it in. CNED takes the first, and here's Bone Cold swinging out for more. They've spotted Redgar in the corner, and he's quickly dispatched, leaving Chronicle all alone. That Hunter's Fury not likely to be used here as Zeke gets rezzed up. Killaz going for the fight up close. He's the last man alive, but he just about gets it done. 13-7 as we close out map number 1, and Ascend looked dominant that second half, Tom. My God, we had worries about their attacking side not going quite as cleanly as we had hoped, but, well, they certainly made up for it when they got to the defense, didn't they? And, of course, Starzo in the last 2 rounds.
I just love, I would just happily put Starzo full screen at this point, just him dancing along, because they've had a worldie of a time, and he, as said, I think we saw the full force of what Ascend can be. They didn't even need CNED for the majority of that map. Sure, on the defensive side, when he came in with the operator, he's still going to put up numbers on the board, but yeah, Bone Cold Starzo had a fantastic performance, and again, we look to that attack side from Gambit and just say, like, those slow defaulty styles, we expected it. It seems like Ascend expected it, and they were ready on how to counter it.
That they were, but you know what? That's not the end of the series just yet, Tom. Unfortunately, it ain't going to be quite that easy for Ascend. They've got 2 more maps to play out. They only need to win 1. That's how BO3 works, in case you don't know, Tom.
Thank you.
So, you know, usually between the BO3s, we do this little thing called a break. I think we're going to do it again this time around. We're going to throw things to a break. When we come back, the AD is going to break down that map, set up map 2, and tell us what we can expect out of this series. We'll see you real soon.
get money.
Back to the EMEA Challengers playoffs, where Ascend have taken map 1 over Gambit on Bind. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined once again on the desk by RyanCentral and Kaquka. Now, what a start to this qualification match. Ryan, we already knew that Ascend, they're the kings of Europe, but at this rate, they're about to be the kings of EMEA.
Yeah, they came in strong, and it was really good to see Gambit pull out something a little bit different overall when it comes to strategies and stuff. So I think Ascend responded well. They were maybe expected a slower, more default-centric Gambit. So when Gambit come out a bit more aggressive than you usually see, they were up for the challenge. And certainly Starzo, he won every duel he was a part of. He had 2 Seekers, 2 Ultimates in 3 rounds, and 9 kills in 2. He was on one in a map that CNED was a little bit quieter on as well.
Yeah, and I have to say, lovely to see. I actually was surprised by Gambit's defense. I think that they were doing a great job, you know, taking hookah, taking the control over showers, just forcing Ascend to use utility whenever they didn't want to. And that gave them some rounds. It still was not enough. I also feel that they were really good at breaking the timing into the plant, but still, I feel like Bone Cold and Starshow were just stars for Ascend today.
I mean, it's not something we usually talk about, I feel. They're no longer CNED and friends, as you guys can see with those stats. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, it feels like almost what we talked about in the pre-show, you know, they made these changes not just within Zeke, within the team as well. And Kaquka, how scary are Ascend now?
Completely. I mean, obviously, this was a coin toss from Gambit. They changed the comp. This either work or it doesn't. It started off well. I have to say that the early rounds were the closest ones, and I have to say it felt like a really short map. I don't know if you guys have the same feeling, but most of the rounds were incredibly fast. They didn't want to get pushed from behind, so I would say that from both teams. But this is a great start from them. What we expected. I think that Gambit put up a good fight. Let's see what they do on Ascend.
Yeah, it was definitely punchy. And the question for me was, realistically, how much are Gambit going to fight for space? Because on their defense, they play very passive, they're very retake-centric, but they were really wanting to try and catch timings on Ascend. Timings that Ascend weren't going to expect of one of the slowest teams in Europe. But it's as soon as we got onto Ascend's defense and Gambit's attack, 1 round out of 8, it was really rough. And I think as well, as a round in particular where Starzo wins that clutch, I think it just broke the mental as well. Like, this is, first of all, unreal, but this goes to show Gambit aren't a team to play a player in B lobby like this, especially with a judge. This is like the antithesis of what you would expect from them. Actually, we see the orbital strike being used in this position just to try and bully people. Like I mentioned, Ascend are that kind of team where they want to try and isolate players, make them fight, and this is a sharp moment for Gambit overall. They just weren't expecting Starzo to come in and look so terrific in that clutch on the 12th round.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Starzo a little bit more, Kaquka, because he's a character, isn't he? Like, we've always kind of known what he can do, but the way he kind of like kisses the camera, sends a little love heart. This is what we like to see, players having fun too.
Yeah, exactly. We were watching on the green room, and I still have a sore throat for screaming, oh, because that fake plan on the nick of time, everything was perfect, and his reaction as well to the camera, as you were mentioning, was beautiful to see. Him and Bonko carry the team, and it's what... Not carry, obviously, because this is what we were talking about. We want an ace, and we know that they're so good that we need to see every single player shine. And this is the way that they do it, so they deserve the win today.
And it's just the fact that Gambit, we were expecting what their mental would be like. They always seem to get to this point in the tournament and then fall.
Oh.
I felt that after Starzo won that 1 versus 3, that this is Ascend's map at that point, even though the scores were tied 6-all. Just because how does Gambit come back from that? They have a reset when it goes to playing on a different side, but their attack, despite having a much more aggressive composition than we're used to seeing from Gambit, they weren't able to take that space because Ascend are so proactive on their defense. Do you really want to take a fight with CNED or Starzo when they're on fire like that? It's hard for Gambit to find any form of space.
Well, it is a massive, massive advantage for Ascend to just come out, win the map the way that they did. But of course, they got 2 more maps. There's every potential that this could go to map 3. But let's talk about Ascend up next, Kaquka. We haven't seen too much, you know, of Ascend on this map. But what are you expecting?
They played, as you say, very little. Only 2 maps. Actually, last one was the loss against G2. Gambit, on the other hand, they have a long way in this map. I do not expect any change in compositions. I would like to see from Ascend though, because I feel like they're just too comfortable doing what they do. And because of the latest results, they should look for something else. Of course, they've practiced and know how Gambit plays this, so and they knew that we were probably gonna find this map here today. So I'm expecting some changes.
Yeah, 6-0 is Gambit on this map even. The only win that they got on EMEA was against Guild, which is a pretty solid one. For Ascend, they lost to G2. They're 1-1. So this is a map that they certainly don't look comfortable on. Certainly their defense is where they struggle the most. But the fact is that Gambit's attack was pretty lackluster. Like you said, Kaquka, I expect Gambit to maybe rein it back in. This is a map that they clearly have the advantage on, hence why they picked it. But Ascend, we've always said that their map pool is pretty shiny. And of course, if they're going to lose the one map, which they did in the grand final against G2, that's the one map that they're going to go over in scrims and try and make sure it's as perfect as it can be.
Well, how much do we read into that, Ryan? Because they're on a 14-game win streak. They've only lost 2 maps, Ascend, in the last 14. And as you both said, one of them is Ascend. So is this an opening, do you see, for Gambit?
You would expect so. You want to take that advantage when you could get it, because really you had a chance to maybe surprise and take that first map. But as soon as Ascend show up, which they can do, they're very disciplined with how they formulate approaches with executes, how they use utility, how they buddy up, how they exploit space. But also Ascend, we just saw them, like the improvisational skills. Whilst Shados and the rest of Gambit looked good, we didn't see that many individual clutch out moments, certainly not towards the end of the map on Bind. So Gambit, you have to reset very quickly. Otherwise, this is a straightforward 2-0 for Ascend.
Yeah, and if Zenit has one of his games and he scores like 300 ACS, this is going to be a tough one. We didn't see him shine completely on Bite, but he actually didn't need to. I think that they're going to start defending on this map, and that is definitely an advantage for them. There's something that they have to use in their favor, and I think that's one of the keys for this Ascent.
I mean, obviously, only one map down. Anything could happen over the next 2. But what would this mean, for Gambit, Kaquka, if they were to fall short here? It's not the end of the world. We have a double elimination bracket, which is fantastic. Yeah. They still have a chance to make it to Berlin, but we also got to take into consideration the seeding as well, because the last thing you want to do is to make it to Masters and then having to go up against one of the NA teams first round.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the end for Gambit. I do think that Ascend is going to take this match, but I think that they've proven a lot, and they have this image in the rest of Europe that they are the best CIS team. We have seen, we see if it's not Ascend, the one that the teams that hate the most or hate playing against, it's going to be Gambit. So that says a lot from them, and I don't think we're gonna lose them here.
Yeah, my thinking with Gambit is that they would lose this match despite me thinking that they would win, just because Gambit will look better when they don't have that pressure of qualifying. So this is a tough opponent. Ascend are just as riled up to get that position into Berlin. They have just as much to prove as Gambit do. But I imagine as soon as we get those top 4, if Gambit's a part of it, then they can they can breathe, they can try stuff out, and they might be able to set themselves and show us what all of the pros are scrimming up against, because that was a map, you see glimmers of it, but it wasn't consistent, which is typical Gambit.
Well, they're going to take a breather, but we're also going to take a quick breather, but do not go anywhere, because this qualification match is just getting started. map one unbind, but there's still all to play for in this qualification match against the Gambit. I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Kaquka. Now, like I said, it's not the end of the world for Gambit. They can bring it back once again on Ascent. But Ryan, just before we head into Agent Select, I want to quickly talk about the compositions we're going to see because it's going to be quite different as you would expect from these two teams.
I had to do a double take for Ascents because they have Bone Cold going over to the Breach and stuff like that. And this is another map where we saw Gambit change it up a little bit. They were running Defo on the Jet, but in the DreamHack tournament, the third-party one that they were doing in between Challengers 1 of CIS, and now they ran Sky. So maybe they're going to run no Duelist, but I really want to see Defo and CNED both play in the Jet because I think that's incredibly impactful when it comes to this map on Ascent.
Lovely. It's going to be a big map, and I have to say that one of the things that I care about the most is the fact that Gambit is really good on their attack. They really look very comfortable about what they're doing. We saw them against Guild. Guild did counter-strat them very hard on some rounds, but still wasn't enough. This is why I think that even with all this study that Asen has put into this map, this is going to be for Gambit.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select now and see what the picks are going to be. Again, haven't seen Ascent too much on this map, so they could bring something funky with them. But Defo and CNED locking in the Jet right away there, Ryan. So your wishes, they've come true.
Yeah, Stazo has been in a position where he's going to be playing either the Silver or the Sky at this point. And so it's going to be looking a little bit different for this lineup. I think the main thing is Gambit, the last person to lock in is Nats. The Cypher is incredibly impactful on this map. Gambit will try and stack in certain areas of the map, and those places that they're not, there's going to be a little cheeky tripwire there to catch space. It is Gambit attacking first. It is the most de facto composition. They have Shados back on the Sage as well, so we can see what he can do there. Ascend, haven't locked in just yet, but Keeler's on the Reyna. Potential, because he has ran it in before.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the comp that Boaster spoke about, right, Kaquka? The kind of like beta comp that they've always played, the trusted one. But it does look like we're going to ignore the Hobber for a second, but it looks like Ascend could be doing something either identical or slightly different.
I would say that's going to be pretty much identical. We know that, well, if Gillis locks up that Reyna, I'm going to be...
Okay. Let's go.
No Sentinel. I mean, Sage is there, but is she really a Sentinel? Oh my God, we love to see this. Both teams, they knew that they were going to play Bind and Ascent, and both teams chose to go for the hardest, the difficult, just the change in the comp. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's no Killjoy instead because Keeler he does play Reyna on Icebox. That's why it's a little bit like, actually, yeah. And then he went over Euro, and I was like, no, that's never happening. But yeah, this is a much more aggressive, again, play on the defense. They're not wanting to hold space with Killjoy utility. They want to go out and fight. And like I said, keep bullying Gambit. They're going to be very proactive. And yeah, Defo, Shados, you need to be on your aim with the Jills because now the Sentinel player is coming after you.
I mean, it's nearly identical. It's just instead of the Cypher, Kaquka, we'll play the Reyna.
I mean, we have seen in many teams, you know, the changing from a Sentinel precisely to a Duelist. Phoenix, most of the occasions, sometimes it doesn't work out well, but I feel like Keelis is the kind of player that can almost play and change roles pretty easily in his mind. So I still think this is going to go for Gambit, but I wonder if they expected this.
I mean, we didn't expect it, but so you're backing Gambit for this map?
Yes.
All right, Ryan, how about you?
I think Ascent take this 2-0. I think just a minor change is going to throw off any plans that Gambit have, and they are very plan-centric, so they have to attack first. They need to sort of at least get 6-all, I think. Their defense is strong, but their attack was super weak combined. It has to be better on Ascent.
Well, the Agent Selects is done. We're ready to get into game. Gambit, they have to win on this map if they want to qualify for Masters Berlin today. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. Well, Tom, I'm quite excited about this. No Sentinel Ascent for Ascend. What are your thoughts on that?
Risky. Very risky. You're going to have to play quite aggressive up in the faces of your opponents if you're going to want to try and slow them down, because most of the time, at least on one side of the map, you're going to have either maybe on the B side, Killjoy locking it down, on the A side, you see Cypher quite regularly, and it gives them a lot of information as well. So yeah, it's a risk, but I don't think they were going to win this map without a risk. So I like the fact that Ascend are trying to play something a little bit special.
Well, exactly. Changes needed to be made here on Ascent for Ascend. And changes they have made. Let's see if it works out. Defensive side start for them here. And the clock is ticking down. We're about to get into the pistol round where Gambit look to make the recovery. Remember, the winner of this series will be qualified for Masters Berlin. A lot on the line as we get into the pistol.
Yeah, this map is the best map for Gambit. This is one that they've lost once since February and one that they play regularly. A 41-4 record, absolutely absurd, but they are up against CNED, and he's already managed to find a couple of heads to at least kick things off. They've got a lot of space, though. Already deep control in towards B, but there's actually no one there for the defense. They just don't know that yet, and the spike actually still has to cross, but Shados gets the timing perfect.
He will have spotted CNED there, at least on the mini-map as well. So that is huge information to play with. They now want to push into B, knowing there's only one player here, and they've already got this control. Pushing up, now they've even seen the flank, so they should know this side is completely clear. That's why they're clearing the backside with a knife out. Normally, Shados would probably have his gun in hand. So now the problem for Ascend is getting back in here, Tom. They don't really have a lot to play with, because as they go in, look at this. All three players are on the backside, and well, it's going to be hard to take those duels. That's nasty, man.
Yeah, you almost have to jump into the angle, which is just not a fight you're really going to win. The only thing that's there, maybe some shock darts could be thrown into the back corner to try and force them out of position. They now know exactly where every single member of this squad is, and you know what? CNED's already got his third kill of the round. It's starting to get a bit dangerous, but Redgar is there to close. Gambit, again, will kick off the first half with the pistol in their control, but at the same time, we've already seen that Ascend happy to try and fight back.
In that 3v2, I love the use of their utility to just really slow the round. The benefit of having still been in their default by the time that they had found all these kills. They're then capable of moving into the B side, walling off one side, using a cam, using their slows, and the real benefit comes from the fact that as those players start to push towards the site, they're met by utility that they have to then deal with, and they have to clear all their corners because they expect there's going to be someone with a classic ready to right-click them behind one of the boxes, right? But no, there's just three on the backside. They take, oh, well, that's an awkward fight for CNED. They take all the fights. Cam's going to, oh, it didn't spot him. Okay, so this is really good information that they think there's a player on the left-hand side, or they know. They have no idea about down below, and in fact, I think getting spotted by that was intentional. They're trying to bait them into a fight. Bone Cold wins it, and the slow down's going to stop Shados from getting away. He's now trapped. They wanted to wall him in, but Starzo just takes the fight. A classic, and he still wins it out. They're capable of pushing in, getting a couple of rifles here. Well, weaker weapons, but still having the potential to retake this A site and put up a damn good fight.
Looks like Redgar has ascended. It's very, very bright in that room, as is the future of this squad, I'd say. But yeah, this round unlikely to garner too much. The thing as well is you might be thinking, hey, they got a couple of Spectres. They had nothing in this round. Maybe they could bring into the next. It's just not worth it for Ascend. They're gonna have rifles in the next round. Keeping these weapons would also reduce the amount of cash they get into next, which roughly be enough for them to actually get a Spectre anyway. So they might as well just try and do as much damage as humanly possible. Even an extra kill here is a dub for Ascend.
Yeah, breaking the window just to cause that bit of paranoia. It's gonna be tough to win any of these fights, really. I mean, these guys are playing without armor, but closing in the distance here, Starzo has a chance. A good kill for him. Time's so low. Winning this out is unlikely. He has a wall, but no time to even put it down. Just trying to bait them into open combat. And oh, look, 3 kills considering the round that's in it. That is damn impressive, and a great performance by Starzo. 4 ult points on the board, despite the 2-0 loss. I think Ascend have really just put the foundations down for this to be a good answer back to maybe equalize things up.
I'll be interested to see how much Gambit actually put into this round, because there is a real possibility that they just force this up completely, go in with the rifles and just play it as if it's a normal round. But by the looks of it, they're going to play this as potentially the weakest bonus I've ever seen. Like, you've got yourself 2 Spectres, oh, make it a third, and some pistols alongside it. Like, this really isn't good. Defo's going to have to do something incredible, and in fact, he just gets a bullet in the face.
Yeah, good attempt. Poor results. In goes the drone. If this tags anybody, they are dead from the spam through the smoke. He's popped his first recon out. And just put it blindly through the smoke. They started to push, and I was worried that was going to be full commitment with 3 players still around this choke point, but Gambit happy to pump the brakes, and they're watching for their back. These tripwires, evidently, originally they wanted to go for a very fast strategy, and they didn't intend to meet such heavy resistance. Now they're leaving Redgar to lurk towards this A side of the map and make sure that Ascend haven't pushed up, and therefore fully rotated to the B side and have a heavy stack. They know now that that's not the case because A main is clear. They're starting to move towards middle, and they'll spot this out to be clear as well, a player just playing passive in market. But what they don't know is that there is still a 3-man hold on this B site. They obviously haven't rotated to A, but they're not playing a deep mid. They're not playing a heavier A play. And this could be problematic as they look to push in.
Playing this one incredibly slow. And then the problem is, at this stage, they almost have to run through mid because they don't have the time to actually go all the way back around, which just means they're going to have to face straight into Bone Cold. And he still has his paranoia in mind. He's not going to use it, though. In fact, he just gets traded out almost instantly. It leaves CNED on his own. And with the operator here, it could actually be a bit of a problem of him being overwhelmed. In fact, he misses the first shot. Luckily, Killers is alongside him, and the second flick is lightning fast. Nats will get 2, but he should be dead as he attempts to plant. This almost needs to go for the kills, and he runs out of bullets as he goes spraying into the head of Star Zone.
If that had a drum mag, I think there was a possibility for him winning that, but yeah, the ammo was really his downfall.
It was a bison.
Oh, God. That's one weapon I'm happy to leave behind. But for Gambit, again, that was a weak investment. As you said, a terrible bonus round, essentially, and they end up with a bunch of kills. They almost get the plant down. How there's a reality where they win that. So I think all in all, you can be pretty happy with that round, especially knowing that this is just such a big weakness for Ascend as a map recently. Like, sure, there's not a ton of data on them over the last 2 months, but that game versus G2 really did not look good. And with Gambit feeling so comfortable here, they're definitely not going to be scared about, losing that one round to the Rifles of Ascend. And already the answer has been there as they stop the mid aggression, they stop the A push. They only lose 1 man for it.
Everyone hiding.
Yeah, the worry for me with this comp is that you're playing into a team hyper aggressively. You have to, because you don't really have the Sentinels to lock down sites. And you're playing against a team that loves to play slow D40 rounds where they wait for people to push. So it's almost like you're trying to beat Gambit at the game they want to play. Now, Ascend definitely have the players to do that. Unfortunately, thus far, it's not exactly going great. Killers goes down very early. CNED now basically has to kill everyone. He is going to manage to catch Defo as he flies above and fall back to the site at least. But 4 players potentially pushing onto him, he would need to pull off a miracle.
Paranoia just got used to pull him off the angle if he was still peeking long. They're trying to flank. The bullets aren't connecting. CNED is going to go through the smoke and take Nats down. He's back out for more. 3 kills on the board for CNED, and a round that looked certain to be in the hands of Gambit when the timer ticked away now is contested. CNED even has the ultimate to play with. No updrafts or dashes, which is going to be a little bit hampering. He's getting a heal up. The wall is broken. They know both players are up above. At least they should do. Those slows landing, stopping Shados from really repositioning the recon to slow them down that little bit as CNED takes the operator back out. He clears the angle. A 4th kill. The ace not quite going to be there because Starzo comes in at the final hour, and a little thumbs up from CNED. You can't blame him. What an incredible round.
All I'm gonna say is praise be to CNED. Like, he is the one true god that is out there, because that's ludicrous. Like that was basically him in a 1v5 on that site. Like, he shouldn't have. If he gets 2 kills there, that's a good round considering what he was up against. He had absolutely no right getting 4. And well, I think that's one of the things that, again, we talk about the aggressiveness of this player, but CNED's positioning in this round was spot on in every single duel he took.
Here.
Yep, absolutely. He isolated fights. His timing was perfect. Most importantly, the shots were damn crispy. That's why we love to see this man on a jet, the freedom he has to play that aggressive role, and, well, he does it better than anyone I know. That's for sure. Defo pops the ulti, the Blade Storm. Coming in here on a full buy round for Ascend. They'll see if they can do some damage, drop these weapons, and Tom, their chances aren't great, but if that Blade Storm can find the first fight, and it may well do, CNED is going out on middle. The blades don't land, but CNED's shot does. God, he's so damn good.
I feel like if there's ever agent bans, Jet is going to be instant anytime anyone ever plays Ascend. Like, you're not even going to care what the map is. Even if it's one where he might not play it, like Bind, you still might just ban it just for the sake of it, because you don't want this happening to you. Just styling on players that are moving at the speed of sound. But like, the whole problem we have with the knives is like, yeah, players can actually run and basically sprint at full speed. And they're absolutely fine, like hitting all of those knives. And Cena's like, oh, you want to run? I'm just going to hit you with the op and then dash away. It's not even a problem for me.
It's like a 30-degree flick and just dash straight out. I barely have time to process
the
that
knives
he's
is
flicked.
by CNED. That's the nerf. Just, you need him on your team, and then they're automatically nerfed for the other player. And buffed for you.
Yeah.
It's best of both worlds. That's what we've done there. But yeah, 3-2. Gambit started strong. Probably should have themselves a lead at the moment if it wasn't for CNED, which is something that I think has been said on every cast ever where CNED has been playing. For now, at least, they are going to have themselves a buy-in. It's not changing for Ascend. They are getting aggressive in every single round, and they have full mid control.
Oh, I thought Redgar was on the other side of that wall about to walk through into Bone Cold, but even still, the position that Bone Cold has is absolutely huge. Now, he can't... There we go. Perfect. So now CNED is covering his back. He's able to watch for the walkout mid. This is massive control. Well, you don't need a Sentinel when you've got mid like this, I guess. And this is a default from Gambit. They're slowing it down. They're not looking to get over aggressive, and a wallbang headshot connects to Zeke. Starzo falls mid. Might be in Ascend's favor, but the rest of the map is undoubtedly Gambit's, as they now have the option to, well, walk into the A site for free, and that's going to prompt Ascend to make some sort of a play. They have to make a move.
Try and bait in some shots from Redgar. He still gets the kill. That was the point of that move from CNED, was to try and bait in the peak, and well, Redgar gets the kills anyway. This might just have to be a save for killers.
But the spike's
operator. Okay, never mind.
There was a chance for a second. The cage certainly squashed the hopes, but the shot to the head was a little bit more demotivating, demoralizing, and final. With 3-3 on the board, Gambit have answered back nicely, and I think considering the early round setup that we saw from Ascend, they had everything going their way, the fantastic middle
David
control.
P.
They had the David P.
The Omen in top mid. That's the David P. If you don't know, get to know. Because if you screenshot that map, send it to Lothar, he's going to tell you that's David P every single time.
It certainly does look like it, right? Remember him sneaking down, getting the info. They had a 4-man A stack before their opponents had even started stepping towards A main. But God, considering the start to that round, Ascend losing it out in the fashion that they did, it's just fights on the wings that don't go their way. A wall bang on A, like that was devastating. And now Hunter's Fury pursuing a player, not finding a kill, but CNED does. He's pushing up and eliminating Nats as they just fall on back, happy. The man advantage now in their favor.
Yeah, they've already locked down A long with the wall. The dash actually going to come through on the other side though, and Defo, he's getting caught quite often. Now, of course, it's his role within the team. Take the 50-50 duel, try and garner some space, and it's not going to work every single time. For now, though, it hasn't worked, well, most times. This is interesting, though. They have not seen the spike. They have every single... They have 4 players that basically marking tree alone, which I don't think I've ever seen in a match of Valorant. So there you go. Something new.
So many players here. No spike. The spike is just shifting towards the B site slowly. About to walk on and get the plant for free, but the problem is Shados is trapped in the corner. And Redgar, well, he better hope that he's godlike. He's going to probably have to get away with a 4K, maybe an ace clutch. Let's see what Shados can get done. Make that a little bit easier. They're still sat here.
Yeah, they're going to save. Because that's the thing. Realistically...
10 seconds left.
There is absolutely a 0% chance that Gambit think that there's no one on B. This is a 5 versus 2. It doesn't make any sense to have 5 players on A. So for them, they're just going, well, I'm not going to walk into B solo because I'm just throwing my weapon away. You might be thinking, like, screaming at your screen, like, why is he not pushing? Because it would be the dumb play to make if you're trying to hold on to your weaponry. But from our point of view, it looks madness because it's just like, well, there's no one there.
You can just
don't
plant,
know why, but there isn't.
Yeah. No, of course, there's no way that he can know that. It certainly looked like he was about to just shift through. I think in his mind, maybe he was. that save call was made. They get the calculators out in the background. And as you can see, even with a drop over from Redgar, they're still going to end up, unfortunately, it's Redgar that ends up with the Spectre. They nearly lose a player. CNET is staying aggressive, and he's got one through the smoke. Caught on the way back, though. Defo picks up a double, now on the site, really trying to hunt down Zeke, who's just on 1 HP. 2, but, you know, close enough. HP in the 2s, Tom. This is Ascend. Having a pretty tough time to retake on this one. The res almost online for Starzo, though, Tom. If he can just manage to find a kill, these numbers could equalize up, well, swing in their favor very quickly.
Oh, the spam through. It has to get him eventually. The 3 players assisting and Shados in the backlines to close things out for a 4th. I think we've just seen the other side of the coin for Defo. As I said, like, you're going to see him dash into smokes. You're going to see him try and almost fight versus chaos itself. And sometimes he'll get insta-killed, other times he'll double entry into the site and basically win them the round. And that's exactly what they need him to be doing in a lot of these rounds. It makes it incredibly hard to play against them. Sure, CNED somehow still manages to get a kill, but once they lose that much control, it's very difficult for the remaining players to get back in.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the painting that we were making of Starzo, maybe being able to get that res of it's so difficult. He's not going to get a res this round either, Tom. He's just being domed by Defo, is evidently starting to pick up a lot of confidence. So we talked about this guy's role in this team. Go forward, try to find some openings. Or you're taking the 50-50s, oftentimes disadvantageous fights by dashing forward. Oh, Killis wants to get up on that, but he can't get anything done. They now know that Zeke is up close too, so swinging on that would basically be suicide. He might just go for it anyways. Looks like Zeke is keen to take a duel. CNET elsewhere picks up a frag, steps her towards the B site. They know that this is going to be a B hit at this point. The cage behind Zeke won't actually cover him. He's still up close, and they didn't suspect it. A double for Zeke, and into 3. And what a way to lose the round. Gambit have got to be kicking themselves, Tom.
I think Bone Cold might have got an assist on like every single one of those kills. The paranoia at the end was perfect, but yeah, that's definitely a slip up. Especially, I guess they knew he was around that area, especially like after scanning him. But I guess they were expecting the play to be a fallback to the site. The thing is, with how well Ascend have almost picked themselves to play, they can't do that. They can't site hold unless they're just going to rely on individual plays to basically just wreck everyone as they walk into the site. They have to be aggressive. They have to take risks, and well, Gambit weren't ready for that.
Standing ahead.
I don't exactly blame them. You know, it was certainly not the kind of play you're going to be ready for. The guy just tucked up close on the smoke like that, and Defo went for the same route that he did before, right? Just dashing out, trying to get down that alleyway towards the B site. Not accounting for that thorn in the side, the player behind. Now, we move into this round, round number 10. Ascend have the operator on CNED and every single ultimate at their disposal. This is a pretty tough prospect for Gambit because they've invested a lot into this round. They don't want to let this one slip away and give Ascend the lead at the half. Remember, this is a map that on paper, Ascend should not be doing very well on. Least of all because they don't play it that much, the results, blah, blah, blah, the G2 game. But Gambit, Tom, you read out the statistics earlier on this map, and it is frankly ridiculous how good they are at Ascend.
Yeah, they have a 91% win rate over 45 maps. Like, it doesn't get much better than that. Killers, though. Oh, this is what we want to see from the Rain. The double kill actually coming in off the back of the Hunter's Fury, and well, this round is done. There's 20 seconds for Nats, and well, he might not look phased. I genuinely think he might be the calmest man in the universe. Like, I don't think I've ever seen his face move.
Oh, he blinked. He blinked.
10 seconds left.
And I was starting to get CNED vibes off it. Oh!
Cage triggered.
Well, that's a little cherry on top for the round. I'll take that one. He's going to go out for a little more. Shame. Starzo shutting him down, but hey, a couple of kills. All you could really hope for in that situation, 6-4. Scoreline certainly favoring Ascend, and Tom, I highlighted going into the previous round that they had all the ultimates online. All they used in the previous was the Hunter's Fury. So they are still stacked up when it comes to that ult economy. Gambit starting to catch up, but there's only 2 rounds left, and Ascend can easily stagger them out here using their res, using their Bladestorm to make some pretty significant impact.
Yeah, the fear, though, is as well, though. You have to remember, Gambit, they have to go into that lower bracket if they lose this map. Ascend will be straight through to Berlin. It seems like in terms of momentum, this is going very firmly in their control. And Gambit have lost some very, very silly rounds. Like, we've now seen multiple, like, the, what was it, 2v5 that CNED managed to win. You've then also got the round just moments ago where Zeke is lurking around the edge of a smoke and manages to get 3 kills. These are ultimately rounds where Gambit had either a decent advantage or a massive advantage, and the individual brilliance of Ascend has been enough to take them home. And it's starting to become a little bit reminiscent of what we saw in map number 1, where realistically that first half probably should have been at least won by Gambit, but the ability of Ascend players to bring rounds back ruined that for them. And then in the second half, they were non-existent.
Now, looking at Gambit's most recent game versus Guild, because we talked a little bit about Ascend and G2, but that Guild match saw Gambit in a fairly similar position, finishing the attacking half on 5-7. They won the second half on their defense 8-1. It was dominant. And that can fill you with a little bit more faith, but we want to see that kind of 7-5, 6-6 scoreline, and it's not looking too likely as the kills just keep on going Ascend's way. Oh, I love this play! It's an anime fight in Spawn! Dashes, updrafts, and knives, but it's CNED that falls. Defo with a spectacular push, and Chronicle does well to extend this into, well, not an advantage per se, but with the control that they have, perhaps it is. The B side about to be crunched in on Killaz, late to the fight coming in on that A rotate, but you've still got Bone Cold and Zeke holding down this site. Ready and waiting, Defo quickly eliminates one, dashes to sight to support his teammate, who's already made quick work of Zeke. The plant in, Killaz has to clutch.
Spike planted.
A single kill here, and well, that Empress becomes ever more deadly. The ability to turn invisible, to disappear to your opponent's eye, and he's a little bit wary of the flank behind. There is that first kill. Now he can look to try and clear out, get a little bit of extra information. Now you do have the knives available for Defo and an operator as well. Not gonna get anything more. The Empress actually faded as well, so he's not gonna have that advantage anymore. The tags getting Defo ever low. It comes down to the 1 versus 1. The classic can do it, but it's the right click from the knives. Now Gambit have a hero of their own as they get their 5th round onto the board. We're starting to look to get towards 6-6 again.
The most unlikely of ways to win it out as well. I think Defo double up draft dashed in towards their spawn. Here we'll get a little review of that play. Look at this. Up. Dash up again, shot miss, CNED's desperately. I've never seen him move so much. His arm was swinging around like crazy, trying to track where this guy had gone. You rarely see that work out in that kind of form, but especially when you're up against an operator, sometimes it's your best chance. And with that, Gambit have secured their 5 rounds, their bare minimum already done. They now look to push further and connect an even half of 6-6. But CNED, oh, he's looking for some revenge. The knives pulled out for himself, and he misses them all. Oh no!
This might lull them into a false sense that he doesn't have an operator, but I guess it doesn't matter. Defo won't actually find out until he pushes up. The opener going their way. One of the danger men devastated, but still a whole lot to do. 3 players actually around mid as well. This is a fairly good read coming in from Ascend. They have the knowledge of the likelihood of where they'll push, but it's just an entry fragment with the operator just swinging into angles. Starzo will at least find the trade. He's still alive and kicking. He's got the res available to him as well to bring this back into a 4v4. In the meantime, though, the B site now being pressured as well.
Oh, Chronicle's already out. They walk right into him, but Zeke, Odin in hand, is shredding them. Defo left alone on 50 HP. A hero he has certainly been. Has to reload that operator and find 2 more kills. 30 seconds on the clock. Spike down shot. Not quite gonna get the kill for him here. He's down to the Bulldog. He's running out of ammo. The pistol comes out to break the door. And the operator, oh, he connected that shot. Tom, imagine for a second, transport yourself to a reality where he actually connected the headshot angle onto Zeke down at the switch. This could have been an ace clutch from him. Incredible. Hell, if that Bulldog has slightly more ammo, I'm believing in it already.
Well, that doesn't happen. just swinging around with an Odin, like, you know, there's plenty of stuff that could have gone wrong. Not having the res, another one, but Ascend have taken the round, and that's what they're going to care about. Now, going into the pistol as well, they get this on the board, and they are, well, a minuscule amount of rounds in comparison to the journey they've had to making it to an international LAN, to finally getting to see the potential matchup of CNED versus TenZ. It's something that everybody wants to witness at this point, but they still have to get through Gambit, and that is not an easy task. Killers, though, this might be where he's able to thrive. Moving on to that attacking side, that entry fragger roll, just looking to run straight through all the utility, closing the door. Rengar actually gets a kill there, and Chronicle finds another. That's not bad for Gambit.
Especially after Kill has found the opening and healed up to 150 health. He had a massive buff going in for that fight, but met way too many players and utility along his way. Bone Cold, for a second thought about jumping up. It looks like a more passive stance is going to be taken. The wall about to be broken. Starzo ready to punish any who step close, and the right click deals with them. Perfect positioning. Nats above, looking to sneak out as a distraction is made by Shados, but there's so many players here. They have the manpower to watch it. It doesn't matter. Nats gets it done. Smoke down. Players behind it. Nats with another, and it leaves it all onto Bone Cold, who's quickly dealt with. That is a gorgeous retake, and Gambit claimed the pistol to put it 7-6 and possibly equalize things up. Now, Tom, I mentioned last time, they managed to have an 8-1 half on the defense up against Guild. At this point, are we getting a little bit scared? I mean, you got to be believing in Gambit still.
Yeah, for sure. This is their best map. Like, realistically, they're a team that I think are going to be competing for the title at this tournament. I'll be honest, I think the grand final, it's a very high chance that this will be the matchup. So I wouldn't necessarily be too worried in that one, but yeah, I think that there's a real opportunity here. I'm also curious as to how on earth Nats gets that kill where he drops down, because that must have been an insta-shot.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, I think it was a spam because the smoke had already well bloomed by the time he shot. Maybe he saw the feet, but my guess is it was just straight through the smoke. That's Spectre. Oh, it's Farmville. Redgar and Nats, they even get the spike. Another one way going to be chucked up above. And, well, Ascend don't have a great chance at this one. And Tom, it's not exactly the eco that we often expect out of these second rounds. You know, Ascend decided to force buy. They wanted to answer back the Gambit right away, and well, the remaining Spectres don't stand the best of chances.
One enemy remaining.
No, especially considering they're isolated as well. So that these double man pushes coming through. Kill will come through for Starzo, but as you said, it's not a normal round, so we're not going to give it the same parameters. Like normally, if you're looking at some classics, a kill or two is really not too bad. But when you invest this much into the round, the only thing you're looking for is a victory. So Gambit now get to farm up the ultimate orbs, and the chances are in this round, well, almost guaranteed, is there's not going to be an investment here for Ascent, so this is now an opportunity for Gambit to take the lead.
I hadn't even spotted Bone Cold's having a really tough map. He's doing very well when it comes down to assists, but the man's got 2 kills, and we've seen just the previous map. He had a couple more than 2 then. He was dominating. I think this is just an uncomfortable map for Ascend, and not one that they will have come in expecting to win, but they're tied up, and the game is far from over.
Stay down.
Oh, surely he doesn't get more.
You might be looking at Defo here and thinking, well, he's taking quite a lot of risks for a player that currently has a rifle, but you have to bear in mind that even if he dies in this round, if he gets close to that Blade Storm, he's not going to care. It can be so much of an advantage, especially when you know that there's a purchase coming in the next round. That ultimate can make all the difference. And well, if you look at the other side, CNED's not even close. He's yet to have the impact that he had on the defensive side, at least. It's always a little bit more difficult, especially if he's going to be playing that operator on the attack. But, well, let's be real. We know that he can pull it off. For now, again, this is about at least doing some damage, because you don't want to be allowing Gambit to come in with a couple of flawless rounds going into the half, which, as you mentioned, they have proven versus top EU opposition they can utterly dominate on. However, it is looking quite likely that that might be the case, unless Killers can do something impressive, and, well, unfortunately, this time he can't.
Now, this is where things, on paper, take a turn for the better over in the Ascend camp. They'll be coming in here with the buy, and I think that will be them calling the pause on this one. Yeah. A tactical timeout from Ascend is they want to figure out exactly how to approach this. They took the risky second round force buy. It didn't pay off. They've now given Gambit the lead. This is where they need to put their foot down, because this isn't a full buy that they're up against. This is still a bonus round from Gambit. They have retained the majority of their funds as they've gone through the last couple of rounds in relatively clean fashion. So there's, what, 4 Spectres they're up against? But the problem here is, Tom, unlike what we've seen before, where Gambit are on the attack side playing these bonus, or Ascend are on the attack, when it's defense side Ascend, these Spectres are more than perfect for a lot of duels.
Yeah, and the fact is, in the positions where you're going to want to have like slightly longer range weaponry, like mid, that's where Defo's playing, and he has a rifle. So they really don't have that much of a detriment. And as said, if he gets a kill or 2 in this round and then dies, he has his Bladestorm for the next one when they're going to be buying again. So yeah, for Gambit, this is as good a position as you could possibly be in going into this defensive half, or the first buy round of the defensive half. And for Ascend, as you sort of almost bring it up, they need to kind of take this one clean to even put a dent in what is the current economy. And this is before we even talk about the fact that they now have to start breaking through that utility, Cypher utility that we see coming in from Nats, who, as said, in my opinion, is one of the best Cypher players in the world.
This is where we see a much more comfortable defense as well from Gambit for that exact reason versus what we saw from Ascend. The fact that they have this ability to play nobody on middle, not even glancing at it with the tripwire up. And then obviously the supportive elements on the A side, the slowdown ability that comes with playing the Cypher. And this will change up as we go. Those tripwires are going to be in constantly different positions, and it's why we so frequently see teams play a Sentinel. Why we very infrequently see a team avoid one when it comes to this map. It just steals so much control away from you, and it limits you into a more aggressive playstyle on the defensive side that we saw Ascend have to go for multiple times. This time around, Gambit are very slow. But it's Defo tucked up in the corner with that rifle, who's about to take the opening fight, and he wins it easily.
And the best thing about it is he can just get out of there. No problems at all. 35 seconds up and coming on the clock, and they look like they're about to push into what is Nats' setup. And now he has the support of that rifle. We're going to see the initial Leers going through, trying to deny some space. They know that Nats is here, or should have a decent idea, but the crossfire of him and Redgar have actually managed to hold on. He's lurking within the smokes that Jet has thrown down, and finally we start to see trades come in. It's Bone Cold waking up to the table, and the Rez is going to turn this round on its head.
Time is so low, though. That plant has to be found, and if they have any way of delaying it, that would stop the round here and now. It looks like it goes comfortably down, and the flank up by Starzo finishes it. Okay, I see what you've got to send. 3 players left alive at the end. Good push on the site, and fantastic. I mean, I don't know if I even call it a post-plant. It was almost pre-plant. They were just rushing them down. Love to see it now. 8-8 tied up. Gambit get a full buy out of it, though. And Tom, you know, surviving with 3 players, I think, puts it on fairly even territory as we come into this full buy. Chronicle is stealing my heart playing that Odin alone.
Yeah, the only thing is, I feel like even still that round for Ascend at the end looks a lot closer than it actually, or looks a lot more dominant than it actually was, because they had to use a res in the mix of that, and it came down to some pretty clutch plays coming out from Bone Cold. So they invested a lot to get this one over the line, and now they're coming up against a much stronger buy. That was still Spectres mostly for Gambit in that round. There was only a single rifle, so this is now a much, much tougher round to beat. And we're getting very close to a lot of impactful ultimates being online. Bladestorm, 1 away. Rez, 2 away. Okay, from the shadows. That one's there too. Woo! But realistically, like, this is only the beginning for Ascend if they're going to make, well, I guess it's a comeback, but realistically, we're currently level.
Let's settle this once and for all. Twitch chat, what is the least useful ultimate? Is it From the Shadows, or is it Neural Theft? I want to know. I don't want to see anyone saying Cosmic Divide in there. We saw some good usage yesterday. I like it. Little does he know.
I don't know. I think it's Viper's Pit when you use it.
No, listen, Tom. We want to bring ourselves into it. That's just fine. The wall's about to go up. Look, these guys have got a nice angle on the site. Shados needs to be ready for it, and that he is. Even catching them on the TP to site. Spike down. They know it's commitment, and Shados keeps on fragging. 3 on the board, leaving CNED to do it alone. 1 versus 3. He fake plants, but nobody bites. They are playing this nice and passive. They're giving him the space, and hey, you know what? We'll retake as a 3, man. That's no problem. He's tagged up. He's trapped on the backside, and they are rushing him down. Defo definitely winning the fights up against CNED on this Jet play here on Ascent.
I love the fact that in that moment they go, right, it's CNED. How can we make sure there's absolutely zero risk? Okay, let's make it so that we know exactly where he is and he's completely blind, and we're going to use one of the most powerful ultimates in the entire game to kill him. That's how you take down CNED, everyone. Just a combination of everything you could ever need. 9-8. As said, that round was really important for Ascend because financially, they are in the bin. Now, they do still have the ultimate for CNED, which I wouldn't be overly surprised if he pops into this round. But, well, Mitch will be happy. That's a hell of a lot of damage coming off the back of the Odin.
That's a lot of damage, Tom. You know, you're very right. These guys are tagged up and having to use their heal early on. It's armor stripped away. Most of all, though, it's fear. You hear that rumble of the Odin. You do not want to push B main, but it looks like Ascend have a different interpretation. They're inviting themselves in and
he got both.
Collapse them. Well, that is putting an end to the sneaky play in B main. Looks like Zeke is waiting here for an angle, but Shados takes him and
Did he curve the bullet? They didn't look like they were lined up at all.
I'm gonna guess that that's a spectator thing. You know, sometimes in other games I've experienced the spectator client be out of sync.
As you shoot, the bullet curves. Do you not know that?
Tom, please stop putting things into Twitch chat, Ted. These guys are going to be in the ranked games, dashing every time. We're going to play a ranked game later, and you'll be like, dude, why are you dashing when you shoot? He's like,
oh,
the commentator said
I'll
it
be like, oh,
God. It's your fault.
Heard for a reliable source. No, not at all. Not at all. And they still have seen its Blade Storm, but other than that, absolutely nothing. Killers goes down. He's been having a bit of a rough time. And as said, like, picking up the Reyna here, especially on the defensive side, the plan was to go aggressive into a team that likes teams to go aggressive against them. Like, you have to bear in mind that Gambit have been playing in the CIS region, where a lot of the teams... Well, just look at the players who've been coming over from the CIS. Like, a lot of them are absolutely ridiculous. Durka probably takes the biscuit as one of those players. So that is something Gambit has had to deal with for quite a long time. And I would say they're experts at it at this point.
I will rip the light from them.
This is again where someone brings up the flag. Dirk is not from CIS. Gonna be raging later. CNED. He's actually got him. The rivalry between himself and Defo settled in this round in his favor. Ascend have lost Killes and Redguard! Makes this so costly. Starzo, CNED, and even Bone Cold. Redgar's looking for the ace, and it's only Zeke to stop him. A devastating blow to this Ascend side as a clutch is needed, but he might just be on for it. Chronicle drop-shotting with an Odin is what separates Gambit from Ascend here. What a ludicrous round, but it puts 11 on the board now as Gambit step closer to a third map. To really making this a competitive fight for that Berlin spot. Oh, wow.
This is so cursed. Like, he goes to spray the player who's pinged again. gets Starzo instead. Oh, that's so unlucky. Like, you genuinely can't get much more unlucky than that. I also want to point, well, it's a bit harsh, but Redgar's just got the same amount of kills as Bone Cold in one round.
Oh, no. That's... You have to do him like that. CNED's in! He's right bunny hopping into sight! There's a confidence on this guy. Give him a pistol, and he's a madman. Bone Cold Starzo already down. Redgar's dropping down for more. Farming up that very valuable ultimate. As Nats, well, he'll try to deal with CNED. I don't know. God, there was a second where I got very, very scared. Like, 12-8 we go. Ascend will full buy up here. They decided to play for the OT. I respect that. Now let's see what they can do.
See if there's any way back into this one. 4 rounds in a row. It's I wouldn't say it's likely with how their attacking half has gone so far, but I'll be honest, if there's any team that can do it, I would put it to Ascend, especially now that CNED is going to have his operator in play. You got the Empress available as well for killers. The issue is on the other side. Shados now has his res, and the other 2 ultimates that, well, could be coming in fairly soon, not that far away. Operator still in hand, so much of a financial bonus as well for Gambit. This is exactly where they want to be. And as you said, their defensive side versus other top European teams has also been fantastic. They are proving it again. They are a tough team to break.
That they are. We knew it. We warned it. The defensive side of Gambit is scary. It has been many times over. And you know what's funny? Coming into this game, I kind of thought that when we saw that agent select go down, it looked like Ascend were kind of on the back foot when it came to their own defense, and yet they looked stellar there. Things don't always go as you expect. I expect this one to go in Gambit's favor, but 4 rounds in a row, as you said, Tom, it's tough, but it's doable.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those spots, unfortunately, where like if the economy was a little bit rougher, you wouldn't even say it's that surprising. But just because they're likely to face off against buys in almost every single round, that's going to make things quite a bit more difficult. Now, Bone Cold, he's trying to fake out some of the sounds, but there's nobody getting aggressive this time. A more passive stance, at least. The operator locking down the back of the site, and all of the Cypher utility sat within mid and B once again. In fact, most of their delaying utility is on that side of the map. So after a few failed rounds on A, it looks like Gambit's going for a hard read on where they expect their opponents to be going.
Much slower round from Ascend. You see the thought they've put into this one, hoping that Gambit start to step forward, but it ain't happening, so they've got to create their own opportunities. 50 seconds on the clock and an Odin spraying through a wall from Shados. Curiously put down. This is going to stop them from actually making it out market. I like that, but sadly we won't get to see it in action this time around. Ascend have shifted focus, moving towards this A side as Gambit hold down with Redgar. This time getting caught. Out comes Reyna, revealing the information, giving it to a teammate, and Bone Cold shuts down Defo. Then tries to kill his teammate who gave him the information. You know, Bone Cold, I didn't strike you as that kind of guy, but all right.
Oh, he's cold. It's in the name. I don't know why you didn't expect it.
You're right. You're right. That's on me. I can't blame anyone but myself.
Now, the benefits of pushing in this sort of scenario are basically just to try and do as much damage to Ascend's economy as possible. They're not going to gain anything for ultimates, as both are online. And in terms of finances, they're not in a bad spot. On the other side, though, hey, if they can get rid of all of this remaining weaponry, there's actually a chance that maybe there'll be an eco at some point. So, there you go. CNED. Shutting things down. Solid round there, but again, like, I kind of look at that one and go, do I think Redgar misses that kill too many more times? Probably not. But it's a much better push coming in from Ascend, and their trades onto the site were fantastic.
Oh, yeah, that was a gorgeous round. That was textbook. After the pause, they gather themselves, they play the slow round, they have a set idea of where they want to go afterwards. It works out exactly as intended. Flawless. It's not going to be that much of a consolation, because if they lose a round, it's already over. So, you know, it just means that they're, I guess, guaranteed to have... Wow. I didn't expect combat that early in the round, Tom, I'll be honest. And CNED has once again hit a shot before I've even registered that he's seen someone. Including with X-Ray. That's nasty.
It's not only going to be a trade, though.
Wait, what's the
Lost
res?
Killers. Been having a pretty rough time. Yeah, they want to try and get the res through. Definitely help if they can bring him back. In fact, they're going to use the paranoia to try and hold on to this control. They don't want to allow for it. CNED, well, it seems, has forced them away. Instead, they reaggress, and while they res one player, and they lose another straight back.
You have to wonder, at this point, you know, is Bone Cold kind of in his own head? It can be really tough if you start to get into that downward spiral. A lot of presence made outside the A side. They're walking back. This is the plan. A slow play into B site. They've got their res up. They've evened the numbers, and Zeke is seeing it's completely open. This could be very dangerous. Chronicle with the Odin up close. He peeks, and he's already pre-aiming it. What a disgusting shot as Zeke falls. He presumes they're already on the site. The TP coming in confirms it, but Starzo shuts him down. That's the spike on its way into the site. Redgar has managed to TP up back. He's hearing the steps. He knows they're close, but they know he's here. It doesn't seem to matter. He still manages to connect onto Starzo, and the numbers remain even. Oh, nice shot by CNED, but the knives aren't able to connect afterwards. It's damage, and it's scaring Shados. He's waiting for his buddy, his teammate, to come on in. The cam not quite getting CNED out of the way, but knives still to play with. An aggressive playstyle is expected. He switched up to the right side and the collateral to close out the round of 4K for CNED. And 12-10 we go. 4 in a row seemed pretty tough. But now that they're only looking at 2, Tom, it's starting to look like we might be getting an overtime out of this one. I know Gambit are certainly going to be feeling the pressure because of that.
One enemy remaining.
Aw,
Winning.
harder.
What was that, 2v3, 2v4? Really good comeback in that round again. After what was a really solid start coming out from Gambit, it's starting to slip away. And as said, like, they're now starting to run out of finances. There is a very real world, but they have a weak buy going into what would be the overtime round, which would be horrific for them. Not going to have the operator either. In fact, the majority of players aren't going to have maximum shield. So this could definitely be a problem. And they actually know they do have the operator. It's been handed over by Nat. So they're going to put a lot into Defo. No surprises there. He's been phenomenal so far. I'm looking at the ultimates. Hunter's Fury, the only one, except maybe Defo, that could actually come into play this round. The others are very, very far away unless they get a few kills and maybe an ult orb or two picked up.
Yeah, that's the kind of tough part for Ascend. Similar to what Gambit faced coming into the end of the previous half, it's the fact that now Gambit have that ult economy. They can choose to deploy their Hunter's Fury and their Blade Storm in the same round and try to really push the odds into their favor. And in terms of ultis to answer back, there's not much that Ascend can do, so they need to find a different response, and this might be it here. The wall about to be put up for a very early aggressive peek onto short. CNED will be holding that now probably for the duration of this wall, and if anybody pokes their head out, they will be in a lot of trouble.
I'm wondering if this is going to be a faster play. Using the drone very early on, potentially trying to pull a rotation or two, or trying to get someone to peek into the angle, but Starzo, he's looking to fight, looking to brawl. Now, they are going into what is a lot of the utility. Now, there's always a cam above. This is the thing you have to check when you're up against Nats. He's just waiting and watching. He knows the players are coming through. The tag there as well. Even though he's paranoid, he can still find the kill, but doesn't actually get anything. Defo, though, has already managed to pick off one. The Hunter's Fury will surely find another. It's looking like the beginning of the end. A 5 versus 3 as they need to fight this back.
The push through the smoke by Zeke. It was a glimmer of hope, but Chronicle is quick to shut it down, and Killez is revealed by, I think, every piece of utility. 13-10. Gambit, they will stay alive here in the upper semifinal. They will keep fighting for that spot in Berlin as we move on to map 3 in just a few moments. Well, Tom, that has been a really good map from Ascend, I have to say. And I know they didn't win it, but expectations coming into this, especially with the comp they went with, were very low.
Yeah.
And they still managed to put up double digits.
Yeah, they took a fairly big risk with the composition, as you sort of said at the beginning. It's not something you see too often for the exact reason of you almost have to play a lot more aggressively than you would have liked. I think they handled it relatively well, considering with, again, some huge individual performances bringing back in the first half. When it came to their attack, though, which is almost the surprising thing with having those extra duelists, that's where they struggled. And I think having a quieter performance from both Bone Cold and Killers almost put them in the grave, because it just didn't happen on the other side. Fact is, though, we end on a third map. We expected a third map, and it's going to be Icebox. And honestly, I have no idea which way it's going to go.
I have no idea what to expect from it either, Tom, but you know what? It's a good thing, because it's not our job. That's the job of the analyst desk, to paint the picture, and we get to just sit here and talk about what happens on the server. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, the AD will break down everything that just happened. We also have a little bit of a treat for you at home. During this break, we have the featured song of the week, and it's going to be Drive by Clean Bandit and Topic featuring Wes Nelson, the one and only. Enjoy.
I never thought I'd be your type. On my mind, the kind of love I can't describe. You got me running, oh no, away from our history, oh no, and through the darkness, oh no, oh I can see you in me. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. When you find a love that's right, 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. Now, when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. You and me, history. I'm running from the rest of my life. Through the darkness, I see your eyes and realize that when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. Now, when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night, drive all night.
Well, we have a series on our hands. Welcome back to the EMEA Challengers Playoffs, where we just witnessed an absolute banger. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm back on the analyst desk with Ryan and Kaquka. Ryan, this is the Gambit we've heard so much about. This is the Gambit we expected to show up, and my goodness, was it amazing from them.
Yeah, especially after such a rough start as well. Ascend were the ones that were looking good, and I was a bit worried for Gambit because usually they're really good on the attack when they're unraveling the defense, sort of pulling Ascend around, trying to go from either side, but the first sort of bit of it was a lot of just 5-man executes from Gambit, and CNED would just mow them down one by one. I think Defo did an incredible job at creating space. He was the pinnacle person to come forward, and the rest of Gambit on their attack sort of fell into that example. There was a lot of rounds like this where it's a little bit dicey from Gambit, let's be honest, but as soon as they got into their defense, they looked comfortable. Nats had some pretty nice setups, so there were some pretty good retakes as well.
Yeah, and on the defense also, I think that Rega was doing an amazing job controlling that A side, even just acting kind of like a killer, you know, getting that safe position from, we're seeing it actually right here. This place is going to have some nano swarms at some point, but if you don't have a killjoy, you definitely want Rega to be on your team. Also Chronicle with the Odin, something that we love to see on Ascent.
Yeah, the two jets, the two operating jets on the top of the scoreboard. Who would have guessed? But on this night, you know, Defo versus CNED, we touched on this in the pre-show, and Kaquka, it felt like, I think you guys were saying this in the green room, it was like an anime battle, right? Between these two guys, they were just going at it.
Yeah, and even before the match started, I said, if CNED has a day, if he is the one here in the operator and doing the open kills, this is going to swing in favor of Ascent. And I have to say, for some rounds, it was. I also think that actually in attack, when things were turning just too bad, he went back on that operator. He did get the kills, still it wasn't enough because I feel like it was a little bit too late. But I have to say that I think the letdown of this map has been that I don't think that Keyless had the impact that he expected on Reyna, especially on defense. I feel like he was playing a lot around where CNED was playing, and he wasn't just going in for himself, also pretty close together on the attack.
Yeah, I think the whole idea was to sort of throw Gambit off their game plan, but they came in very disciplined. I think their defense, that is quintessential Gambit. It's just they play super passively, they have tripwires on tree and mid. It means that if we're not really seeing Gambit play mid, CNED's not going to find a fight with the operator if he uses it on attack. The economy wasn't really in their direction, and yeah, Gambit playing extremely passive, playing back in guard and playing sort of more towards the defender spawn on the B site. They're happy to play retakes all day, and Ascend were hoping to find duels. They're coming out of angles ready to fight, and it's like, nobody here. It's almost like the John Travolta of like, there's nobody. Yeah. But that's just how Gambit play, and I think Ascend couldn't really fluster Gambit, which is a really nice change.
Is that your default? Like, is that what the peak looks like?
Just
your IRL
finger guns. Yeah.
I love that, Ryan. I love that. Now, okay, we spoke about the potential mentality and mental of Gambit as well, because when you lose like that on Bind against such a confident side of Ascend, how impressed are you, Ryan, that they managed to gather the themselves. And even when Ascend were kind of getting back into the game, they closed it out.
Yeah, I mean, there was certainly that round when they were on match point and it comes down to a really awkward clutch. And I'm thinking, I think this goes to overtime at that point. There were some really good tap pauses as well from Gambit. Good mental resets, good timings to be able to not panic because they were down pretty quickly, pretty hard. Again, you sort of mentioned it with the first map, Kaquka. It was super quick, and that was the tempo at the start of Ascent. But then Gambit on their defense, they slowed it right down. A lot of the maps just played out. CNED was trying to save the operator as much as possible, but Gambit were quite happy to take it out of his hands into Defo's, and it's nice to see Defo actually have a performance that rivals CNED because not many people can do that.
Yeah, but this is not over. And I have to say, it was an extremely close map. If they would have lost that last round that we actually saw, we would have probably gone into overtime. Yeah. So this is a win, of course. It is enough, of course, to save you for now, but we need to see how Icebox goes, because I really feel like we're even gonna have some surprises on the comms, because it's been there on Bind, it's been there on Ascent, so it has to come on Icebox as well.
Well, let's talk about Icebox, because this is where Boaster in the pre-show, he said if it goes to Icebox, this is going to go to Gambit. He doesn't feel like Ascend can kind of stylistically be able to take down a team like Gambit, given after what happened against Na'Vi as well, Kaquka. Do you agree with that after everything we're seeing today?
I think that they are more experienced, that they have a lot of more depth into it, but first of all, I think that we deserved this third map. I think this series deserved a third map. Extremely close, and I have to agree. I think this is going to go for Gambit.
Oh, okay,
Ryan. I'm surprised, but I would love to see that.
Both teams look shaky in their EMEA games on this map. We saw Gambit play against Guild. It went to overtime, like 17-19 in the end. Pretty scrappy overall. I think considering it is Ascend attacking first, we do need to see Defo getting that operator early, holding it down on the A site, because I think Ascend, going off their double duelist compositions that they usually go for, they're going to be in on that A site in the first 20 seconds. It's about shutting that down, at least making it a 4 versus 5 for the retake, because retaking on that A site is a nightmare in a full 5 versus 5. And if you don't have the operator, it goes from bad to worse for Gambit.
Well, let's talk about Shados as well. That was the player that Redgar himself said, we are going to win today if Shados turns up. On the first map, maybe a little bit quieter, but Ryan, do you feel like he is that impact player that we expected?
More surprisingly, yeah. I think there was a lot of rounds that we can kind of go, I can see what they mean now. He's incredibly flexible as well. Like, the race was a big surprise, but Icebox, I mean, how many times have we mentioned it? It's the quintessential Sage map. A lot of teams trying to move away from her, but if you're good on it and you actually play her, I think that's a common misconception with like FPX, for example, where they put Zipan on Sage. Is it worth it because Zipan isn't a Sage player as such? But when you have something like this of somebody that just plays Sage all the time, it just is a natural fit and a natural advantage that Gambit have for them.
Yeah, we cannot forget that this is a big duel. I feel we were talking about anime duels, and definitely on Icebox, I think this is a key. The Jet versus Jet, the operator play, I think that's going to play a big part in this last map. And if you manage to get the operator to save it for rounds and to take an actual outcome out of it, we have to mention that statistically, Gambit is better on their defense. Actually, both Gambit and Ascend. So Ascend starting on the attack, I really feel like this is going to be like the moment for CNED to shine.
Oh, I mean, when is it not a time for CNED to shine? I'm very, very excited for the next map, but we're going to take a quick break now. But do not go anywhere, because this series is going the distance and Agent Select is on the way.
We wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round.
This is it. We are going to map 3 in this qualification match between Ascend and Gambit. Now, Ryan, we cannot understate how important this is. If one of these teams win the next map, they go to Berlin Masters.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure for both teams to deal with, and it's the pressure when it's on is where these teams seem to struggle a little bit. Like Ascend, sure, they won Masters 1, but they had 0 expectations. They were playing for fun. I think it was similar to Fnatic. Like, they went to Reykjavik, and it was just we have no expectations. We're just going to go in and do our best. They got 2nd place. Now there's expectations there. So for Gambit, they can clear it out as well. They're under that same sort of pressure, and it's a really tough map to finish out on.
Yeah, and both teams, the last time that they played this map, they both took it to overtime. They both took the win, but was it enough? And let's talk about team comps real quick. Are they going to keep everything the same? Is this the moment to make any kind of change? I would say that we're going to see a quickness in mirror.
Well, let's look at Agent Select now. You know, we kind of know what to expect. A double duelist on each side with, of course, Nats this time. Ryan, he doesn't play the Cypher here.
No, he goes over to the Viper. The playstyle's still somewhat similar. He's going to find those timings, find those gaps whenever he can. But we do see Chronicle and Zeke moving away from the likes of Sova to be on something much more aggressive. CNED, he is going to try and attack op. He has the best stats when it comes to defense opping, attack opping, and opping in general in this tournament so far. So Defo really needs to keep up to date with it.
Yeah, no, we ignore those, Kaquka. We ignore those. The player's trying to bait us, but we don't fall for that. But unless something catastrophically is going to go wrong, yeah, here we go. The mirror matchup, Kaquka. Neither of them want to change on something that has been tried and tested, but which team do you feel like is going to be able to play this double duelist comp a little bit better?
I mean, I don't think it's only about the double duelist. I do think the Chronicle has had a crazy ass, and at the same time that I think that it wasn't the map for Keyless. So let's see if Zeke can do a better job. I also feel like Nats on Viper, I'm not going to say he's going to be nuts, but he's going to be crazy. And especially when he's going to be the one defending that B side and having that impact on the game. I think that he was amazing on Bind. So if he manages to keep that up, I think this is going to go for Gambit.
Yeah, when it comes to stage 3, Gambit are 8-0 on this map. They haven't lost it at all against some of the tough teams, beating Na'Vi multiple times on this map throughout their tenure. They need to win the defensive side, though. Defo needs to make sure that there can't be any of these fast A hits. That's what Guild did really well on their attack in that series. It's just getting in on that A site very quickly, getting the plant down, and just forcing Gambit into uncomfortable duels. Gambit need to control the map. This is their bread and butter. It's how much they can hold on the pressure and hold on to their fundamentals.
Well, this is it. This is what it comes down to, guys. The qualification spot up for grabs for Berlin Masters. Is it going to be the Kings of Europe Ascend, or are CIS going to be sending their first ever representative to an international tournament? Tom and Mitch, the pressure is on.
Thank you, Yinsu. Wow, the pressure is definitely on, Tom. This is an important game. There is no doubt about it. It all comes down to this final map, and I'm going to throw you on the spot right now, Tom. Who's taking it?
I'm going with my VLR prediction and sticking with Ascend, because otherwise I have absolutely no idea. I will say that I do have Gambit coming straight back through the lower bracket and beating them in the final, though. So technically I've just predicted both of them. So take that as you will.
Silly. I like it. I like it.
This
it's
fence isn't very
interesting
comfortable,
take.
Mitch, I'll be honest.
Yeah. God, I love both of these teams. I think they're both so good, so capable. Either one could take it, but you know
I'm
what,
friends
Tom?
with everyone. My name's Silly.
I just want everyone to have fun. But you know what? Only one team can take this spot. Only one team can be the first team to lock in their place as the EMEA representative in Berlin. And Tom, this is where we decided it's gone the distance, it's gone to map 3, and we're here on Icebox as the pistol round is about to kick off. We will see Ascend on the attacking side, and by the looks of it, the A side is under threat.
Oh, the A side's always going to be under threat. Have we got a shorty? How is this going to work? I'm all for this. I've seen it on Jet before. because you dash in, look, pew pew. But how on earth is he going to make this work on a Reyna in an aggressive pistol round? He's hoping there's someone a little bit closer. The fact is there isn't, and actually going to get tagged up by the drone. That'll be the extra piece of information. Can't afford to shoot it, and almost gets it done, but doesn't find the kill onto Chronicle.
Well, I can't say I expected the fight to go differently, especially because they even saw that Sheriff when they tagged him up, right? When they revealed him, they will have seen, hey, that Classic looks kind of chunky. But they still pushed him down. They took that fight close range. Fair play. Sometimes you got to have the balls to do it, and Defo certainly does. He's coming down middle, holding off that rotate and securing the B side, essentially keeping this 3-man hold in position. Now Chronicle very low on health. He did get the kill but wasn't able to heal up off of it. He's going to try to use his low health to his advantage, playing that sneaky little corner, bait for his teammates, potentially go down or trade out afterwards. I thought he had a gap in that wall. It looked like it, but it's safe. It's secure. He's got up above, and Chronicle's got one. Healing up, almost takes down the planter, isolates him, and allows his teammates to follow up on it. Further pushed by Redgar, lights up CNED, and he's all alone to clutch this out. 3 on the board already, though. Nats and Shados remain. They still have to defuse. His HP is desperately low, and both of these players have shields to work with, so it is easy peasy. Although it did get a little scary for a second. Gambit will walk away with the pistol.
Blasphemous.
Only Cena can make that look close. Like that that's a 4 versus 1. He should have been dead within seconds somehow. In my mind, I'm like, could he win? Like, surely not. But
30 seconds left.
A ludicrous pistol round. I'm expecting more of the same. This is also one of the maps as well where I feel like you see the most randomness in results, like in terms of upsets, in terms of just or stomps almost, in like sheer aggression, just winning you the map. So the fact that we have some of the most individually skilled players in the world currently in this server gets me very excited indeed. I also want to premise that we've talked about the winner a lot. We've been like, the winner gets that spot. The loser, if I've not mucked up the bracket, which it's very possible I have. I was looking at the nice little number graphic that we've seen. But the loser will face Forza or Team Liquid. And I will say, lower bracket Team Liquid is one of the scariest teams in the entirety of EU and EMEA. So, like, the fact is, we're looking at this as like, the other team will probably get through anyway. But it is a very real possibility that they won't.
Mid.
Yeah, well, look, this is definitely your best opportunity. Just one map away from closing it out, and, you know, not having to face Team Liquid in a lower bracket would be pretty nice. The pressure, I suppose, alleviates a little bit when you think about the fact that they have that lower bracket run, but I doubt that that's going to be in anybody's mind right now. As far as these players on this server are concerned, there is no lower bracket. It's now or never.
Yeah, it's the background stuff, the coaches, that's their job to think about. Think about the next game. The players in the server, their job is to win this one. And well, as we've already pretty much premised, it can go either way. Now, this is the first time we're going to see some weapons actually on the board. CNED, he's got his operator in the first possible moment. And on the other side of things, well, there's some weaker weaponry. Now, you do have Chronicle able to drop down on the shields because he'll be able to devour and heal himself back up. And that gives him an extra rifle to play a little bit more aggressively with. We've seen this composition played a million times. Sentinel's one of the ones that is always brought up with how aggressively they play this A site, with basically just 2 duelists looking to try and frag their way through it. A lot of teams have picked that one up. For now, though, it is looking like we're going to see the B hit, and this puts a lot of pressure onto Nats, and I bet he wish he had his cam right now.
Here.
The downsides of not playing Cypher, but you know what? He's going to have to retake, isn't he? Well, potentially. Because Ascend are moving towards that A site. They've shifted their focus in Chronicle. We've seen it many times before. Element, the one that spearheaded, made it a staple of the A site defense. The solo Reyna, he's still going aggressive. No shot landed, which means he can't escape. And Defo even gets shut down up above. This leaves the site into Ascend's control. A very tough retake for Gambit, considering the weaponry they have and the utility as well. They even had to use Shados' wall right at the start of the round because Killaz had revealed him in the close corner. And that means that they can't even afford to kind of block off these angles a little later.
It's about as awkward as a position as it could get for Zeke. He's just farming, padding those stats. Last man left is Shados. And even an extra kill here would be fine. For a bonus round, it's not really much of a problem. Get an extra ultimate orb. I think that we saw at the beginning when talking about X factors for this squad. I know that we sort of mentioned that you normally lean towards Defo. I normally lean towards Nats. But we saw the in-game leader of Redguard lean towards Shados. Now, this is a map where I actually agree with him. Because the amount of times I've seen Shados walk in on a retake that looked impossible and find double kills, I can't count. And I won't say that I've watched a million CIS VODs. I've definitely watched a fair few, but it's one of those things where he just seems to be able to do it even versus the toughest opposition. So I would say, let's see what he can do in this map. For now, though, solid round from Ascend. They're going to have a decent bank of cash behind them and still got a full buy for this.
Chronicle not quite giving up on the solo A holds. He's gone aggressive this time. I actually don't know what people typically call that position, but I've always referred to it as element ever since the absolutely insane plays that we saw from that man on OG. Shame we don't get to see more of them these days. A little wall up for the crossover. They're very worried about that operator in the hands of Defo, and they're right to be. That wall isn't down. Defo gets away with murder. Now he's going to destroy that drone, hopefully before they can spot the Reyna. And I'm not sure if they will have seen him. They definitely did now. And again, no escape for Chronicle. Defo does well to trade it back, but the site is being overrun. Shados is in. He's running in to try and take a fight. That is a brave play when the rest of his team is locked out by a wall, but he's made it out unscathed.
Oh, that's exactly what I was talking about. The man is just disrespectful. He doesn't care. He normally finds a lot of impact from that position as well, but this time it's not really been necessary so far. CNED homed in on the angle. Counter operator on the other side, but in fact, Redguard's taken that away to allow Defo to try and gain some more space with him. Starzo is going to turn it into a 3v3, try and go for a little bit more, but Defo's still going strong. His third kill of the round already. Nice shot from CNED, and now we're going to see the Blade Storm on either side, but this time Defo will come out on top. It's Gambit to nail their third round. The operator will be retrieved at that. And for Ascend on the other side, there should still be a purchase.
Little res as well to finish things off. Get another weapon in there, the economy res. We talked about Defo a bunch. I told you this guy, he's just... We've had so many scrims against him in the past when I was on Alliance. You know, we would scrim Gambit. They're always good to show you the flaws, but sometimes you lose not because of something you did wrong, but because this guy just pulls out some of the nastiest, quickest shots that you can find. I genuinely think at times, at least in scrims, dude is much more annoying to play against than CNED.
Oh, he said it. Chat, get him. He said it. Like, that's the end of MitchMan's career. It's over. Sorry.
I wouldn't say much.
See you later.
It's a bit more. It's like it's a close fight.
He's backing down.
I'd certainly rather. But at the end of the day, I think all Jets are great, and I just want them all to have a fun time. And as long as that happens, then we're all winners, aren't we?
Of course. Participation awards, we love them, but they don't get you to Berlin. So, yeah, there you go. 3-1. The buy coming out from Ascend actually is not that great, but that's because they have invested a heavy amount of it to get CNED another operator. They are looking like they'll get themselves an afterplant. The spam coming through, war being broken, and Nats is actually going to deny that altogether, even putting down a snakebite to make sure they can't retrieve it instantly, and actually starts pushing into his own, taking a little bit of damage, and Zeke just goes straight through it, has to dismiss to get out of there as well. A 4v4 that maybe never should have been, and they've retrieved the spike once again and start to take this into their own hands.
Oh my. A great recon by Killa has really set them up for that. It just left Nats with nowhere to hide, nowhere to go to try and dance through his own utility to even stay alive. Now Defo forced to save this operator 1 versus 4. They will probably be hunting him down. They know what weapon this man has in his hands, and they definitely don't want him to take it. In fact, that updraft might have been hurt. He's certainly been spotted now. They need to be so careful. Dashing back towards the site. There's still a lot of time on that clock, and there's players pretty close. Zeke spotted on the corner. Good shot by Defo. Still trying to stay alive, and he connects a beauty onto Killez. sitting down patiently, knowing there's another player towards the pipes, the spam coming in, and the shot doesn't land this time around. Defo will finally be dealt with, but he certainly made a mark into that ascend buy.
Yeah, I think it's worth it, though. I don't know exactly what the finances are going to be like for Gambit, but the last couple of rounds have been pretty costly. To get rid of that operator might mean that we don't actually see it coming into this round, and, well, so far, the operator has been the A-site defense, so it takes a pretty big chunk away. In fact, it's completely destroyed their economy. Shado's going to be the only one with any sort of primary weapon, and just going to be some pistols. So Ascend with the chance to really build into this half now and actually get some money in the bank themselves.
Here.
Here comes the drone again, the staple of this entry, clearing the corners. Defo hasn't been spotted. They're up above him. He's given his position away, though. Good shut down by Ascend. And deal with Redgar on the backside. Should be able to get this planted easy enough. Shados is once again gone for a bit of an aggressive fight. He gets walled in and just keeps on going, rushing them down. But Nats is alone. A sheriff in hand. Plenty of players that he can potentially pick off, especially Bone Color's super low HP. But unfortunately, he won't get anything. And that flawless round couldn't come at a better time. Ascend have just built up a massive bank.
It's one of those maps as well where I'll be honest, I was a little bit sad. Like when Zeke came into this team, I was like, that probably means I won't get to see the killer's Reina anymore, because it didn't make a lot of sense. I will say I enjoy Zeke's Reina just as much. that entry duo maybe at least the most terrifying in EMEA, but I think, well, if we get, hopefully when we do see Ascend play in Berlin, I think it could be one of the most terrifying in the entire world. I can't think of too many that match up to it. I know there's probably some NA fans crying in chat, screaming maybe one or two names, but, you know, yeah, sure. I'm hoping that these guys will be able to prove themselves on that international scale. In fact, I'm hoping we see both of these teams there.
I'll tell you what, I couldn't give a damn if SEA wins Masters, as long as it isn't NA. That's my only wish. I couldn't care less who wins it as long as they aren't a North American team.
I'd be happy if, like, Korea won it. Like, legitimately.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, I'd love to see Vision Strikers do incredibly well. But for now, we've not lost all hope. Don't worry. We still believe in EMEA. And these are the two teams, I think, happy to... Well, yeah, it'd be mad if he just shot through it. He's going to get a kill anyway. Surely not. Surely not! He goes into the smoke! Most people retreat! Not this man! Defo goes forward into his own cloudburst, and while you blink and you'll miss it, that round was over in seconds.
How? The only question I have, Tom, and this might not surprise you, it is how. We're gonna need to watch that one back later. Wow.
So this is Analysts MitchMan coming out. He's gonna tell you from his professional career within Alliance how.
Spike down B.
I've seen it so many times from the other side. You know what I mean? Like, the guy is just crazy. What he does doesn't make sense, but it's beautiful. Like, who stands there with an operator? Okay, sure, you're gonna peek that, go down for the mid peaks. Yeah, sure, why not? Who stands there when you smoke it off and then lets them push in and then stays aggressive? He's a psycho, but it works. I love it.
And speaking of aggression, after they lose the early man, they want to fight back. Shadows, he actually gets two. The second kill comes through, but there's a res available. It puts it into a 4 versus 3. They're going to need this man to pop off once again. The dash will at least get him back into the site, but, well, you better believe he's not done just yet. So many opportunities to re-aggress. The slow actually still gives him an angle to peek around. He could get around the back, but Zenit is ready for it. And now Zeke looks to take control of the rest of the site. There is a flank, Mitch, but it's a little bit far behind from where they'd like it to be.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Nats had the option to accelerate this, but definitely going to be something that's expected, and you see that with the recon going down. Ascend are conscious at the flank, and they've got plenty of players to cover it, and that's the main thing. If these players on the site manage to drop one or two more, that was damn close. You got to give Nats an A for effort on that one. But unfortunately, as he only finds the one kill, Redgar will be looking to save this weapon, maybe do a little bit of extra damage to Ascend on the way out. Remember, they had that flawless round not that long ago. They definitely have the credits stacked up, and the ult economy is going pretty significantly in their favor. Redgar, he's running in. He's making a lot of noise here to grab that operator, and he might not be able to get out, though. Oh, he's made it. Okay, fair play.
What?
He's out of there with the up.
Yeah, with how much impact we've seen from Defo, fair enough. I think it's worth the risk. If he goes down, yeah, sure, they're probably not going to have it in the next round anyway, so I guess it balances out at least a little bit. But yeah, this is almost feeling like that classic match of Icebox where there's just no like chokehold over the map at the moment. Like, whenever we see an A-site battle, it's 50-50. Like, who's going to show up in the round? Who individually is going to pop off? Who is going to win that duel? The main issue I've had is, like, Chronicle's job is to get aggressive. Like, the point of the Reyna is to be able to dash it or to get out of there using the dismiss. Oh my god. I could watch these two fight each other all day. All day. The player you think is going to win every duel doesn't.
That's the beautiful thing about a lower bracket. Screw the team staying alive. It just means we get to watch at least one of these guys again. And that's good enough for me. With 4-4 on the scoreboard, it is definitely time to step it up when it comes to Gambit. They're up against a lot in terms of hardware, in terms of ultimates, and certainly in terms of manpower, because they're that one ahead. They're sitting pretty right now. Gambit are slowing it down. Yeah, they got that 3-man B-stack. Nats wants to go for a little bit of a peek on the back of the drone. Good connection onto Zeke. And that's exactly what they needed.
It's slowed all the way back. The problem is, these aggressive pushes we're seeing from Chronicle, even if he just goes down, it works as an almost early alarm system for the rest of the team. Any noise that's made from this point out will give that information over. And because they're now pushing into mid, they're going to know that this push is coming in this direction. Chronicle, realistically, if he can get one, he can get out of there. Chances of that could be slim, though, as I feel like they're going to expect him at this point, and they do. He does, however, get the kill, but he can't escape.
Oh, man, that was a damn good attempt. Staying alive up top. Ascend rushing over to the side to get this plant in. Shadows could deny it. He's spraying away. Gets there, but not in time still. Can't even get the kill. Nats eliminates Bone Cold, but it's CNET in a 1v2. He's dangerous to flank, though. Is he aware of it? No. The timing perfect by Redgar to close this round out and put Gambit back on the board. A spectacular comeback, having lost the early duel right away. I really felt like that was Ascend with all the ultimates they had as well, just snowballing into it. And they get caught. The big thing they avoided there, Tom, was the Viper's Pit as well. When they get to the site, they're already able to deny. Like, by the time the spike gets planted, they're already taking fights. The snake bite takes them down afterwards. That Viper's Pit goes up, it's a completely different game. And it's this man here that did a damn good job of slowing them down. I don't know how he survived.
That's what I was going to say. Like, the time that was wasted here is the reason that they don't get that online, is the reason that the snakebite fell, and is the reason that they had to plant within the snakebite in the first place. It's because they just didn't have the time to do anything else. So Chronicle's aggression this time pays off in his favor, and I feel like Ascend are going to feel a little bit silly about that one, with one player almost dancing in their face, wasting a few extra seconds.
Now, this is going to be a very different approach by Ascend. Quickening the pace a little bit and eliminating Chronicle right away. He's not going to be a thorn in the side of the late round this time. Zeke could even go a little bit more aggressive here. You can already feel him jumping over, and it's a bait for CNET to take Nats down. Wow, beautiful play. The Shados is stuck behind this wall. There's a small gap for him to try and get through. Operators seem to be the dominant force of this match so far. CNET on top just about misses, and that gives the opportunity here for Gambit. They are only one behind. The res brings it up into their favor a little bit more, but Starzo completely ruins any hope they had of that one. I started to see the scales tip into Gambit's favor, Tom, but you just never can rely on it being a clean round when Starzo's alive.
See, I know. I can always tell when Starzo's cam's frozen because he's not dancing after he wins. Like, if he's looking serious, then it's not Starzo live. There's no way. No, that was a great round from them and a lot invested into that one. Like, not only, I think we saw 3 ultimates. You had the Hunter's Fury at the beginning, you had the Res come through, and the Bladestorm to try and close that one out. So, in other words, Gambit used almost everything to try and bring that one back and get absolutely nothing for it. Now, financially in the bin, surely not. He's actually just going straight for Sova. He's trying to catch him with the drone in hand, but instead, thankfully, at least for Killers, his teammates had his back.
Now, Now that's going to be the plant down for sure, and a retake for Gambit with weak weapons on the B site, and losing players right through the wall. Zeke's taken 2 of them without even seeing, and okay, Devo shuts him down, but there's plenty of players left to hold on to this one. CNET tagged up, and the Sheriff desperately trying to find something. Shock darts on the way through, but there is no one to follow up on them. Redgar. Oh my, okay. A quick double. He knows there's another player close, but just can't get it across the line. 6 for Ascend, but once again, it's not clean. And that's the beautiful thing about this. Every single round, there is always someone to step it up. And you know what, Tom? I don't want to do this, but at the same time,
Spike planted.
I mean, we love Kill Eyes on Reyna. We really do.
We haven't seen it.
On Sova,
nope.
It's not quite working to the same extent as it did in the past on Reyna. Let's say that.
I don't know what you mean. I haven't seen anything.
Well, he's not going to kill yet, Tom. That's
no,
that's
la la la la la la. Sorry, didn't hear anything. CNED though, he's got lots of kills. In fact, he might have enough for the both of them. He's going to win that opener once again. Just thriving on the attacking side. Chronicle, he couldn't see a thing. Just pre-fired the angle in the hopes of finding something, and he's getting more and more aggressive this time. Isn't able to dismiss away. That's Mitch's sign that Killers is now on the board. And well, I don't know if it was necessarily the difference maker, but it now puts Nat
no, that was all
to a 1 versus 4.
That was all Killers. His round right there. Let's see. He's going for more, going for double, but Killers can't get there in time. Damn it. You know what I will say is that I don't actually think it's strictly fair what I said. That Killers on the Sova. Killers is not shooting people very well right now. He's having a bad game. That is for certain. However, his recons have been insane. Like, I can think of at least 3, maybe 4 rounds where his recon directly resulted in them getting the opening frag, in them entering into a site and burning up utility in the pistol round, as we saw when they trapped Shados in the corner. We saw Nats get completely destroyed on the B site by the recon tagging him, by the drone tagging him. The harassment that he's been able to deploy has really made Gambit uncomfortable, which has given them, his teammates, a lot of space to follow up on kills, in particular CNED and Zeke.
Here we go. The replay op finally got a few seconds to breathe after what was a stacked first half from the double Jets. Already, we're going to have a brawl in the early stages of the round. Really nice shot dart coming in from Killers, and Zeke! He's just going to shut it down with CNED. An easy pistol round, it looks like, as Nats again, well, it looked like he was almost setting up for the afterplant. Not really going to be much of an afterplant at all, as he's now going to try and kill everybody remaining. Maybe at least get closer to the Viper's pit. Would be nice. No, nothing.
No consolation prize. CNED survived on, I think, 1 HP. He then started to get healed up. That is 8 on the board for Ascend with the pistol under their belts, and a big threat for Gambit, losing out on that one. Already behind by 2 starting out the half. The pistol goes against them. If they decide not to force buy, we are most likely looking at 9 rounds on the board. Such great shock darts there from Killers. My god. And this is what I'm saying, you know, his utility on Sova has been spectacular. This guy's definitely on Average Jonas's Discord. You can tell.
He scanned their whole team and then shock dart killed another, so not a bad start to the round whatsoever. It's going to be a minute investment into this one. A few pieces of utility. Zeke even playing up top with a Bulldog is going to be pretty tough to clear. Oh. Maybe not. Maybe not. This is getting a bit awkward. He's actually just going to go in with the classic. Screw the Bulldog. It is his secondary weapon in this round.
He was really just sending that one. Yeah, I like Gambit's early approach. They avoid the scope. In this case, obviously being a Marshall. It takes CNED down. But now it gets tough because they're really kind of gambling on the surprise factor, right? On just rushing it down on the speed, let's say, not so much the surprise. But now that there's a rotate in, that there's 3 players on the A side, soon to be 4. They don't really have a great stance when it comes to a lot of these fights. Bone Cold no longer taking the double damage. He can survive another shot or a shock dart in. And this is looking like it's going to be very clean indeed. Only CNED that falls. You couldn't ask for a better follow-up round.
Yeah, look how low they are, though. They could have easily got 4 kills in that one. Just a a few pieces away. I also think like it's a little bit petty, but I think if you're going to put that much utility into a corner to clear someone, do it at the same time. Like there was no way Bone Cold survives that if the shock dart lands at the same time, but instead he's able to fall back. So again, I'm being a little bit pedantic. It's a pistol round, not expecting much from Gambit, but they could have made that a lot more costly than they did.
Sure, I can see that. Okay, what are we going to be seeing here, Killaz? Let's see these shock darts go down. Oh, I hate Jonas does these all the time.
It's the B push.
This is the first. Oh, he missed it. He missed the second dart, but hey,
a tear just went down Jonas's cheek.
That right there is an average Jonas lineup. Make sure to learn that one well. Killaz up close.
Roof.
Gonna be challenged. Nice stuff. Gambit open up the mid control. Now they've got a lot of options. In fact, they still have their wall on Shadow, so they can even go up and over if they want to.
It might be a little bit risky in a round with SMGs on the other side.
Yeah.
Well, mostly. They'd actually have a couple of rifles, and on the players that you'd probably want the rifles to be on as well with the performance we've seen so far. But again, this is Gambit all over. Slow, methodical. They have players watching. No chance that Bone Cold gets past that angle without a bullet hitting him in the face. This is a Gambit's perfect round. An early kill, they wait for players to push, pick up the second, and now they can just wander into the side. Like, this is almost exactly how it would have been planned from the very beginning.
It's very uncharacteristic when you think about, at least for you and I, Tom, what you think of with CIS teams, but CNED's coming in.
30 seconds left.
Catching them from behind. Nat's already down. Player up above's being spotted. There's a little bit of pressure on Gambit. Been a very good early round. They get their post plans, but now they don't really have any ground of their own. They're kind of stuck in the middle of all these players, and CNED and Starzo are shutting them out. Okay, Defo manages to return another, but the numbers are now just equalized, and Zeke does well to find one, heals himself up. It's going to be the battle with Defo, but he's only 8 HP. He needs the headshot as he comes around the corner, and the dash is not going to work out. Zeke somehow gets that round with CNED, with Starzo, and one of the better retakes that I've seen in recent memory. That is, that's going to put a pretty foul taste in Gambit's mouth.
I want to go back to, like, there was a quote. It's a quote by a man called RyanCentral. And he said at the very beginning, it's like, when there's 5 players alive on an A-site retake, it's almost impossible. And Ryan is not wrong, Mitch. That's the thing about that quote. I'm not trying to throw Ryan under the bus, although I am maybe slightly Twitch chat game. But that shouldn't have happened, especially not with 3 players alive. The problem is, Ascend are ridiculous.
Hey, Tom, you know what? I'm gonna have to step in here, okay? I'm gonna have to put my foot down for once. I'm all for throwing some jabs, making some fun of Ryan, but let's be real here. No, don't do it to him on his birthday. Come on.
Sorry.
Pick a better day.
I'll wait till... Oh, wait, no.
Give him some slack. Oh, look at this push right up through the tube. A kill to trade it back and take Zeke out. Looks like Gambit are out for revenge. They're not happy with the outcome of the previous round, and I don't think that's going to be to anyone's surprise. But where do they take it from here? The wall put down very early. It's something we'd see FPX. You know, they would still have their wall at this stage. They'd keep it for the late round and give them more options on where they want to go. But obviously, with it being a weaker round, they want to just fake out that control on the B side and then go up through tube in through middle.
I think it's more likely that the Angel dies with the wall than places it early. With
Definitely.
what we see with him, it's more likely it never gets placed at all. Now, Killers, that's an important spot, but this is a really awkward position. Luckily, he's got a man alongside him who doesn't really miss. And see you later. There's no way the Bone Cold missed a shot. A little bit of revenge for the last round, I guess. 11-5. Ascend just 2 rounds away for booking their spot at their first international LAN. They didn't make it to Reykjavik. They weren't in Iceland, but they can make it to Berlin. The first team to do it from EMEA. There's a few other teams that you probably haven't heard of that have already got through.
1 enemy remaining.
But this is the spot that they've been wanting. Yeah, I like Vision Strikers. They're really good. Zeta as well. I like them.
Something about sandals, or I don't know, one of the NA teams got in as well.
Blocking sight.
Seen it early. Not going to get too much done. Chronicle, though, he's caught a very aggressive push from Starzo. Maybe thinking this was a bit more of an all-in B play or just trying to do something a little bit spicy with the wall that he's been placing.
Sideways. How is he playing that? He's on the ceiling. My God.
That's how he gets his lineups done properly. If he does them from above, an aerial view.
That's why he missed his lineups. all the blood's rushing to parts of his body it shouldn't be, and he's in danger.
The man literally defies gravity. That's how good he is.
He should be playing Jet. My God, never seen it before. He's preparing for a moon mission after this. Well, Ascend have lost a man. Now, how do they respond to this? I mean, normally you'd push up and try to take space. You're against Gambit, though. You can't do that. They've tried. They've tried many times. Stars have tried at the start of the round. We saw Bone Cold with the A push and get caught a couple ago. Oh, CNET somehow stays alive. I could watch that 10 more times and I still wouldn't understand how, and I feel like that's going to have big impact later on in the round. Hit behind the wall. Nice shot. Defo's down. The trade is in, though. Going to be on Zeke. 10 seconds left for that spike to be planted. They have to get it done here and now. I'm caught on the crossover. There is no way. 12-5. After an impressive previous map from Ascend, one that they weren't comfortable on, they are now on map and series point. This round here, or any of the future ones, I mean, they've got plenty of opportunities to close this out, Tom, will secure their spot in Berlin.
Yeah, I think anybody would be an absolute fool to bet against them now if they'd been doing it before. But I also want to point out one of the cool things. So Empress is an ultimate that I don't think we talk about very much as being like highly impactful other than in clutch situations. The way Zeke uses it there, though, is something I really enjoy, because obviously the plan for Gambit, you put the wall down, or the barrier orb, as some people call it. Weirdos, we call them. But they put that down to try and get themselves the up plant. Empress, well, you got slightly faster firing speed, so he just destroys the wall and gets the insta-kill. And at that point, we see this so often. The second you don't get that spike down initially, it is just absolute havoc for the attacking team. It's so difficult to then come back from that spot because you've got all the utility coming down from the likes of Bone Cold. You've got the snake bites denying, and it just becomes an impossible scenario, especially when you still have Zeke just spamming onto that position. So he wins them that round, and now look at what's coming up. You have got a pistol, sure, a Blade Storm. Okay, so it's not really just a pistol. You've got a few extra rifles, a Spectre or two. It really isn't a good position. The only saving grace for Gambit is they are one orb away from 3 different ults.
Get out of my way!
And the downside is that Ascend are in the same spot. So they got Bone Cold, Killa's just about to get theirs online. A Viper's Pit, a Hunter's Fury, and a Blade Storm could be a very dangerous set of abilities to have on. Oh, here's the wall up eventually, and they're not ready for it. Killa's gets rushed down. Great play by Gambit. Had the option before and avoided it. Now the dash into sight. CNET knows there's a player below. Has to dash out of the way. Knives out. And somehow Zeke is just destroying them. CNET delivers the knives to Defo's head. And Shados is the last man standing. He has to hold on in a 1v4. And it is not happening. 13-5. That will be the Masters 1 champions as the first team to lock in their place as an EMEA representative in Berlin for Masters 3. That is incredible. I'm blown away by the fact that we ended up in such a one-sided final map. 13-5? I mean, Ascend just gave them no room to breathe.
I've just enjoyed watching those cams as well. The happiest of all the people there, Zeke, a man who was basically traded away from his team into a new one. We were looking at them going, well, they've lost their in-game leader. Does that mean that they're going to lose their style, lose their calling, lose the mid-rounds? Not at all. They've been fantastic all the way through. They have thoroughly deserved their spot. And now, well, we're just looking at Ascend saying who's going to beat them to what is the trophy of EMEA, because I think they're set to take it at this point.
You want to know something a little bit spicier as well? I mean, look, we're either looking at an Ascend versus Supermassive Blaze upper bracket final, which would in itself be beautiful, but then you just mentioned Zeke.
Yeah.
They could be playing G2. That could be the perfect revenge story. And I would certainly love to see either of those matches unfold, and we certainly will. Ascend move on to Berlin. Meanwhile, Gambit are going to go down to the lower bracket where they will have to fight for survival, potentially against Liquid, potentially against Fours. That is not a nice position to be in. But you know what, Tom? That's it for this series. But we have one more match. As I said, Supermassive Blaze versus G2 is going to be coming up in a little while to determine who's going to face Ascend. For now, though, we're going to throw things over to a break. When we come back, the analyst desk is going to be breaking down everything that just happened. But of course, first, we got to do the player of the match. The Pay Safe card player of the match options are CNED, Starzo, and Zeke. So you guys head on over to @ValEsports_EU and get your vote in for which of these three players deserves to be the Pay Safe card player of the match. Who are you going to guess, Tom? Go on, just throw a guess out there.
See,
None
now,
of us have any
personally,
idea.
I would go with Starzo, but I have a feeling there are some people in Twitch chat, maybe a certain community, who like this guy called CNED. He's pretty good at the game. I don't know if you've heard of him, and he's even better at winning the Twitter poll, so we'll see.
That he is. Well, we'll see you back here in a little bit for the analyst desk. Don't go anywhere.
Count that big bang.
Congratulations to Ascend. They did it. They are the first EMEA team to qualify for Masters of Berlin. I'm Yinsu and I'm back on the analyst desk with RyanCentral and Kaquka. Ryan, They're the first team to make it. They're the best team in Europe. And do you believe now they might be the best team in EMEA as well?
I think so. They looked at, I think Gambit were the biggest contestants for that slot as well. So the fact that they beat it, close series in the end, but Ascend, they stuck to their guns. Gambit, I think, panicked a little bit too much on their defense. We saw Chronicle getting very aggressive, trying to make up some plays. But Ascend, most people would expect them to qualify. It's nice to see that, dotted in pen and signed as the official first team to make it from EMEA.
Yeah, pretty aggressive, both in attack and in defense. They barely gave any chance to breathe to the other team. And I have to say also, I knew that this was going to be about Jet, and the fact that CNED got that operator on like the third round, I think that was massive for their attack.
And CNED, Kaquka, in an international tournament, I cannot wait for, NA to actually get a taste of his operator.
Yeah, that is going to be massive. Of course, he has to, keep up with everything. I think he's going to be doing great. He's been doing it so far, so I don't see why that has to change. I feel like the Ascend now adapts more to the way he plays, and also, as we were saying, it comes also to the other players, but it doesn't outshine him.
Yeah, I think Mixwell even said that he thinks the CNED's a bit of an online player, so it's nice to actually test that on the server, maybe against G2, depending on how their game goes. So, yeah, I think they have bounced back really well from winning Masters 1. They're showing that they're a solid team, and it's nice to see them actually qualify.
Honestly, we need to band together on stage at Masters 3, because I'm not letting anybody BM CNED. Nobody's going to stand up and shout anything at CNED.
Thumbs up, yeah.
It's not happening at my count. But speaking of Ascend, we do have a quick interview for you guys now with their IGL. Zeke. Hi, Zeke. Welcome to the show. Massive, massive congratulations. I could see what it meant to you in your player cam when you guys won. But talk me through, how nice does it feel to be the first team to make it to Masters Berlin?
What do you think? How nice is this? I think everybody sees it on my face. It's my story is just insane, from being lost, after getting benched to qualifying for Berlin. It's just insane for me. I've never been more happier than this.
Yeah, and your journey as well. I mean, we got to go back a little bit. Nopenki, and then to G2. I know you didn't have the best time there when all of the roster swaps came in, and you said to me before that joining Ascend was one of the best decisions you ever made. So look how far you've come. What have you made of your journey?
Can you repeat the question? I'm a little bit busy. I know the last part.
Yeah. How have you made of your own journey, your own Valorant journey?
How have I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I was working very hard, and that offer from Ascend was like a rain on a hot day, I'm at lots of words, I'm at lots of words. I'm sorry to everyone, but
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. I've never seen you this happy, and I'm really happy for you as well. But I got to say, Gambit, your teammate Bone Cold, he said before that he wanted to play Gambit. He wanted to beat Gambit, and I know a lot of you also felt that way as well. How tough was this team to play against, especially when you had to go to map 3 as well?
It was definitely tough, but I think Gambit was the best selection for us. I think that we are the most happy when we got Gambit instead of Supermassive or G2. I think it was the easiest team to play against for us, and before the game we felt like that, and we were really happy when we got them. We played them again a lot on scrims, and we were always just playing really well against them, and I think they were the best matchup for us as the last, and also for the viewers. I think everybody was hyping this match, so it's I think we gave a good show, and they were definitely tough.
Yeah, you guys gave a great show there. Can anybody stop you guys? Because we here on the desk, we kind of feel like you are the best team in this tournament right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they can stop us. I think Supermassive is a really insane team, and G2 might prepare something for us. But right now, we don't care. To be honest, we got what we wanted. Right now, it's just a formality, to play the rest of the tournament. Of course, we're gonna play to win. We're not gonna obviously troll or something. But yeah, we are so relieved now. No pressure on us. We're gonna try to smash everyone.
And last question before I let you go, because it's going to be your first international LAN. It's going to be your first time playing on a stage against some of the other teams from other countries. Give me one team that you want to face and that you want to beat as well.
Definitely Sentinels. I think that was their main motivation to be the first team to knock the Sentinels out of the tournament, to not let them win it. You know, like that's the only answer. That's the only right answer, I think.
I completely agree with you, and I completely have faith in you guys to do it as well. Thank you so much, Zeke. Congratulations once again, and don't celebrate too hard.
Thank you.
Well, there's a lot to break down there. First of all, Kaquka, I gotta say, I saw your reaction there when they said that Gambit was the easiest pick for them out of everybody, left in this upper bracket. What did you make of that comment?
A lot of respect towards the teams, and maybe they have forgotten that they're actually going to be playing no matter what against either SMB or G2 next, but they secured their spot for Berlin, so basically that's what they wanted. And I mean, it's a great series that they've got from us today. So
yeah, I think for Gambit, they sort of broke that mental. I think Ascend were really trying to push them to break it, and I think I said that Gambit needed to win their defensive side. They lost at 7-5 and didn't pick up an attacking round at all. Ascend really got into the heads. Gambit were pushing to try and make plays. There's some great moments like Defo getting those kills here, but so often Chronicle, Shados, that were trying so hard to find an opening like this, but Ascend punished it. Fell right to Ascend's trap, and now they're the team that's going to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, I mean, I want to speak about Zeke real quick as well, because Ryan, you've been here since beta, you have as well, Kaquka, but for Zeke, seeing him go from Nolpenki and then not working out a G2, and then finally being able to thrive on a team like this, seeing how happy he was in that interview as well, it's quite heartwarming, isn't it?
Yeah, rep the 0.5 for Nolpenki. I think as well, considering by all accounts, Ascend should have been worse when they lost Coldamenta to G2. I think so. Zeke coming in, being able to play his game, it wasn't like he had to IGL. Bone Cold stood up, and he's been one of the strongest IGLs we've seen. He's had a great series for the most part. And MBS as well, just being able to pick up this team and show that these players that were on Nolpenki, that they deserve to be signed way back when, and now we get to see their pure potential.
And I feel like, especially this last map, was pretty similar to Bayern in the sense that the rounds needed to be faster because the push and the aggression, especially in defense from Ascend, it was just too much for Gambit to handle. First half was, a little bit more tied up, but I feel like Ascend just crashed on their defense. They knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, they did. And, like we've been saying, they're going to be going to an international tournament. We saw the likes of Tens basically call out CNED, saying that I just want to play against this guy so badly. It's going to happen. It's also great to hear from Zeke as well. They want to beat Sentinels. They want to not just beat them, but knock them out of the tournament. And one of the guys that I think probably has the biggest potential to do that is CNED. And surprise, surprise to you guys. When it comes to pay safeguard player of the match, it's pretty impossible for CNED not to win one of those awards. But Kaquka, even though I think Starkso had a great performance today, it was a CNED highlight reel.
Yeah, it was a CNED. I was telling you, the fact that on the third run of Icebox, he was already with the operator out, that was something that they also needed on Ascend on attack. It definitely made the difference all the way. Still, I think Ascend as a whole just...
Yeah, he ran the show on Icebox, really. You don't see many teams being able to pull off attack hopping like that, and it put Defo under pressure. They were neck and neck for a while, but CNED is just built different.
Yeah, and his celebration really got me too. It's just the 2 thumbs up. It almost felt like, Ryan, that he knew, right? It's CNED. He knew that if they're given a chance, he's going to be able to show up, and they probably didn't for a second doubt that they weren't going to make it.
Yeah, I don't doubt that even though his reaction was quite tame, he seems like a shy guy. He's not really going to react as crazy as Zeke did, for example, but he started to come into his own. That's the best part, is not only do we have a solid player that's growing. I remember BBL, he used to show up in the open qualifiers and then not so much in the official series. Now he is the star EMEA player, and he is our Tens, basically.
Yeah, I think he's Tens is their CNED. I'd say that.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, we're going to take a quick break now, but do not go anywhere because there is one more spot left today up for grabs, and that is going to be down to Supermassive Blaze and G2.
Count that big bang.
already secured themselves a qualification spot at Berlin Masters, but there is one more spot left up for grab for today, and two teams that will be fighting it out for that spot is G2 and Supermassive Blaze. I am Yinsu, and I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Kaquka. Kaquka, now this best of three is going to be very, very different to what we just saw.
This is definitely something else. This is Turkey versus Europe. Okay, we have to think about Assen, but we're talking about super and super. Okay, this is gonna be hilarious. This is actually the real test for G2. Their results have been up to it. They've been proven that they're worth, but they're good enough to be better than EMEA.
Well, let's talk about Supermassive Blaze first. They are the Turkish super team, and they are looking to dominate.
Merhaba, adım Mehmet, soyadım Özen. Oyundaki nickim Turko. Supermassive Blaze takımında oynuyorum. Rolüm Trader. Genel olarak Sage. Support rolünde hero'lar oynamayı tercih ediyorum. Takımımızın şu ana kadarki en büyük başarısı Türkiye şampiyonu olmaktı. Çünkü zaten 20 gün, hatta bir buçuk ay önce kurulmuş bir takım olarak Türkiye şampiyonu olmak bence büyük bir başarı. İnşallah EMEA için de aynı şey olacak. Takımımı 3 kelimeyle şu şekilde özetleyebilirim. Bence ilk başta başarı, ikinci olarak istikrar, çok fazla çalışıyoruz. Üçüncü olarak da hırs olabilir. Çünkü beşimiz de çok hırslı oyuncularız. Hırs olmadan da zaten FPS oyunu birazcık zor. Bizim başarılı olmamızın anahtarı, dediğim gibi, beşimizin de çok hırslı olması ve beşimizin de bu kısa sürede birbirimize çok güvenerek birlikte hareket etmemiz ve doğru çalışmamız.
Well, Ryan, this is the team with all of the star players. Tell me why they're rated so highly.
Yeah, I think the negative side of a super team coming in stage 3 is that they got built very recently and they don't have those connections. The main thing is that Izzy and Brave came from Kevlar Esports, so they've played together. And also Turko and Pori used to play on a Prodigy roster back in the Ignition series, so they are pretty well gelled considering. And Izzy as a player, we've just seen CNED pop off. Izzy could rival CNED, I think.
Oh, that's a big, big statement there, Ryan. But SMB will be taking on G2, who are looking to reclaim their crown.
Hello, so my name is Žygimantas Chmieliauskas. My nickname is Nuki. I am playing for G2. My role for the team is I'm like the guy that fills and I'm the duelist. Biggest success is probably the last qualifier run, which we managed to upset Fnatic and upset other teams.
Taken down, but Kellogg answers back. Mystic trying to hold on and control. We'll get another, now dancing around the back of the side, but Nukia is too quick. That is it.
It showed that we have a lot of team chemistry. That's the best thing that we have in this team. We can do both aggressive, slow, fast. We can literally wait until 10 seconds in the round and execute. So we have everything in the team. The key factor to our victory is probably just having a good mood and good team chemistry that day. So that's like the key factor for our lineup. We're the underdogs, and I feel that we have really good players that are not treated as well from the community. So it would be nice to change how people think about us just by winning the EMEA and then qualifying to Berlin.
Now, Kaquka, G2, they didn't win first strike. They missed out on Iceland. They made those roster changes, and it feels like this is the best G2 we have ever seen.
Yeah, and it kind of, makes me think about how things were last year where G2 was on top of everyone. They needed to make those changes. Only Mix were remaining from the original team, but still, I feel like they got the best out of Europe to get into this new super roster again. So this one is going to be a tough one, but I feel like they're going to get it.
Yeah, I do feel like I'm going to coin them to be the EU super team as well. We can do the EU super team versus the Turkey super team. Oh. And when it comes to maps as well, I mean, both of these teams seem like they have a little bit of depth. We are going to look at the picks and bans straight away and see what they have gone for. Well, it's Bind, Ascent, followed by Haven. This is a bit of a surprise, Ryan, because G2, you'd expect them to ban the Ascent like they have in the past.
Yeah, the fact that they banned Split is pretty interesting. It's not a map that we've seen that much from, but it's a pretty open map pool. I'd say for the most part, we've not seen Icebox as well, for one, which is such an integral map for what G2 like to play. I was expecting this more to lean towards G2, but I think the Supermassive Blaze can make a really good go of this. It's open for them to try and take.
Yeah, and also Kaquka, the Icebox, it wasn't banned either. It was actually left open too from Supermassive Blaze. They didn't fancy the Breeze today.
Yeah, they were not feeling it. I'm actually also surprised to see the Haven, but I feel like this is a good pick for them. I'm really looking forward to that Bind. I think that was a great pick from G2, and yeah, that's the best start that we can get.
Are you both feeling like this is leaning more towards G2, or are you going for Supermassive Blaze here?
I feel that Supermassive Blaze haven't been tested on this map too much. We've not really seen them play it, but G2, they've lost to Ascent 32 recently. That's a pretty nasty one. And also losing to Guild on this map is pretty interesting when you look at it. So I feel maybe we're not going to see what we typically see composition-wise. This is a great chance on an open canvas for either team to take a 1-0 lead, but I wouldn't say it would lean towards a team in particular, which is kind of crazy considering the map picks and drafts.
And we're going to go to Agent Select now, actually. Kaquka, I did have a question for you, but we can talk over in Agent Select unless, they somehow want to lock in the Yoru and the KO just to troll us.
I would love to see some surprises, especially from G2. Now, talking to actually Lucas Rojo, he told me that it's very important for them when they try these new compositions and knowing that they have these players that can practically play anything. Oh my God, Avova on Astra. Oh. They never disappoint, do they?
Okay. I mean, Ryan, we wanted Europe to be a part of this Astra meta all week, and we finally got it.
Yeah, I saw Anders tweet about it. We've not seen that much Astra, which is a little bit of a concern because I still think she's up there. This is very new, actually. That we're seeing both Kellogg's and Nuki actually pulling in the double duelist and the Astra as well. This is a brand new composition that we've really seen from G2, or at least recently in officials. The Supermassive Blaze, it's what they do as well, considering how aggressive they can go. Izzy can play the Raze, can play the Jet. It's open for him to do whatever he wants. But this is looking pretty spicy.
Wow, okay. Kaquka, talk me through the last couple of lock-ins we have, because we're full on in the Astra meta right now.
I mean, I don't want to say that this looks like Tani knew there were some changes coming, they knew that they were going to be against Nuki and Avova, but this is crazy. This is going to be, I mean, we saw them early on, but it was just one team just swapping a little bit, but these guys are 100% everything on this game.
Yeah, they're definitely prepared, Ryan. We're going to see some new stuff, but does that also, everything else that we've thought about these two teams, does it just go out the window now?
Maybe a little bit, but it brings us back to one of the points that I wanted to make is Avova versus Brave is a really cool matchup. Avova, seen as probably the best controller in Europe, and Izzy apparently got it to Tani second best, and considering that they both played under Tani at any points in Heretics, obviously with Avova and now Supermassive Blaze, Brave is only 17 years old, and he could be the future of the country. So seeing them both play Astra, a little bit of a curveball. I'm curious to see who's going to come out on top there.
And let's not forget, Kaquka, that Avova was so sure that they'll have the read because, his former teammate Impora and Tani as well as the coach. How easy or difficult is it going to be to read a comp that we just saw?
I feel like in some occasions they've said that it resembles a lot of how Heretics used to play maps. Definitely, it's not going to be the case on this bind because this is nothing like Heretics used to play. And I think that is the big surprise that SMB wanted to bring into the table today. So I think that is going to be the surprise on their side. Are they going to expect the one from G2? We'll see.
We will see indeed, because it's time to find out which team could potentially be joining Ascent in Berlin. And it's time once again for your casters to take you through even map 1.
Well, Tom, we've had a couple of changes to how these teams are looking at least the first map, and I gotta say, I'm like the Astra, man. I'm happy.
I feel like both teams have got been locking in their agents on their own sides. We've got them, man. They're not gonna see this coming. Idiots, not even gonna, and they're gonna be playing exactly the same as last time. What stupid moron! And then they've gone into the server and gone, oh, Oh, that's not what I was expecting at all. It is literally, I feel like it's like Neozinio and Tanez on both sides, just like trying to outbrain the other one in terms of the coaching staff. And now we've just got a completely different matchup to anything of what we were expecting. So it makes the desk's job incredibly fun of just like, so I think they're going to do this, and they've just done something completely different altogether.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to be applying it. You know, when it comes to these kind of really important games, this is where you pull out all the stops and really try to, well, leave nothing on the table, right? These teams are fighting for their spot in Masters in this series right now. No matter what, you want to stay out of that lower bracket because there are so many strong teams in the EMEA right now. We're kicking off on map number 1. We're here on Bind as G2 start on the attacking side. And Tom, I'm looking at a lot of ghosts here. These guys, they're going in for those silenced pistols right off the bat.
Have they not heard of the classic right click? I don't know. I felt like they might have missed the memo on that one, especially if they're going to be pushing in towards Hookah. It's going to be an interesting one, but hey, never mind. It's going to take them a while to break the wall anyway, because they have to use all of those ghosts to do it. Not the fastest, for sure, and they're a little bit wary of the boost still being in play. Now, I'm excited at some point in this series to see the Jets match up. We had that in the last map where we were looking at 2 unbelievably aggressive Jets. I've heard a lot of stuff, well, I've seen a lot of stuff of Izzy being like, almost like CNED, but more aggressive, which I know sounds like a ludicrous statement, but trust me, like when he gets going, he's definitely in that bracket, and so is Kellogg's as well. And even at this point, SMB are going to go pushing forward, looking to try and find those opening jewels. It's only going to be a trade initially, and actually the spike's going to start running back towards this A side.
And gearing up for the A hit. Looks like a lot of noise is being made here, though. Mixwell definitely causing a bit of a distraction as we see the Tiger put out, clearing the backside. Pora crosses over, good dash in there from Kellogg's, who manages to connect the shot to Brave. That's the side opened up for a plant, and Supermassive not going to have a great chance of fighting back. They've at least taken down Nukier, but the spike does get planted. Time now, a big constraint on them, and Pora is so low that just 1 bullet is needed to take him down. 1-0 we go. G2 picking up the Pistols.
Yeah, solid back and forth, a brawl of sorts, but it is going to be G2 coming out on top. Now, one of the things I'm happy did stay, it seems like not a massive amount did stay from the previous comp, but I'm glad to see Mixwell's Viper still put into spot. Now, I do question if some of the composition changes on the other side are almost to try and fight versus that a little bit, like use some of that extra utility you're going to get on the Killjoy to spot out some of the lurks he's indefinitely going to be making, because that's something that happens so often when facing off against G2's Bind, is that he's going to be left on, well, there you go. He's on one side and everyone else is on the other.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mixwell. That
in,
was very good timing.
He's in a little trouble. The Classic has actually taken him down. A few right clicks and there's a weapon to be retrieved. Not a bad start for Supermassive. They'll take that. The problem is G2, well, they're going to take the B side. Completely overrunning it and getting the plant down here and now. But Tom, we say it many times. A couple weapons dropped here is the ideal scenario for the Turkish squad. They've already got... Whoa! Oh! Yeah, they've got 2.
This is one of those moments where Kellogg's is just shouting, they're all there. They're on there, and he's like, all really? All there? No, all there. Everyone. He's trying to push back in.
Oh.
This is starting to get scary. Already 3 kills. This is a successful round, but it comes down to just 1. Of Over's the only man remaining. They're already on the defuse. He needs to wipe out everybody. He's not going to be able to do it. Brave, the youngster, with 3 kills on the back of the Astra. And that's a round that Supermassive Blaze never should have won.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people would have been sat at home going, hey, look, they got the first kill. They'll win this round. But, well, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. That is disgusting. 1-1 tied up, and G2 have got to be kicking themselves now. That does not feel good. Losing a round like that, they're forced onto Sheriffs. Forced by not going to take place here, but I guess technically, Tom, they're coming in here with a better buy than Supermassive did in the previous. They're even taking the Vandals out as well. And look at this. Look at the buy that Supermassive had, and look at how many credits they've got left over as well. It's insane.
Well, there's not really much that anybody on the G2 side can do about that. Orb control. This is a wall we see all the time, but especially when you've only got Sheriffs, breaking it takes an incredibly long time, so almost too easy. And with a lot of the Astra utility at the moment, it's just going to be used to delay, try and slow them down. Nuki, though, Gonna land himself the insta headshot with the Sheriff. Well, for now at least. I'm gonna slow things down. Again, a man to the good. I don't think there's any heals available for Colder Mentor, so he's not gonna be able to get Nuki back to full. Now facing into Izzy. Trying to be a little bit more careful in this scenario. They know that they've got a huge advantage in this round, Mitch, so even with a man down, they don't need to take too many risks.
Didn't see any risks there, Tom. No risks involved in that jump up with the boom butt. They have got the number advantage here for G2 as they push out onto the site. Good dash by Kellogg's. He's already in the tube. And it'll be Colder Mentor to take the kill in the corner. Izzy gets caught, detected, and taken down. And, well, Tom, it's not even 4 spies back and forth. It's the eco rounds. Full Sheriffs.
This is stupid.
I'm at a loss for words, but I guess this is yin and yang. Supermassive get their eco, and then G2 just answer back. Thing is, oddly, G2 have ended up in a better spot. They've managed to get the Vandal.
Oh, you said that last round.
Well, yeah. They've managed to get themselves the Vandals recovered for free, and they've kind of wrecked the Supermassive. Well, I suppose like they did have a lot of credits left over, so they can buy up here, but they don't get the bonus they would have from following on. Altogether, though, I'll sum it up like this. It's a strange start to the map.
Yeah, I feel like imagine being the coaches of the team right now, like weeks and weeks of work. So you break down everything that your opponent's going to be doing. And then these 2 rounds have... I'm just got the image of that gif where they just like throw all of the papers up in the air.
Izzy has bought an up straight away. He's looking to use his very passive on A. And actually, if you look at where that Viper wall's put down on the attack side, that completely counters his angle. At least if it's put down right, he can't see over that. That's disgusting. Playing on top of the wall, a double man setup, but it's going to be a challenge on A. Oh. And there you go. Is he trying to catch an angle above the wall, but it doesn't quite work out. Pora, quick to connect with a Sheriff in hand. And I feel like, once again, they're under threat, especially with Izzy connecting on the Mixwell. The spike is pretty much stuck. What a shot.
This is exactly what Nuki does, and luckily he's got Kellogg's alongside him. This was looking like a done deal, but now a possibility for the remaining couple of players of over. With a little bit of utility remaining to try and slow them down, and with Brave coming in from behind, Nuki should almost definitely be dead. No real chance to survive that angle, and now it's left all onto the Spectre. It seems like there's little to no hope, and actually upgrading slightly at least. It gives him the first duel. Second for us, though, is not going to happen. And Supermassive Blaze break back again. Slightly better by them of everything we've seen so far, thanks to all the credits they managed to build up previously. And now they're just going to be, well, it seems like they might be trolling here, or like, oh, they're flaming, but no, they want to get the ult.
Such a strange start, purely from even the economic side, that you would imagine you win that second round, you buy up afterwards, you even get 2 Vandals, you lose, then your economy should kind of be in the dirt. But because of the way they played their Spectres and keeping utility, they were able to get this Operator, able to get a couple of rifles, and in fact, even still, the Sheriff was the one that found the opening duel for them. This has been a pretty ludicrous beginning of the game. Now, I want to keep an eye on Izzy and how he uses this Operator. Like, we've seen a super passive stance on A. Now they're once again against a shaky-ish buy on some players. Looks like he's keeping it more aggressive, but it won't be the focal point of the round at all. Supermassive Blaze having 3 players on B, and there's lots of challenge here.
Yeah, it's going to go straight through. Oh, it's a little bit awkward. Russ already going to be catching out one. Turco has found another as well. We're going to see the Seekers spotting out where Nuki is. I thought for a second he would actually destroy that for the team there, but decided to be a little bit more focused on actually taking on the round again. And awkward spot, and Izzy, well, you wanted to see that Operator. There it will be. Closing out the round, taking it home for Supermassive Blaze. And now we wait to see what actually is going to be in play here for the side of G2.
A 3-2 scoreline in the most confusing of ways, but Supermassive Blaze are speeding into the lead with G2 down on Sheriffs, and on paper that means they lose the round. Because if this is your first time watching Valorant, you might think that they're full bot. But no, they are on the statistically worse buy, but so far that has not been the case. Again, this wall going to cut off the operator chance. Like, you can still see them as they come through, but it depends on what part of the wave the wall is at.
I love the turret that they put in. As said, I think a lot of the reason that we're seeing Killjoy put into play is to directly counter Viper. Like, also the ultimates, you think, in comparison, it's the perfect counter for a Viper's pit if you can throw in the ult on the other side of the lockdown. But also, it's just giving them information if anybody tries to sneak through every single time. Now, the Showstopper, unfortunately, kind of nulls all of that point because it's going to force every single member out of the site. It won't get any kills, though, and considering how much, in terms of weaponry, is currently there for G2, they probably would have hoped for a little bit more.
All the Killjoy utility on the side is used up and taken out of the equation. Porus still with that lockdown to play with, but doesn't look like they're going to use it just yet. Instead, going in with the Showstopper in hand, looking for someone in there. A victim is finally found, but it's a good fight being put up by Supermassive Blaze. They pull back with a couple of kills, and Izzy closes the round. A tight round. G2 have a lot more impact than they should have, considering the fact that this was a weaker buy. They managed to take down 3 players. They managed to get the site and the plant. But, Tom, the upside here is that they also committed a lot of their ulti coming.
Yeah, I don't really like that decision by Supermassive Blaze. As said, the perfect counter to that Viper's pit is just to put a lockdown in. You force the players out or they get detained, and especially when they only have pistols. Like, let's be real, what is the chances of them doing that much damage peeking back in after being forced out of the site? Like, I just think it's incredibly low. So I don't know, especially if you're gonna then put in other ultimates as well. It just seems odd. Like, you might as well just use that one, force them out. They've only got pistols, and I feel like there's a much easier way to win that round. But they get it done. I guess that's the point. So they're still gonna have that for the latter ones. Also, on the other side of things, as you mentioned, there was quite a lot invested there by G2 in terms of their own ultimates. So going forward into the next couple of rounds, there isn't going to be that much other than, of course, now the proper weaponry available to them.
Yeah, their high-impact ultis are taken out pretty much. Like, they've used, obviously, the Blade Storm in the round beforehand and didn't find the result that they wanted. Mixwell and Nuke both popped theirs in that one. And while the Showstopper gets them sight and gets them a plant, the Viper's pit, in theory, buys them a lot more space than it did. And baits out Supermassive Blaze ultis. Sure, that's an okay trade, but the fact that they've committed as much as they did to those last 2 rounds and not come out on top definitely puts Supermassive Blaze on the, or puts G2 on the back foot, let's say.
And we're going to see the early battle for Kaquka control. 4 players currently over onto the B side, so relying a little bit more heavily on Pora again, looking like it might be the retake, and I think this is now the lockdown being utilized if they do go for a plant on that side of the map, because otherwise this is a bit of a peculiar setup currently being played by Supermassive Blaze. But with that ultimate available, I think it makes a lot of sense.
And G2 understanding the gravity of this round are taking it much slower, spread into a default to start, not finding any control, and it will be the late play in towards the B site. The problem here is that there's a double man hold over Hookah with the operator watching on B long. And of course, as we said, the retake on A means Sky is very quick to rotate. Seekers go out. This will clear Hookah for them alongside a flash, confirming they can push through after the nade. Oh, Kellogg's out on long. He gets traded, though. Here we go. Evolva starting to up the pace a little bit. Deep nade goes down. Izzy forced onto the site with 10 HP. Will be sideswiped by Mixwell, and now this gets dangerous. Russ tries to buy a little bit more space, but it won't happen this time around. And Killjoy's ulti being spammed onto doesn't really matter in the end. It will go off, but all the players are safe, and they've already got the round under their belt. Nice little take from G2.
Yeah, and considering it was a stacked up site, they actually entered very well. I think it ended with a few players from SMB being in quite awkward positions, like Brave was actually on the front of the site just trying to battle and brawl with the remaining players, and G2 did very well to pick pretty much everybody off, and I don't think the lockdown at the end ended up actually just being too late to really play enough of a part with G2 having such an advantage at that stage. Still, though, financially, it's not too bad a spot. A weapon or two missing for Supermassive Blaze, so they'll still be coming back with a purchase into this round. Pora, after being so passive over the last couple, is looking to get a little bit cheeky, but he's going to be forced back off the angle.
Oh, I like that. We're blocking the left side peek and putting the grav whirl in. It's a lot of pressure. It's keeping two players inside a bath as they quickly rotate towards this B site. Turco's going to have a pretty tough hold. The man is now solo. After they've lost control of Bat, they're calling for the full rotations to come over towards the A side. Supermassive Blaze put all their eggs in the wrong basket, and they've left one behind. We said Turco, but with a Spectre in his hand, this is going to be a really tough battle for him. They're coming through the smoke, though, and that gives him the perfect opportunity. Runs out of ammo, tries to upgrade, but not quite in time. Still, that has bought them enough time to get Russ into position. Now tucked in the corner of the site, but Nuki's clearing it and looking for a little bit more. Creeping up towards the spawn wall. This is a tough retake now. Supermassive Blaze needs someone to find that angle, and Pora is completely undetected. Great shot onto Coldamenta. Mixwell spotted in the corner, is taken down quickly, and now it's all onto Nuki. A big clutch needed to keep them alive in this round. Spike down in the open. He can't quite reach it. There we go. But he needs to get it planted, and they're on two different angles. He now knows exactly where both players are. This could be pretty powerful. He can find one of these kills. Oh, but they know he's not planting.
10 seconds left.
Just going to run this clock all the way down. 8 seconds remaining. He fakes the plant, and here comes the swing. Perfectly timed to take him down. Another round for Supermassive Blaze as they pick up a 5th. And continue the back and forth nature of this half. It feels like G2 get their foot in the door, and it gets slammed right on it.
Yeah, I love how patient they are in that scenario as well. Like, it's very easy to be baited into a position. That's actually their own smoke there. Maybe expecting some sort of flash to come through, and instead just barreling through it actually plays perfectly into the Spectre's hand. So, unfortunately, misread how close one of the players actually was, and now, again, it's going to be a bit more of a awkward situation for G2, although, honestly, with how things have gone this far, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to take it.
You want to fight it?
I feel like you've almost cursed it. It's gonna, you've willed it into existence at this point in time. See how it goes.
Maybe I enjoy it.
You enjoy the hate. Great plan. I mean, you know, a stun's not going to stop you at this point. That wall's going to disappear in just a moment. That gives the opportunity for the push to come through. Nuki is really going to be upset with that one. And Pora even goes on to take down Avova. That's the worst part. He could have stopped that before it started. Now they have a tough hold on. Coldamenta tucked in the corner. Opportunity presents itself to swing out and catch them by surprise. But he only peppers them up, Tom. He can't get the kill shot. And that will be 6-3 in a flawless manner. Wow.
I'm liking the fact that Supermassive Blaze seem really willing to just fall into this retake. So I think the fact that it's pretty much every single player doing it as well, while still garnering some control, like not allowing them every single position they want for the afterplants, it makes a lot of those scenarios very awkward for G2. Now, again, this was a pistol round, mostly. There was only a single rifle available to them, a hero on Coldamenta, but in a lot of these cases, they've been doing that. Just almost going, okay, you can have the site, but holding onto these positions is something that we plan to do as such. For example, as Lamp. So, for now, looking good for Supermassive Blaze. Brave even to potentially be a little bit cheeky. When this fades, there's going to be a multitude of players on the other side. Maybe trying to fake them out with his current positioning. In fact, I thought for a second he was going to get both. It looked like he should have done. Izzy waiting to the last possible second to find the kill onto Avova. But that takes out a lot of the utility available for G2 and gives them an all-important man advantage.
Yeah, well, first of all, the spike's left behind here, so this is going to be a very slow... Oh, well. Suboptimal, to say the least. They lost their Seekers in those early fights as well. Bladestorm's gone. Like, you're not going to be a showstopper in this situation. Good kill. Spike picked up. Spike dropped.
Down B.
Quickly as you like. At this point, well, we've seen Mixwell on the Viper. We've seen him do some great things before, but what, 40 seconds on the clock. They have full rotated, though. They're playing 3-man B right now. Happy to retake if he manages to get a plant down. Far enough away from his ultimate that it won't really matter. And, well, Look at the firing squad.
These rounds are starting to become almost more and more dominant for Supermassive Blaze. Again, like this was almost like a disruptive round because, as you've sort of mentioned so far, a lot of the positions we've seen from Supermassive Blaze have been incredibly passive, like the operator sitting all the way back and A-Heaven just watching for anybody to push through. They've been only really facing Kaquka in a lot of these rounds, and other than that, they've been incredibly passive. What do they do this time? Push deep into a smoke all the way down B long and just take a fight. Like, nobody on the G2 side was expecting that, and with the constant re-aggression, I think it just threw G2 off.
Get out of my way.
Completely unprepared for a push that aggressive, and well, now we're going to have a Blade Storm, Seekers, Showstopper available, but the question is, other than the Blade Storm, how many of them are they actually going to utilize?
Well, here's the Seekers popped out. Remember, this gave them hookah control last time, and now it's going to be used to overrun the A site and get Jet into a very aggressive position. I don't know, there's still an updraft to play with, but keloqz is deciding instead to go in through spawn. Much more aggressive stance to go in for these fights, and a nice headshot, followed by a second. He's running into heaven, and okay, he won't land that shot. Nukia a little bit too quick in taking the kill, and a nice nade to deal even more damage. This is a fantastic start for G2, but they have to hold on. They might not know about Pora's flank. He's done this so often. But surely they're going to check it, and that they do, with Avova trading out his teammate and Turco falling. This is pretty much done and dusted. Russ is running for the hills to save that Vandal. We're looking at 4 rounds for G2. Rez burned up over on the Supermassive Blaze side as well. That's a perfect round.
Okay, so I'm not entirely sure if this is true, but I'm certain at least 3 of the 4 rounds that G2 have won have been with pistols. One of them was the pistol round, but the other 2 were thrifty rounds. So this has made very little sense in what actually works out. Now, it's a little bit different in the case that a couple of times now we've seen them use a hell of a lot of ultimates to almost buff what they've been able to utilize in these sort of rounds. And it also helps out if keloqz does stuff like that.
I didn't even notice that was the Showstopper that got fired towards spawn. I thought it got fired into heaven. You could see the explosion, right? Just unless it was a blast pack. Either way. The Showstopper was burned up, and that's the TLDR of it. G2 have no ultis to play with this time around. And Tom, yes, they've won a lot of the rounds with pistols. They've also won them by throwing in mainly the Seekers, right? The Seekers have found them a lot of room to maneuver on. It seems to be that lack of information that they're really playing with a lot of the time, giving Supermassive Blaze the ability to have these late round aggressive stances that we've seen from them again and again.
Oh yeah, they've almost used Showstopper as well as an ability to take control of that. Like, no one's going to push back into a Showstopper. That almost becomes the secondary point.
Oh,
and he's just been
so
owned.
Dirty.
The combo of the Boombot alongside the operator, and Izzy is just completely outplayed his opponent. The turret's going to make things all the more irritating. That spot is so dirty. Like, it shoots over the top of the screen, gives them the information, and then also snaps back to spot anybody going out. I feel like they've intentionally put this in play, and that was just a random shot towards him over, and it almost kills him off. 8-4. Really solid half. And again, 3 of the 4 rounds that Supermassive Blaze lost were to pistols. So in terms of the actual buy rounds, they dominated.
Well, I saw CNED say on Twitter, you know, they're going to Berlin, and now it's Supermassive Blaze's turn. And he even dropped my tag and said, now it's your turn. And, you know, obviously I understand. He's repping his countrymen, right? He's rooting for them. But I think he might see a little bit more in this team. Hell, if I'm CNED, I probably don't want this team to qualify.
One of the matchups I've wanted to see since the beginning of the tournament is Izzy versus CNED on Jet. Like, I think that... Sure, the last was incredible with Defo, but I think Izzy, when he's on Jet, is just so much more aggressive. So I think that will be a true showing of what Turkish Jets have to offer. That was an audacious attempt from Cornamenta. Straight through. I don't know if he tried to run back the other way and was just so blind he got caught, but that has gone very badly wrong and ends up with, oh, it looks like a very easy round for Supermassive Blaze.
Oh, Nukia, look at him go! Oh, he's full blind and he's still killing people, popping headshots, but it's not enough. It simply is 9-4 down. Supermassive Blaze win this pistol, and that should be a nail in the coffin of G2's bind, honestly. Their buy rounds have looked very poor.
So their buy rounds have looked poor.
Very
Mitch, but
poor.
What comes next?
See, that's the thing. Their buy rounds have looked poor, but their poor rounds have looked incredible. So
Exactly.
they haven't got a lot of cash to
Game
spend
on.
here. And matter of fact, maybe buying Sheriffs is a disadvantage. Just play the classics at this point. We'll see where they go. It's a lot different making those weak buys work over on the attack side, though, where you've got the numbers versus and the Seekers and all this entry ability.
Well, not the greatest of starts. We've already seen Bray find the opener. Izzy's going to go flying across. Does actually connect the bullet onto Izzy, but unfortunately, Mixwell completely surrounded, not going to get anything done. Going to be the rotation coming back in. Of course, they've got very little to lose in this round. Interested in what the plan is. Maybe try and catch out somebody lurking on the other side of the map, or just look for exits as a whole, but obviously for G2, they don't want to hold on to any of the weaponry that they currently have.
Oh yeah, you definitely want to be dropping these weapons pretty quickly. Get your little bit of cash for dying. Likely to see them jump into the spike at the end of the round if they don't get wrecked by the Spectres. See if they can grab an extra kill here. There's a nuke here for one. Okay, well, look, that worked out about as well as it could have. You got yourself the double kill. Make it that little bit more costly for Supermassive Blaze, but at the end of the day, Tom, they're 10-4 up. And G2, wait, I'm trying to think. Have they not won a buy round, or did they win one buy round?
I think they won one.
Yeah, I think they've got one. But
not the greatest of statistics to pull out in a match that will potentially take you the bullet. And I believe this is their map choice as well, right? So that is a very, very bad sign. I feel like this was one that I think they knew that Ascent would be coming up next anyway, which has been a much stronger map for G2 as of recent. Like, it's going to be something that I think they knew that any Turkish team they would come up against will be picking. Just like the CIS Turkey are big fans of Ascent. But now, though, is there going to be any sort of response? Now, this isn't actually that weak a purchase. Normally, we see teams with mostly Spectres across the board, but actually Turco and Russ are both invested into rifles for this round. So on the side of G2, they do have to be that extra bit careful, because there's a very real chance that either of those players could take over the round.
yeah, when you get to this level of competition, it's very different to the earlier stages of challengers, and we've seen it in the first couple of rounds, right? It doesn't even matter if your opponent's a Rico. The level of skill is so high here that you lose focus for a second. You give an opportunity, it will be capitalized on. Lots of stars going down. The B site gets overrun. Izzy trying to get up close, but Cold Dementor prevents it. The site still under threat as the wall breaks, but a good shot by Turco, and Russ follows up with more. The Sheriff of
30
Pora
seconds left.
leaves just Kellogg's and Nukia alone. Now, Kellogg's has managed to get very early on in towards Hookah, but they know he's here, and it has to be...
Last player standing.
Yeah, with Nukia falling, this is very unfortunate, because getting out's going to be tough. And that's why. Sprayed down, weapons upgraded. Supermassive Blaze are 11-4 in the lead, Tom. And they've just got a free bunch of Vandals and Phantoms.
Yeah, they look incredible. Like, they've definitely won the back and forth of the Force Buy Wars, but then they've also just come into this, and that was just perfect. Like, just running through as a squad, getting in quickly. I also think Por must be one of the best pistol players that we have in EMEA. Like, again, like, just so good whenever he has that Sheriff in hand, and I don't even feel like it's that much of a disadvantage to him. Right? Is that correct? We're gonna see Supermassive. Is this like a flex pause? Like,
Let
just
him
like,
sit in it, man.
Hey G2, just wanna have a look at the scoreboard right now, because you're 11-4 down, and we're just chilling.
Now, this is the moment where someone has sat there, like Pora's just called, guys, they're going to have pistols. Let's watch out. 75% of their rounds have been from pistols, Tom. I mean, you got to take these rounds more seriously than the buy rounds. But in all seriousness, in this position, I think a lot of teams are going to have a lot of energy. You know that it's important to just close these maps out. not allow that reverse sweep to come in, but there's also the added element of just letting them stew. They know that they're not doing well. You know, they've won one buy round.
Yeah.
At this point, G2 are already feeling pretty tough. And the worst thing is, all they want to do is get back up on the horse. Like, let's go, boys. This is the round. And now you have to just sit there for a minute and just wait. And that's one of the worst things.
It's like you let them talk, or in some cases you let them not talk, which if people are just stewing. Now, I will say that there's a lot of experienced players on this G2 roster, so I am hoping that that is not the case, and they do have players like Mixwell bringing them back. And I know that Kellogg's is a beacon of positivity as well. Maybe a little bit crazy, but that definitely reflects in his gameplay as well. We'll see if they can get anything done here. They have taken the choice to go for a massive amount in this round and try to basically fight for overtime unless they can make it work once again and up that stat a little bit more. A lot of information had already garnered, though, by Nuki, spotting a few players down mid, and with the push already coming in on the other side from Kellogg's, they are going to spot this rotation, or they should do, fairly early. The problem is it might be caught by Kellogg's dying, and it definitely will.
Yeah, that's a shame. The fact that Kellogg's goes down there, such an aggressive position with the Marshall, it could have given him at least the ability to catch off the last player in, but now the rest of the team scrambles to aid the B site, and it's only Nukia to find it. The Sheriff in hand, he's being sprayed at from every direction, naded, pushed. And himself and Mixwell both find kills, the ultimate pop, but it gets nothing. He's caught in mid-air. Turco just saved the day. If he doesn't get that kill, then I'm scared that round goes to G2, but instead it's 12-4. And Supermassive Blaze are making a statement here. G2's map pick. And they have not given them, they've only given them one buy round, Tom. My God.
Yeah, no, this, like, no matter what you expected of this series, no matter who you were backing in this series, I don't think anybody was expecting this. Like, absolutely dominant. Okay, this is going to be the tactical pause this time taken by G2, but it almost gets to the point now of what do you say? Like, this is your last chance. You need to win 8 rounds in a row just to compete in your own map choice. You then go to Ascent, which, as said, it's a Turkish map. Like, that map is where... Even when we were sitting, for example, when you go back to the last EMEA where there wasn't a massive amount of success from the Turkish region, they were still deadly on that map in particular, even having an upset or two. The one thing I will say is the one map I remember specifically from that event was actually Russ versus Liquid. I think it was one of the first of the tournament. Him on Jet. And when this team was formed, I was thinking, if there's someone in this team that has pushed Russ off Jet, that guy must be truly unbelievable, because he had one of the best performances of the entire tournament.
Yeah, Russ has been around for a long time. A long, long time. He was the replacement that was brought in, right? For CNED over on BBL way, way back.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure he was the guy that got on his side. He did a damn good job. Like when EU stole him away. 12-4. This could be the final round of G2's map pick. And Pora has even opened it up onto Coldamenta. The teleport play caught red-handed. An ultimate pop by Supermassive Blaze. Mixwell has actually managed to avoid being caught by that Seeker. He gets in, sneakily destroys the ult, and he's out. Oh, here comes the showstopper, hunting him down inside the Viper's pit. Rusts onto a Vova, and this surely is 13-4 for Supermassive Blaze. They even have the res, insult to injury for G2, who now have a 2 versus 5. All the efforts put in by Mixwell and the others are gone. And Tom, I'm not feeling too hopeful about this one. Nuki has to push out through a smoke, and just like that, it is close 13-4. G2 on their own map pick struggle to get off the starting point, winning 3 out of 4 of the rounds with pistols. I'm trying to think. I really don't think it gets worse than that, Tom. I think it's about the worst start you could have.
Yeah, no, that is about as bad as it could possibly get for G2, and as a statement for Supermassive Blaze, I'm starting to wonder if I should start bowing down to our new Turkish overlords, because that was an unbelievable performance. We've had CNED already make it through, and it looks like Supermassive Blaze are just looking to speed run to get there themselves. And as said, they're now going into Ascent, which is a map where, well, yeah, as said, it's good for G2, but it's also incredibly good for them. So I'm hoping that that's just a blip on the radar. We've seen that G2 in the past have been incredibly headstrong, but it's going to take a lot to dig themselves out of the dumps after what was a spanking coming out from Supermassive Blaze.
We could be looking at a very short second series here. The ball is in G2's court as map 1, their pick, goes insanely dominantly against them. We'll be back in a little bit after this break where the analyst desk is going to attempt to break that one down and talk us through what map 2 holds and if G2 actually have a chance of bouncing back in this series. We'll see you soon.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the EMEA Challengers Playoffs, where Supermassive Blaze have just demolished G2 on Bind. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm back on the desk again with Ryan and Kaquka. Ryan, you know, this is the Turkish team we've all been waiting for. They've traditionally not have been able to show up as much as they have against European teams, but perhaps this is really the super team of not just Turkey, but EMEA.
This is the biggest message that not only Supermassive Blaze could send, but Turkey. It's the last Turkish team that's still in this tournament with Fireflux and Oxygen. Let's be honest, kind of going out in nasty fashion. So to see a Turkish team like Supermassive Blaze kind of dish the dirt on G2 like this, it's pure vindication, and what a way to do it. Mention that Brave, Izzy definitely is a player, like that's a performance from him overall, but the most impressive thing has just been Pora. Just, he is IGLing, he's also lurking, he's that transient sentinel player that's going to go find gaps. The fact that he can get away with doing stuff like that really goes to show that Supermassive Blaze are really trying to not tilt G2, but really put them in a position where G2 are going, what on earth just happened?
Yeah, and that was an incredibly fast map. I don't know, I'm getting that feel. I'm starting to wonder, was Bind a good choice by G2? Because the latest results were not the best, but definitely they were bringing in something different. They wanted to use the Jet and the Raze and just take up all the potential that they thought they could use. Do you think, Ryan, that it was a good choice?
I don't know, because I think G2, the whole plan is that both teams came in with compositions that we'd never seen them play before.
Yeah.
I think maybe G2 assumed, we're going to try something new, but we know what Supermassive Blaze we're expecting them to pick up. So we kind of know how to anti-strat them with our new composition, at least to an extent. I don't think it was that deep, but the fact that Supermassive Blaze changed up their composition as well to be somewhat similar, I don't think G2 was prepared. Avova lost the Astra game against Brave, so it was nice to highlight those players because Avova just couldn't get that utility to assist at all, and because of that he wasn't able to be the integral part of how G2 can find their openings.
Well, let's talk about that, because we've theorized on whether EU could potentially be left behind in a meta, and especially when it comes to Astra. And Ryan, this doesn't look well that we're not just able to make this agent work when everybody else seems to be popping off with the Astra.
Yeah, I think it's an agent that people, much like Sage, I think it's the exact same thing. It's like Sage gets nerfed, people go, she's trash, don't play her anymore. And then suddenly one team picks her up again, like Lowell's like, no, she's great. And then the pick rate starts to go up and up. I think it's the same with Astra. I just think that we've seen players, I think that's maybe why Forza did better than people anticipate, because Zeddy is a nutty Astra. I think it's the individual bravado that you can have with that. And I also think, coming on that, Coldamenta, he usually has an insane amount of assists, like 1 per round, roughly, like 0.9 or something. He only had 5 and 7 kills on Sky, and he's typically very good on that, but he was bottom fragging for his team and couldn't find any form of potential setup. I think that's what was missing from G2, just no setup, certainly when it comes to their attacking half.
Yeah, I think they were lacking on what Ryan is mentioning. I think that SMB really messed up all the timings from G2. On the last rounds, they lost. They looked so lost, and this is not this new G2 got used to. And I have to say, I don't know what we can expect from next map, because this is a real good map from SMB.
Yeah, well, before we move on to that, I know, Ryan, you mentioned Pora. I'm just looking at my stats right here. 5 first bloods from him and 0 first death. So this guy, it's not a similar role he played on Heretics.
No, and he's IGLing at the same time, which is the most surprising thing. We spoke to Tani about, like, what's not so much the problem, but what's the problem, I suppose, with putting a squad together this early is just that Pora, it's a whole new role for him. IGLing when you're a silver is fine, because if I'm going back to the whole, it's like, all right, I'm setting up the play, I say go, and everybody goes. If you're a Killjoy lurking on the B site and everybody else is going A, how are you supposed to call anything? You might as well do it blindfolded when it comes to any information that happens. You can set up a default, sure, and then just try and do your own thing. But he is typically a quiet player that now has to IGL as a satellite around the rest of Supermassive Blaze. The fact that he gets 5 first kills and openings and doesn't die shows that G2 weren't expecting it and they didn't punish it enough.
Yeah, there was literally no room to think, especially on the attack. Not even a single round for G2's defense. And not even those bonus, there was nothing that they could do, because they just kept pushing and they were winning the duel. So what else can you explain? It's not like you can have a plan against someone pushing you constantly.
Well, let's talk about Ascent. You mentioned it there briefly just now, Kaquka, that you're worried for G2 here. Why?
I'm not extremely worried, but based on, I really thought that this was going to be a super even match, super tie, and it's not what we got. So that makes me scared, because I don't know what G2 has prepared for this map. I know that they've prepared a lot, and they knew that they were going to be facing SMB. They looked super confident, and they, it didn't work. So that's why I'm scared.
I think for me, it's typical to sort of see teams, especially Turkish teams, being very proactive on this map. I think looking at how Supermassive Blaze have played it in the past, they've lost to Fireflux, they've lost to Oxygen. We've already seen them play. We even saw Oxygen play up against G2. in that matchup, right? So I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a home run for Supermassive Blaze just because they're a Turkish team on Ascent. I do think that G2 can play this relatively well, but it requires, I think, Kellogg's to open up, because the fact Izzy was that good, Ray's opping is a little bit concerning to say the very least. But also Izzy is insane, clearly.
And also another point that we have to think about right now, G2 changing so many times the composition, especially on Ascent. We've seen Cypher, we've seen Sky, Reyna, Sage, Raze. What is G2 have prepared for this map? This is all or nothing mostly for them. They cannot, I mean, they can go into the lower bracket, but they are aware of their situation. So
yeah, this is more going on to the old G2 when Ardis and Padstick were still on it. I think Ascent was a map that they tried all sorts. They were trying to run the Sky. They were throwing stuff at a wall to see what sticks. And so as much as this new roster of G2 is a lot better, maybe that underlying problem is still there. It's like, we don't know what we want to do on this map, whether we want to set the pace or not. Because if we're going off history, even with the older team, it's very much a map that G2 haven't quite figured out how they want to approach it yet.
I mean, you mentioned Izzy there as well, because for people that don't know this team, the Raze wasn't even, you know, his full potential and his full power, because on Ascent, Ryan, we are expecting him to play the Jet here, and this is where it gets very, very scary.
Yeah, and I think they could almost have the Durka buff, right, when he came onto Fnatic, and it says a lot when you have somebody like Doma, who was an insane duelist, kind of go, I'm like, this guy, take it. You can have it. It's the same with Russ. The fact that Russ, who was an insane duelist for BBL, has gone, Izzy, it's yours, you can take it, says the full potential of this team. And I think that it's no surprise that nobody really expected them to maybe do this well. It's still a fresh team in a region that is often disappointed when we've got to this stage. The fact that Supermassive Blaze have come together like this and hit G2 that hard, I don't know if it's going to be a full 2-0, but G2 are really on the back foot now, because this is not what they're used to.
Yeah, and I'm really scared because you were mentioning, you know, Turkish team being super proactive and really aggressive. And especially on this Ascent map, we know that teams feel more comfortable often on that defense. Not the case for SMB. They're super strong, like ridiculously strong on their attack. And this is something that I feel G2 is really going to struggle against, especially if Izzy is having the day as he was having on Bind.
Well, like you said, Kaquka, but we don't know what G2 have in store for them, and this will be a great time for them to pull that out. But we are going to take a quick break now. Go get yourselves a drink at home and join us in a few minutes for the next map of Supermassive Blaze versus G2. Supermassive Blaze have already given themselves a super massive advantage in this qualification match, but Ascend is up next, and G2, Ryan and Kaquka, they do have a good chance to claw their way back into this, and Ryan, they have to really if they want to qualify today.
Yeah, and it's a map where G2 aren't bad on. The 6-1. My only concern is the one loss that they had was to FPX in Challengers 1. It was like the first quarter-final game that they were in. And I think more than anything, it was to do with Dimasic pulling out the Phoenix. Nobody expected it. And maybe that's sort of in line with what we saw on Binders. If G2 doesn't expect the kind of compositions, maybe Supermassive Blaze come out with something insane again. Maybe that's a problem that G2 just aren't ready to deal with.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select now and see what we're getting today. We had a couple of surprises on Bind. Maybe a couple more here. Again, upper bracket match. Well, none of these teams are going to get eliminated today, but it'll be interesting to see what they go for. But so far on the side of G2, comfort picks, Ryan.
Yeah, so far so good. I don't expect them to push the issue here. They really need to go back to something that they're used to. I mean, Brave, he could play Astra again. He has done in the past on this map. He's obviously going to be on the controller role, but he has a lot of choice. So the fact that we're going to Ascent and it's looking like bread and butter for most teams, G2 still have a good chance here, I would say. They're not going to be completely surprised by an Agent pick, but really, they have to win this out now.
I want to see what Mixwell picks. If it's going to be... Oh, it's going to be Killjoy, actually.
Ooh, okay.
I was between you know, the Sky, the Cypher. I want something to help Kellogg's with that mid control. I think it's going to be very important, especially if SMB is just too aggressive for them. They need some kind of way to stop them. Is a Killjoy going to be enough? We'll see, especially on A side, I would say.
They brought back the Killjoy and the Sage here. Ryan, I like this. What do you think?
They could potentially want it to slow down the play, you know, make sure that they've got some slow orbs, a wall, nano swarms on the A site, for example. For me, it feels that G2 on their defense are going to be playing a bit more retake-centric with the lockdown to create that space. Would make sense. They don't want to fight Supermassive Blaze head-on. A lot of watching the VODs for Supermassive Blaze, Oxygen, Fireflux, it's the spawn doors open and they duel in A and B main. Like, they just take fights, they end up in a 3 versus 4 and go, all right, we got this many people, they have that many people, let's go do this. It's almost like a dice roll. All right, we have more numbers than them, let's hit B. Oh, we don't have as many, let's just sort of default and see what we can find. So I do think that G2 don't want to participate in those fights, but Kellogg's, he needs that up to shut down these angles. And Supermassive Blaze, they want to take chunks out of G2.
Yeah, and also we were talking about the Astra duel. Now it's come to an Omen duel. This one, I mean, Avubos should prevail. And obviously G2, if they want to continue in this upper bracket, is it going to be the case? We hope so, because I think this series is also worthy of a third map.
We hope so, but do you think so, Kaquka?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you think a 1-1 here, Ryan?
I don't think the Supermassive Blaze can make out like bandits like they did on Bind. I don't think they're just going to come in and get a 8-4 advantage even and then win the rest of their attacking rounds. I think the G2 should be a bit more prepped here, especially with their comp. They don't want to just be struck hard and struck quickly. They want to slow down the pace, see if they can force Supermassive Blaze to play a bit more European.
Well, G2, they need to have a better showing here if they want to qualify for Berlin Masters today. Mitch and Tom, let's jump into Ascent.
Well, Tom, we've got a game on our hands. I hope. Because that first map didn't quite go as I expected. But I'm hoping that right here and now, we get a change. G2, historically, always an Ascent team. You know, slight roster changes along the way. Maybe it doesn't hold true. But, Tom, you've been saying that this is a Turkish map. And I think I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
How are we looking at the chances of the reverse sweep?
I wouldn't call it out of the question. I think that it's been proven time and time again that G2 have the tenacity to turn these sort of games around. It's just worrying that it's on Ascent, as said.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. But Ascent is the battleground. It has been set between Supermassive Blaze and G2. A spot in Masters on the line, and Supermassive Blaze got to choose this map. So they've got the upper hand, the comfort ground. They've got one map behind them as well. Now they see if they can finish it. The attack side is where they'll start this feat. And Tom, I'm gonna ask you, who is favored coming into this map?
I'm still going to stick it with Supermassive Blaze, but what I will say is that there's this guy called Kellogg's who likes this map a lot, and he's back on his trusty agent. He's looking to get a little bit aggressive, and we know what he can do given the opportunity. So they're still going to be a little bit careful. They can't take this one for granted after the first map.
That is for sure. Your man Kellogg's is having a bit of trouble holding on to B main here. He's still inside as they split through market and quickly dispatch him. Now the only threat is in spawn. 3 players, soon to be 4, grouping up there. An ambitious pistol for G2, but Coldamenta picks up the first. Now they have a little bit of access, but look over towards main. This is always the troublesome position, and with Pora tucked in there, it could get very scary indeed. Russ kind of postured there, you know? He went for that fight in the alleyway that you normally wouldn't go for if you had a teammate inside of main.
Yeah.
There's only one player watching for it. That alarm bot should give it away. Pora standing still and avoiding it, eventually steps to the side, and a headshot connected leaves Mixwell low. Russ takes advantage of that, and Coldamenta to close it out and put Supermassive Blaze 1-0. A good start to the map, and that's definitely not an ideal scenario for G2.
That is one thing that has definitely impressed me, probably more than anything else for Supermassive Blaze, is the interplay between different players almost seems like second nature for them. And considering, like, just like G2, they haven't been together for a ridiculous amount of time. Like, we're definitely getting there, but as you sort of mentioned, like, Russ's peak, I feel like, is to just almost try and play with the minds of their opponents, and then Pora's is to give Russ more space to peek back onto it again. So, like, it works both ways, and the interplay of those players basically wins them the round. And for now, at least, well, there is one Sheriff. Everything else is just straight up classics, a few pieces of utility here and there. Not really much that they can really go for here. Almost getting some damage done. Actually, Nuki is going to close out that kill.
Yeah, good stuff. Tag onto Russ makes him a little bit squishier for Evolve. A little right click could do the trick, but Russ a little bit too quick. Kellogg's in 7 HP, the final player that Sheriff aforementioned, but he goes into the fight with a knife, and it goes about as you'd expect. 2-0. Supermassive Blaze not going to get ecoed out after winning the pistol, which is a good sign. That's you kind of don't want to lose to classics.
Yeah, no, that's good advice for anybody at home.
Analysis.
Try not to lose to classic. That's a good one.
And remember,
a bit of a
Izzy
worry
is a
as well.
player.
That is also true. And a lot of the kills, at least in the early stages, have actually gone the way of Russ. So he's getting ever closer to having that Hunter's Fury at a very early stage in this map. Now, Mitch is excited because Coldamenta is, of course, getting his favorite weapon into some of these earlier rounds. But this is where we need to see G2 actually break back a little bit. But again, we're seeing 2 rifles in. This is something that Supermassive Blaze seem to want to do in quite a lot of rounds. And actually, Izzy's with one of them, and he's just gone dashing into the site.
Yeah, they've got a deep reveal that covers the majority of the site, and they see absolutely nobody, but better safe than sorry, so the drone makes an appearance as well. The door is coming down. That'll just be spammed and broken down in a second by G2, but the important thing is they've got the site and the plans, and with the weapons they have in play, this is the ideal scenario. Keep it nice and close range. Take the fights on your own terms. G2 need to find a way in, and I think it's going to be around some of this Sova utility. The recon in particular, when you've got that Odin in play, it can be so strong. And here it goes.
Kellogg's dashing in. He's made some space. He's become the focus, but even still, the trades are actually coming in thick and fast. Taco went on with 3 kills on the Spectre, and the retake was looking incredibly good until he stepped up. Supermassive Blaze looked to continue their form, and wow, 3-0, they win the bonus.
With a Spectre, of all things. I mean, let's just take a look at this replay. Let's see what went down. They got a couple of kills. Everything's looking great. And it's these guys down below. And like, Turco just won a fight. Let's appreciate that. Onto Mixwell, who was in main. He sprayed him from hell all the way to A main with a Spectre and won that fight, then followed up with 2 more. That's not a round that you should lose. It's not a fight you should lose, and you certainly shouldn't lose 4 of them. Bizarre. Bizarre indeed, but Supermassive Blaze are 3-0 up, and the start is fantastic. The run up mid takes Mixwell down. Of course, they only have pistols this time, but Tom, that's where they do most of the work.
Yeah, at least in the last map. I'm really hoping that that doesn't become a trend, because it will be a very short-lived trend, because they will be going down to that lower bracket in the next 20 minutes. But other than that, I'm hoping they start to get a few buy rounds on the board as well. If they can do it in this round, all good for them. At least being able to find a kill or 2 here and there. Russ actually goes in for the solo peak, so that's going to be a weapon at least traded over. An angle held by Nuki as well. Needs to try and get something done here if they're going to have any chance, or even bother going for the retake, because from Avova's point of view, he's got a gun now.
Yeah, he could definitely justify going back to save. I think in these sort of situations, it's often going to be just one guy going for the fight with the other looking to save the rifle. And Nukier having a sheriff in his hands, I mean, why not? Paranoid out. No, they're both swinging. The trade found by Avova, and he almost gets them all. But Turco saves the day at the final hour. It's 4-0. But G2 did get a lot of work done with those sheriffs, as expected.
That would have been the best spray transfer. Damn, that was harder to say than it should have been. Trade transfer. That was what I was going for. Yeah, that would have been the best spray transfer I've ever seen if he got the third one. Utterly ridiculous. Turco, he doesn't look amused, but they will get it done. 4-0. Now we get to see the true 4x though from G2. This is where Kellogg's gets his operator into play, but by the looks of things, Supermassive Blaze are just going to go for an incredibly fast take of this B side. Maybe negate all of it, but Kellogg's is there ready and waiting.
A little bit of trouble here for Russ. Almost taking his teammate down, doing a gambit on that. The spams that can come straight through the wall there, I thought would be a big danger, because I saw Coldamenta put out a little recon, but it didn't actually manage to scan anybody. I think they destroyed it instantly, so G2 don't get any of that information to play around. They end up losing Kellogg's. The res comes in, so Supermassive Blaze are back up with an advantage, and they're making a quick rotation to the A site, where presently there's only Avova, and even then, he's super passive.
It's one of those rounds where they can afford to take that risk because they have the backup of the res. Now, a lot of information has been found by Nuki. He's gone pushing all the way into mid. It's not quite David P, but he is getting just as much in terms of positioning. The problem is, this is almost definitely going to have to be a retake, unless something could be found by Avova on the cross. And the fact is, chances are they're just going to wait this one out to force him all the way back. Now, there is going to be a bit of a risky peek coming in from Mixwell, but again, he'll have to go for the same. Come on. I think he actually got the tank.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it looked like it up above, but it's long since gone. 12 seconds until recon again. When you've got that Odin in play and an A-side retake, you want that recon. 5 seconds. I don't want to see a peek right now. Save the, there we go. Perfect. Gonna go for the lockdown. Recon's coming over. Spam can come through and catch them as they go back on out. Before is pushing right on up into their faces. That's gonna be the lockdown destroyed. And now it's only Coldamenta. His head taken clean off to give 4 kills for Pora and 5 rounds for Supermassive Blaze. This EU powerhouse of G2 are looking like it's a warm-up for Supermassive Blaze. Like, they arranged a scrim before they started. They are walking all over them.
Yeah, they've got their eyes on Ascend. They're thinking, you know what? You're talking about one Turkish player. Well, let's see what a full Turkish team can do. Because at the moment, G2, they haven't made it into the server, and we're in map 2. Like, that's the current spot that we're in. And Pora is just styling on them. One of the things I think I was most excited about in this team, like, this guy was unbelievable in a team where he was speaking English. Like, you had to almost like mix things up, because there's a lot of different like countries put together in that Ascend team, or sorry, in that Heretics team. And then he's come through and joined this team where obviously he's speaking his native language. That really, in most cases, that means he's only going to be better. Like that which was already a very high standard as you were looking at a championship winning team. So the fact that he now just looks completely unbelievable in this roster is truly terrifying. And as said, like, you've got the youngster Brave. It's just a stacked team. It's just absolutely stacked.
We knew looking at this roster that they're a scary team to face. There's always that question in the back of our mind, you know? Regionally, they look fantastic. We've always had teams like BBL from Turkey doing fantastic work within the EU scene since the very beginning. They were always kind of top 10. But were they good enough to beat the best of the best in Europe? In CIS? Yes. That question's been answered. It looked unbelievable. Nice shot by Izzy. Look at the Blade Storm connection onto Kellogg's. Double opening. These pistols wanted an early skirmish with the Sheriffs on mid, and I guess they got their wish. It just didn't quite go the way they expected.
Yeah, it seems like there's been rounds where Supermassive players have completely ignored mid, which is almost a little bit peculiar, especially with how Pora used to play. He was like a hard lurker for the squad. He would always make sure that angles are covered. And then there's other rounds where they just fight for it almost completely.
Blocking sight.
And, well, so far, whatever they've decided to do has worked out for them. G2 haven't been able to get a good read on exactly what the Turkish squad are doing. And for now, wow, it doesn't even seem to matter. Dominance from Izzy. You could see he was walking towards that wall. He wants to go over the top of it, but I don't think he has any updrafts left.
This is one of those situations. I think he can make it if he drifts down. Well,
I think he tried a minute ago.
Okay. Hit a couple shots on the Coldamenta over it anyways. 6-0. The Pistols not having the same success they did for G2 in the past, and now they start to come up against a pretty stacked Supermassive Blaze economy. Flawless rounds are close to 6 of them in a row. I mean, just look at those credits, Tom. And look at where the ults are at as well. Actually fading a little bit out of Supermassive Blaze's favor and putting G2 in maybe in with a chance to do something.
They have to win this round, right? Like, it's at the point now where, if not, then we might as well just call this one done. Like, they've got 3 or at least 2 very strong ultimates online. They've got everything they could desire in terms of weaponry. If they don't win this round, yeah, you might as well just look at the other way. Mixwell, well, when they need a hero, he's the one to step up, but the trades come back so fast. They've already found 2 kills back. Coldamenta will give them the advantage once more, but Turco is just turning things on his head again. An afterplant for Supermassive Blaze, and what was looking like the best opportunity so far could still go the Turkish side's way.
And another round where Nuke doesn't have the opportunity to use that res. That would put the numbers back in their favor and give them a fantastic chance. Because he falls in that initial engagement, that option isn't on the table anymore. And G2 need to find a way back into this site. It starts by breaking the wall and a desperate attempt to spam above. Make sure that there's not anyone on top of the wall. The dash in from Kellogg's. That's going to be very slow to trade back, and indeed, Avova comes around the corner, they're staring right at him, and then they immediately eliminate Kellogg's. 4 kills for Turco, he's now just 1 away from his res, and they're 7-0 up on the Supermassive Blaze side. They've built up a ton of economy, and G2 have got basically nothing. The only thing they can hope is that their ultimates make a difference here.
It's really weird, because as of recent, like, watching, for example, when we saw Fireflux, they played with a really strong defensive side. Then we saw them actually lose when they played against FPX with an incredibly strong defensive side. We've seen Guild throw out a really strong defensive side. And now Supermassive Blaze have just gone, like just 7-0 on the attack. Just walking all over their opponents. And as I said, that was a round that I feel like you almost have to start questioning if G2 have just shown up today. Because, well, Mixwell gets them 2 openers and that round still slips.
No, it's Supermassive Blaze's ability to just go back out and take those duels, right? They keep taking individual fights in that late stage. They just happen to all work out for them. Sometimes you don't have to rely on the brain when you've got the aim. In those more scrappy situations, that was a brave play by Izzy. Coldamenta shuts down Russ. Trade back by Turco, and we said before, dude was 1 away. Now he's got his ultimate to play with. The res is possible, but he hasn't got a wall. It's a risky res to make happen. A lot of faith put in Omen here. Oh, Horace walked through the A site, Tom. He's just completely taking it by himself while they're skirmishing for mid, resing. They can now just go and plant for free.
Well, that's the Pora I remember. Yes. These are the plays that were stuck in the back of my mind, almost scarred in there with what he would do to other teams. And that's not. I don't remember this. Coldamenta. Oh, he's gonna get himself 1 at least, a freebie.
It makes
a parting
sense.
gift.
Obviously, Pora was like, you know what, dude? I got my ultimate. Like, I'll let Turco get the kill because he's doing well. He'll get his res back online. See, that's all that was. It wasn't a whiff.
Sure. Let's go with that. At 8-0, you might be right at this stage. It doesn't seem like they can put a foot wrong. Again, well, I'm going to talk about it. Fall by coming in. Again, we've got some pretty impactful ultimates. Both sides actually having a lockdown. I feel like when you have a lockdown on either side, it almost comes into a game of, like chicken, who's going to put the lockdown first, and then the other person can use the lockdown to counter your lockdown. So, well, we'll see if it actually gets utilized or if they're just going to hold on to it as bait, because realistically, it hasn't been needed. And there you go. Isn't that exciting?
But they were put down almost the same second as well.
Yeah.
That was nice. Well, the same idea. Well, guys, nobody is B on either team. I guess one of the guys is. I think that was Mixwell again. He is magnetized for those lockdowns. Good pick by Kellogg's. He's gonna fall back. He hears the jumps. Knows there could be a guy right up above. Little shadow step across as well. Or like without even using a PC. Well, I suppose a shadow step, but are we really considering that? Or shrouded step? Are we considering that a PC utility? Not really. So without using any real impactful utility, let's say, they've managed to pull Kellogg's off that aggressive angle, off the potential one pick and dash out, and now he has to play a much more close range position. But this is still a very strong hold from G2. They have 3 players on the A side, the operator holding main.
30
really, the
seconds
hope
left.
here is that Avova can slow them down and take 2 kills along the way, and he even gets spotted as he looks up above to see the recon. Good shot by Kellogg's, but now he's got players all around him to worry about, and the first connection isn't quite there on short. They're closing in the distance and looking to take him down, but with the dash online, he's quickly out of there. Not quite finishing off the round, but surely Bora doesn't get away with this one.
Oh, okay. I don't think he has time, so he's just going to try and bait them in and do as much damage as humanly possible. And the second Mixwell realizes he's not planting, he's just going to back off. Needs to keep the weaponry up. It's much, much more important for G2. And that's why they actually go for the economy res, because they know that this has to be a springboard. It can't just be a one and done round. And the fact is, that was almost solely won by Kellogg's. Like, sure, the lockdowns actually bait them into a push in the other direction, but this is the superstar we want to be seeing. A young player that I think Mixwell has pretty much said, like, he's still got stuff to learn, but his individual skill is off the charts.
Alarm box down.
Well, we're coming towards the end of the half here, Tom. G2 need every round, really, to connect up that 8-4, win the pistol. They're back on the horse then, but that is a big task. No ultis to help them along the way. Not really facing off against any, on the other hand. With 1:10 left on the clock, it is a full round from Supermassive Blaze, spread into a default, holding for the pushes in through A and B main and trying to poke a bit at mid. I like this approach, but surely eventually G2 get an itchy trigger finger, start to move and look for that kill.
Really going to be scoping out the closer angles, and Clover is actually going to get spotted here. He's got the paranoia to at least hold them back for the second. A smoke going down, but he actually runs into it. And Pora always in the right place at the right time. We're going to see the attempted rotation into the boathouse, but Pora has already found himself another one. It leaves a lot of the pressure on Kodamenta, but he's at least picked off one.
But now stuck and isolated on the back of the side, even slowed into the corner. Brave quickly deals with him. The shot to Nukia makes it even more bleak. There is a wall there. Kellogg's can potentially updraft on top of it, but it would give away his position. It might be more worthwhile just sneaking on through. But with so many players up against him, it seems very unlikely. He does avoid the recon. That's all he gets. Just the one. 9-1 as we close that round out, Tom. Hope is certainly starting to fade for G2. If they don't find a solution right now, this game might be over. And they'll have a lower bracket fight to get into Berlin.
We're at a stage where even if they do manage to find a solution, it might not matter. Like, Supermassive Blaze are just looking so good. And the fact is, we're seeing G2, because of like economic restraints in some rounds, they're having to make riskier and riskier plays, and the default has just been so good. You've had players, well, like Bora, who've been able to catch that aggression. This time he goes down, but you're almost looking at Kellogg's like, it seems like he feels like he has to do more in this round for them to even stand a chance.
Well, has he got it in the tank? I mean, there's 3 players holding down on the B side. You've got a flank coming through from Mixwell. This should be a round for G2. They have got Supermassive Blaze boxed in. Lots of steps being heard on mid. Good position by Mixwell. Nearly whiffs it out there in the end. Great second shot. And now Izzy's trapped in the corner. There it is. Elusive second round for G2, connected at last, and Supermassive Blaze still 9-2 in the lead, though. As you said, Tom, you know, you find a solution, you're going to have to find a couple more to keep solving for X on this one, because Supermassive Blaze are, well, they might still hit double digits before the half is over.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is let's hope that G2 have a very, very good pistol strat, because otherwise it might be over before it even begins. Like, sure, they're starting to find a few cracks with how aggressive they were able to get in this round, how much space they were able to take. As said, like, there are rounds where Supermassive Blaze basically just play as a full 5 and just push somewhere, so it means there are gaps. The problem for G2 so far is they haven't had a lot of success in finding them. This round was the exception. Now we're seeing the space looking to be taken again. They shut down the initial aggression of Supermassive Blaze. Nuki looks like he's come online for this round as he looks to shut it down. 3 kills as it leaves just one man standing. And Russ is not going to be able to get anything done. It took a long, long time for G2 to even get anything on the board. But they are at least now in a position where there's, well, a chance, I guess.
We've seen teams make that comeback from 9-3, but it is just incredibly rare. And with the way that Supermassive Blaze played out on the previous map, and here to open things up, it will be one of the biggest tasks that any G2 roster has ever faced. To win this series, to win this map alone. Remember, they're going to need both this and the next. Supermassive Blaze took the first one in pretty convincing fashion. Anybody took a toilet break after the first couple of rounds, they might wonder why we're on Ascent, but should have brought your phone with you.
Hey, you would have missed the desk. That took a while. Here we go. Pistol round.
In the game.
Oh, they're going to wall up over it. It's going to be a completely free A site. So all of the aggression that's coming elsewhere from the defenders is actually not going to garner them much because they thought that part of the map was locked out. It is going to be a 5-on-5 retake with 0 damage done. Tell me how many times you've seen that in a pistol.
Yeah, it doesn't happen all too often. What was that shot? Maybe bullets do curve. He's dashing away and still hitting it. Oh, we've got Kellogg's living in an action movie. Coldamenta is being pushed down. Able to find himself one. Kellogg's in with another, and this is looking fantastic. Only Izzy remains. He's still doing damage, though. The final player up close. All he needed was the headshot, but it won't come through this time. G2, 9-4. The comeback starts here with the pistol round under their belt. Let's just hope they don't get beaten by Classics.
Well, yeah, that's what all I'm going to say is every single incredible comeback has to start with you losing. So, you know, there you go. Maybe they're just setting up the greatest storyline of all time.
Oh, you sound like G2's social media already. Like, I don't want them to win this just because you'll end up with that tweet. We had it under control. We wanted to give them a few rounds.
It's
like,
an upper bracket match qualification for Berlin, Mitch. We got to try and make it at least a little bit exciting, you know? Sometimes people try and tell stories as commentator. You could not shoot all of them down.
That one I choose to, though. That one I'm going to go ahead and shoot down real quick. And you know what, Tom? We got a little bit of time here because Supermassive Blaze have stacked up the back of the B site. And I'll give you a hint. It ain't B. They're figuring that one out right about now as well as they run over towards the A site here in the plant. As we always say, a couple of kills would be ideal. I do wonder, are they going to just sit out? Maybe try to get some exits? Because they're running all the way through spawn right now.
Yeah, this almost looks like get exits, die to the spike. Like that's the ideal for Supermassive Blaze, as they won't give anything over in terms of ultimate points either. This is actually expected. This really expected by G2. I like it. They got shock darts flying into the spawn just to try and shut some of these players down. Even still, though, Fora's already going to kill off one. Now, they know that if they can force them back into the spike, but instead, it's just going to be farming up for G2. They only lose one player, and all in all, that's pretty successful.
Like considering how Supermassive Blaze played that one, right? It's a really smart strat. Just sit outside and spawn, wait for them to come, and then rush them down with numbers. But Mixwell ends up absolutely farming them, and now he's in a pretty good spot, you know? Ultimate's going to be fairly charged up in the early stages of the game. You can see he's only just 2 away from it, and the lockdown can be incredibly impactful when it comes to the attack side, whether you're using it to take a site or just to fake out. We've seen that plenty of times.
Now we do have that full bonus in play. A round that we expect Massive Blaze to win, but we'll see if...
Super Best of Maze.
Yeah, that's what they're called now, didn't you know?
Yeah, changed it up. I like it. I like it. I'd buy a shirt with that on it.
I have managed to take quite a lot of mid control. He's already going to be here. Poor again. He's been the thorn in their side. The one player that they didn't actually pick up from the Heretics roster. It seems to be the one that maybe they're missing. As again, they're just looking to be shut down completely. Yeah, it's a bonus round, but even still, only one player lost. Izzy's even going to have the Blade Storm available to him now as well, so it doesn't even matter that he fell.
Pretty incredible. At 10-5, G2 have got an opportunity, but this is where they need to do it. A loss in this round, where they put everything on the table, they invest into it. If they lose,
One enemy remaining.
the game might be over, and they'll be thinking about the lower bracket in the back of their mind. That's for damn sure. You know, one away from
especially
lockdown.
looking at the teams down there already. That would be Giants or Guild that they'd have to face off against. And I don't think that either of those are going to be particularly easy game for the loser of this series. Again,
Look at the bait.
Brave is
Look
going
at
to slow them down. Izzy's screwed here. They wanted to at least get a kill there and try and get out. Instead, though, Pora again. It just seems so tough for them to break him down. He's been unreal in this map. Oh, we're going to see the lockdown put into play. Is he just going to stick around? We're going to go to the back of the site. They'll know he's here.
They've got a recon to play with. Got a drone as well. Shock dart onto him. He has to move out of here now. He's going to be caught on the way. No trade possible. That's unfortunate, but Supermassive Blaze now having to go in for the retake. 3 versus 2. Recon lands. Not revealing anyone just yet. And the turret spots out Turco above Avova, biding his time for the peek, but his leg was spotted. Turco's quick to react. A player below and one behind the server. No information here for Supermassive Blaze on this retake. That's where the drone comes in. Gonna try to spot them out. The headshot, but it's through the wall. Cold Dementa barely survives, and they know there's a player below from the spray. This could be absolutely massive for the Blazers. Let's see what they can do. Turco, good headshot, and Russ is in with more. A devastating blow to G2 as Supermassive Blaze pushed to 11. They're even getting pretty damn close to having a res online. Blade Storm locked down. G2's money is in the bin. This could be the end.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Turco as well. 19-9. He's had so many high impact frag as well. It's not even like he's just been picking up the odd like eco frag here and there or something like that. It seems to be in clutch situations where this man truly comes alive. And well, now 11-5. Basically an eco round coming in for G2. It's just going to be mostly pistols. Sure, they've got a few upgraded weapons here and there. In fact, for Mixwell, this is a heavy investment. He's not going to have much cash in the bank whatsoever. They need to make this costly.
Get out of my way. Won't raise.
I don't know how you really get away with this one if you're G2. I mean, winning the round should be out of the question. There are some opportunities, and it starts with Kellogg's coming around the corner, knives in hand. He's rushing it down in the back of this Hunter's Fury, already harassing Brave. Player up close, and he even gets the kill afterwards. The right click does damage, but doesn't get the kill. And so we end up 11-5, numbers evened. But Turco's one away from the res, and that might be something they can angle for.
Healing.
Might be a little bit easier said than done with how many players are on the other side, and potentially not worth the risk either with the weaponry that they currently have.
Here, blinding.
We're going to see the paranoia thrown through. Turco again coming under pressure, multiple angles, but he hits the headshot anyway. I don't even see the head of the player, but he still manages to find it every single time. It's 12-5. Supermassive Blaze, the newly formed Turkish super team, are just one round away from making it to Berlin. And what, if CNED hasn't already put Turkey on the map, this team looks to do it on an international scale.
For a team like G2 buying out some of the best players in the world, hands down,
Spike down.
and finding these kind of results, this is going to be a kick in the teeth. But we knew the Supermassive Blaze team, when they popped up on the radar, you looked at that roster, you said, this is pretty damn scary. It's their own little super team, and, well, it seems that we know which one is, at least in the early stages, getting the results.
How much money does Carlos have?
Hey, enough for a Turkish team, maybe.
Might have to buy the whole of Turkey at this rate, because I think he needs to purchase all the supporters that they're currently getting.
Could be. Oh, this drone is nasty. Turco on top of the wall is going to have them for breakfast. They're running back, and he knows it. He hears it. Can't jump off it, though. He would hear it as he fell back. With the res in hand, also doesn't want to be the first player forward. At this stage, they know the rotate's underway. You're going to be angling more towards the A side a lot of the time. Brave with ulti in hand could go in for a little bit of information outside of A. They hear the drone coming in. It's probably the time you want to get some intel or just go for the straight gamble. And they're on their way over. The shots from Pora, not quite going to connect. Forced in for the reload. And this could be just a full retake, especially with that lockdown online.
Try and clear them out the back of the side. Mentor's fighting for it, trying to deny it, and he's doing a decent job of it as well, but the lockdown's still in play. They might actually get detained, and instead Izzy has just gone huge. He's gonna get stuck in the mud. It's left all onto Kellogg's to try and fight this back in the 1v2 for survival, and this time it will not happen.
Not quite the game that we had hoped to get out of this one for G2. But definitely a solid showing for Supermassive Blaze. The Turkish squad have now confirmed themselves their spot in Berlin for Masters 3. And this has been an incredible series to witness on their side because, wow, we know that these guys are capable. We're looking at your likes of Russ, like Izzy, but Turco, if this guy doesn't end up a player of the match, I don't know who deserves it. That guy was incredible all series long.
Yeah, no, we're seeing the true depth. Like, they literally have picked up 5 superstars. We've sort of mentioned it many a time as to seeing Russ take the back seat from what was his BBL days, but it seems like there's plenty of people that can now step up to the plate and perform on such a ridiculously high standard. And yeah, they've completely outclassed G2 in this matchup, which maybe that's a strategy thing, maybe that's just them not turning up on the day, or maybe, and at the moment it's looking the most likely, that Supermassive Blaze are a team truly to be feared.
And the best part about this is we now get that matchup that we've wanted to see for so long. Your Izzy, your CNED. It's going to be one hell of an upper bracket final. But of course, that does mean the G2 go to the lower bracket. They will be out of the running for that upper bracket final, but not out of the running for Masters just yet. They've still got another opportunity, and we'll talk more about that a little bit later. For now, we're going to talk about that series in particular, because I've already given the orders for Turco to be player of the match, but really, it's in your hands at home. You guys are going to have to go on over to @ValEsports_EU to vote for your PaySafe card player of the match. We've got Izzy, we've got Turco, and we've got Pora. Whichever one of these players you think deserves the slot, as long as they're Turco, go on over and pop that vote on in. Tom, who'd get your vote for this one?
Just because you said Turco, I'm going to go with Pora, but luckily they're all Turkish, so this time there can be no bias from the fans.
It's finally fair. You put CNED in there with his team, you know he's getting it, but this time around, at least it's all even. But look, Tom, that's the end of the series. It was certainly a quick one. In and out. Yeah. Supermassive Blaze confirmed their spot in Masters. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, the analyst desk is going to break down that series and set up tomorrow or the next day and all the great games that will follow. We'll see you soon.
I never thought I'd be your type. On my mind, most of my life. Through the darkness, I see your eyes and realize that when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night, drive all night.
Supermassive Blaze, they've done it, not just for themselves, but for Turkey as well. They've made it to Masters Berlin. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined on the desk again by Ryan and Kaquka. This is the first non-European team, Ryan, that's ever made it to an international LAN.
Yeah, and it's an exciting one for Turkey as well. It was their last team, it was their last chance in stage 3. And I just can't wait to see globally what they think of the Turkish region. And not only just the Turkish team, one that decimated G2 in that series, 15-5 and 13-5 and 13-4, sorry. It was just maybe not expected to go that way, to say the very least, but this Supermassive Blaze, all firing on all cylinders, everybody looked exceptional.
Yeah, and G2 just looked kind of lost at some points, but it's basically the same that happened on Bind. It's like when they're being so aggressive and nothing is working, even on those rounds where G2 found the first kills, they turned the round around. And what do? You get another one and another one. So congratulations to them. They're definitely proof that they're the super Turkish team.
Yeah, they are indeed. And speaking of the super Turkish team, we do have a quick interview with Supermassive Blazes Brave. Hi, Brave. Welcome back to the show. First of all, massive congratulations on qualifying. How does it feel to be the first Turkish team in EMEA to do it?
It's something that you can't explain, really. It's perfect. It's an amazing feeling. I can't even explain.
Well, you guys did it in such a dominant fashion as well. Talk me through the games today because, you know, from where we're sitting, it was a very, very quick best of 3.
Yeah, I didn't even expect this, actually. I was expecting close match, but I'm happy we won quick, actually.
Yeah, I mean, what was your preparation like for G2 then? Because both of you guys kind of brought out some different things. Did you expect some of the changes they made as well?
We didn't actually especially just played our own game again. We did the things what was working. I think it worked against G2 as well. And yeah.
Your bind comp, you know, it was a very interesting one. It was different. What was the reasoning behind some of the agents you guys chose for that?
Actually, that comp we decided to play was like 10 seconds. Russ told us like, oh, let's play this comp, you know. We just played and like it was good, you know. We didn't actually, it wasn't like planned. It just happened in 10 seconds actually, and then we worked on it, and then. Yeah.
Well, that was a very, very big brain decision in such a short amount of time. You know, we spoke to Avova beforehand, and he said that your playstyle is a little bit similar to what Heretics used to be, the old Heretics. And would you agree with that? How would you kind of describe your own playstyle?
Maybe because Laura is ideal, so she's doing the things what was in Heretics. So maybe a little bit, but I don't think so. It's like 90%, maybe like 30% of our game plan is similar to Heretics.
Well, you guys, you've qualified, which is great, but you have to go up against Ascend next. And, you know, of course, everybody in Turkey loves CNED. You guys all know him. How excited are you to face Ascend next and potentially, you know, even beat someone like CNED?
So I don't know. Again, like we will play our own game. CNED is dangerous player, but I don't think like he will stop us, in my opinion. Let's see what happens.
And lastly, you are going to be attending Masters in Berlin. Which team are you most looking forward to playing?
Sentinels.
And why?
because they're the best team, so we want to be the best team.
Well, I have full faith in you guys. Very, very excited for you, and congratulations once again. But we'll see you back here in the another upper bracket game next week.
Thank you so much.
Wow, well, thank you very much to Brave, and congratulations once again to everybody at Supermassive Blaze. We are going to take a quick break now, but do not go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to be announcing the Pay Safe Card Player of the Match. Chills, Ryan and Kaquka. Literal chills. I cannot believe we have those confirmations. Ascend and Supermassive, they're going to be representing EMEA in Berlin. But before we dive into all of that, I do want to quickly break down what's happened in the series we just saw, because, Ryan, it was a bit of a demolition from the side of Supermassive Blaze.
Yeah, I think people had high expectations for this team to come in and do some work, at least put G2 through their paces, but to win so decisively and to take an 8-0 lead, I don't know what was up with G2 today. They clearly weren't as prepared as they maybe could have been, but this Supermassive team is so young. This play in itself, like Pora being able to go take that space, go take those fights to get a triple kill, it was more of the same of what we saw on Bind, and G2 just couldn't slow it down.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, Power, sometimes it looked like he knew where Aboba was going to do, you know, pushing through those smokes. And so kind of, it's what you get when you definitely know the players that you're playing against. And also have to say, Danny told us, I think, that one of the problems, let's put it that way, that Power had back in Heretics was that he was not that communicative. I think the language barrier is completely demolished as well in this situation, and this completely makes a super team. Like, they just wouldn't stop, and G2 were just too scared to face it.
And, you know, we heard from that interview from Brave as well, just before the break, the way that he spoke so highly of his in-game leader, Pora, and to tie that back to this whole, you know, narrative that they might be a little bit like Heretics, Kaquka, 30%, it makes sense.
Makes sense. 20% for Para, 10% for Tani. I mean, whatever it is, it's a formula that works. It doesn't matter in what percentage. And we're seeing here these statistics. Turco, the clutcher of the team, 100%. The kind of, it's not even a battle stage because I don't even know why SMB has any duelists. They're all duelists to me.
Yeah, the weird thing was in like the introduction to Supermassive Blaze, Turco says that he described himself as the trader. That was his role on the team. And he didn't need to trade anybody. He'd still killed everybody anyway. Like, I think that was the big difference overall, is just that Turco has never had an insane series like that we've ever really seen. When he was on Oxygen, he never really had those moments. So for the fact that he's able to like come into this against a pretty up in the air game against G2, they're still very fresh and new as well, that he's able to be that strong to augment that team and make sure that everybody's holding on, really says about every person on this team is innate talent.
And also, how big of a success story is this, Ryan? You know, for Turkey, they've waited for this moment for a very, very long time. And, you know, we thought Footballists and BBL, maybe they had that chance of making it in stage 2. But this is the Turkish super team. They're living up to their expectations.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that you can make a super team with Turkish players. It wasn't just going to be taking 50% of Footballists, taking 50% of Oxygen and slapping it together and hoping. Like, they not only picked up some of the most tenured talent when it comes to Pora, certainly when it comes to Turco, but bringing in Izzy and Brave and Russ to sort of, like, he was sought after, right? They wanted Russ on that team. Like, it really brings it all together, and it's nice to see that it isn't just Pora carrying or Turco carrying. Everybody has their role, and everybody knows what they should be doing. That amount of communication, and the fact that they have that nailed down this early into their lifespan is really exciting.
And there's one reason why the Turkish super team, and there's not one single player that you can say, you know, his performance today was just not on point. We just don't see that from them. That is what they got here, and they're going to get, I mean, way further, I expect.
Yeah, but for G2, you know, it's not the end of the road. They do have another chance. They have a pretty good chance too. You know, they don't have to sort of go all the way through the lower bracket. They just need to win one more game. And Kaquka, it does feel like it was an off day for them, right? How much do we read into this? Because if you do look at the lower bracket, which we will a little bit later, they're going to be facing European teams. They're going back to what they know.
I mean, it is either Guild or Giants. I think they have a good shot no matter what. I think that what happened today, obviously, is not a good taste for anybody. I feel like that bind was closer, but I feel like, you know, they lost it at some point on Ascent and just couldn't get it back.
The problem with me, we're looking at teams like Supermassive Blaze as well, is that, like, in a vacuum, it was coming into this event like, oh, where do you think Supermassive? Like, no idea. They're too young. And I think the same extent to G2 as well. Is like, yeah, sure, they looked really good in Challengers 1, but it could be a honeymoon period. It was just very early days. Now that Guild and Giants, after they win, they're going to have a lot of momentum. They're going to feel pretty good because that's a tough matchup for both sides. They can look at this G2 team and go, they bleed, they're weak, and we can take them and surprise them maybe.
They're like sharks kind of surrounding everyone in the ocean. It does feel that way. But the team that won out today was Supermassive Blaze. And you guys spoke about Turco already a little bit, and I can announce now that he is your pay safe card player of the match. I think we saw him celebrate earlier in the interview. Yeah. And, you know, Kaquka, you were telling me in the green room, you know, we're never going to see this guy lose a clutch. It was just, we're never going to see it.
Doesn't happen. I mean, I have to speak of the same way of every single player of the team, but Turco on clutches, 3v1, he doesn't really care. He's got everything under control. It doesn't matter what round it is. They did have a lot of room to play with. It doesn't really matter if you lose one more round, if you're on like a 11-3. But he was always 100% thinking about the play and say like, no, this is still not lost. He actually won every single round that he was in that situation.
Yeah, he's got a great story as well. He was on that Oxygen team that got 13-0'd by Liquid and didn't qualify for Reykjavik. So this is a great sort of bounce back to be able to get to Berlin and to do it in such a solid team. He's secondary calls as well, which, as we sort of spoke about before, Pora's off doing his own thing. He's in Tesco and he's like, oh yeah, Got hit on the A site now. Turco's there to sort of make sure that team plays in. He plays off of everybody tremendously, and it only makes Izzy and Rust look even better when it comes to taking that aggression in space.
Yeah, well, you know, Turco, he's picked up his MVP award today, his Player of the Match award. We saw that he was super happy about it, his teammates all around him, but we have another award, another responsibility for you guys on Twitter to decide here, and my oh my, it's 3 Turkish giants here. You've got CNED, you've got Izzy, and you've got Turco to vote for as your MVP of the week. And my mind is kind of blown here because we joke about Turkish players in polls, you know, they always win it. But Kaquka, I don't know what happens here. Who wins
I love
this?
it. No, honestly, I love it. I've mentioned it, I think, a couple of days ago. We always have with the same conversation. Is Euro better than Turkey, than CIS? Who's the best one? The fact that it's always changing is what's making this game so great. And the fact that teams like this one and players like this one's just make the game what it is.
The emotional whiplash you must have being a Turkish fan, seeing Fireflux and Oxygen going out as tough as it was, and then now it's just all Turkey, like the best region when it comes to this talent coming forward. We see the anomalies, the individuals we've seen it, but now we see what happens if you put 5 of those players together and we get a scary supermassive blaze.
I mean, so far, the players that have qualified for EMEA, for Masters Berlin, even from EMEA, are predominantly Turkish. We've got 6 and 4, right, at this point, so it's looking pretty good for them. But let's take a look at the bracket now. We've had a lot of action so far to get up to this point, and as you guys can see there, Ascend and Supermassive Blaze all the way ahead of all of the other teams. And Ryan, that lower bracket is now insanely stacked.
I think all 6 teams have a chance. Maybe you're looking at Giants and Force and going realistically today, but I think today is not necessarily an upset. You can't say that Supermassive Blaze were the better team in this matchup, but nobody really expected them to come out the trap that quickly. They were so fast and so clinical when it came to their approaches. Forza, they look really tight as a squad, and Team Liquid, they don't necessarily look as comfortable as they once did.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, Guild versus Giants, and also, you know, G2 facing whatever's going to happen after that. I feel that it's too important to see that we're going to have probably 2 European teams going off on next day. It's not going to be tomorrow, it's going to be the day after, but...
Yeah.
Who expected this?
I mean, yes. I mean, 3 European teams in the same side of the lower bracket. And also we could see Forza versus Gambit, which is another bit of a, you know, kind of situation where you have to knock out a team from your own region. But we also have a schedule for you guys. We're not going to be on here for the next set of matches for the lower bracket. So it'll be fun for us to do some predictions here. Team Liquid versus Forza, followed by Guild versus Vodafone Giants. And I think, Kaquka, that Guild versus Vodafone Giants game could potentially
break my heart.
Yeah, it could break your heart no matter what happens.
I think we need a camera on the green room because I think I probably die on that day. I don't know what's gonna be of me, but definitely I'm losing it that day.
Oh, Team Liquid versus Forza, though. I mean, Team Liquid have responded really well, considering they got knocked down to losers bracket from Na'Vi. They got rid of Oxygen very easily. Forza, they did win against FPX, so it's kind of maybe there's another bit of giant slaying coming in from Forza. But this Team Liquid team, we've spoken to Link, and he's fired up, to say the very least. He wants to just plow through the teams ahead of him and book his place for Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins their lower bracket matchup on that day, they'd have to face Gambit and G2. So it's kind of, you know, one hurdle you're over, but then you have to get over the next one. So Kaquka, I'm gonna do the hard thing and ask you who you think is going through Liquid, Forza, and Guild Vodafone Giants.
I'm gonna say Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And I am going to say...
Here we go. Is it gonna be B2B?
Oh God, I want B2B to happen so bad. I'm gonna say Vodafone Giants.
Oh,
I gotta go with my heart. Come on, I'm Spanish. You cannot do this to me.
Bonker, I hope you're watching. I hope you're watching. And Ryan, you?
I'm going for Guild. I'll go. I'll back
B2B?
Yeah, for sure. And I do think the Liquid are going to be very fired up and ready for Forza. And they have a bit of time to adjust to it as well. So, yeah, Liquid has something to prove. I think they're going to beat Forza.
Oh, well, we have some tasty matchups coming. Thank you to you both for joining me today on this qualification day. Thank you to you guys at home for watching. A big shout out to Mitch and Tom as well. Congratulations once again to Ascend and Supermassive Blaze for being your first two teams qualifying for the Masters in Berlin from EMEA. EMEA. We're going to be back for more lower bracket action on Wednesday, starting at 5 p.m. CEST. We'll see you then.
Not kill my ally.
One enemy remaining. Spike. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
See? Not that scary.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining. Thirty seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Defenders win. Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Last player
drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night. Drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling. Over again, right till the morning. Right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night. Drive all night. Faith, remember how we were back then. I get fake emotions I can't comprehend. You got me running, oh no, away from our history, oh no, and through the darkness, oh no, oh I can see you in me, oh no. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling. Over again, right till the morning. Right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. You and me, history. I'm running from the rest of my life. Through the darkness, I see your eyes and realize that when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling. Over again, right till the morning. Right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night, drive all night.
the money in the